Good morning, everyone. The time is now 10:04. I'd like to open the meeting, and I would ask Representative Lekis to lead us in the pledge, please. Thank you, everyone. And just so everyone understands the mission of this committee, we are a bipartisan committee tasked with investigating and evaluating the state's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The committee will function in a science-based fact-finding review, specifically acquiring comprehensive, accurate data and all related information pertaining thereto. Areas of particular focus will include the administration of federal guidance, acceptance of federal funds, and implementation of emergency use authorization vaccination efforts. A report will be issued outlining the committee's findings and the impacts on New Hampshire. I would like to welcome our speaker, Siri. If you're ready, you have the floor. And before, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you mind if we ask questions while you are presenting? Thank you so much. And make sure you turn on your mic.
Red is on. Oh, good. I got it. All right. Sorry. Okay. Just going to pull up a PowerPoint, see if we can. Okay. And you could tell me if you can see that on your screen over there. And I presume that comports more or less with your mission, hopefully. When I've in putting this together, I've thought about the mission, and I've tried to put a presentation that comports with the mission of the committee within the context of COVID vaccinations, as that is the area of expertise that I was asked to testify about. So I'll give you a little bit of background about myself. I work at a law firm that has 60 folks. About 40 of them do pretty much exclusively vaccine work. So our firm, I believe, has the largest vaccine practice in the world that does not represent pharmaceutical companies. So we have a department that handles just vaccine injury claims. And you'll hear more about that later. We don't bring those claims against pharmaceutical companies. We bring them against the federal government. We have a policy practice and exemption practice and various other intersections of the law and vaccines. I went to Berkeley for law school, and over 20 years later, I find myself doing an area of law that if you told me I'd be doing when I was in law school, I probably would have laughed and said, "Is there such a thing called vaccine law? What is that?" But here I am. That is what I am doing now. It's not what I've always done. I clerked for the Chief Judge of the Supreme Court of Israel after law school for a year, and then I worked at Latham & Watkins, one of the biggest firms in the country, representing Goldman Sachs, Larry Ellison, for about 6 years. After which I left. I was working too much, and my wife wanted me home more. I don't think that worked out either. Started my own practice, was still doing commercial litigation, and eventually ended up doing this work starting about 8 years ago, and have been doing it increasingly so, where that's now pretty much the primary focus of my practice. You might know some of the work we've done. Our firm handled, for example, the lawsuit against the Air Force that got a national injunction preventing the Air Force from kicking out over 10,000 members of the Air Force who did not want a COVID vaccine due to their sincerely held religious beliefs, often because of the intersection of that product and abortion. We brought the lawsuit against the FDA when they didn't want to release the clinical trial data that they relied upon to license the COVID-19 vaccine. We handled a number of other lawsuits all around COVID vaccines during the last few years. And one of the things I'll say about the lawsuits that we do bring with regards to vaccines is that since I don't have a PhD after my name or an MD or DO, I don't get to just say things about vaccines. I have to prove them with clinical trial data, high impact journals, or they're just not going to work in a court setting. So in that, in doing those types of legal work, it's really forced us to be, I guess you would say, real critical evaluators about the products, for better or worse. And at the end of the day, that is something that I do think the public loses sight of sometimes, not always, is that these are products, like kind of any other products, and they have a safety profile, they have an efficacy profile, they have things they can do, for sure, and they have things they can't do. There are things that people think about them that are accurate in some areas and not in others. And sometimes, often, there's just not enough information to reach a conclusion about some things with regards to the products. And so with that sort of brief introduction, I will go through some of the information about vaccines and COVID vaccines that I think are going to be helpful to understand the government, including New Hampshire's response during the COVID pandemic. Siri and Glimstad, that's the name of my firm, and a lot of the vaccine work that we do is on behalf of ICANN, and you'll see that's a nonprofit, and you'll see a lot of the things we discussed today were lawsuits and information gathered in lawsuits on behalf of ICANN. Okay, so to understand COVID-19 vaccines, in my opinion, you have to understand vaccines in general from a legal perspective and how they're treated in this country for decades before. If you want to understand how the FDA responded vis-a-vis COVID vaccines, how the CDC, how 50 state health departments, how various organs of the state and agencies acted regarding COVID vaccines, they didn't just act tabula rasa. They didn't just step into a zone that they had no precedent for. They stepped into, basically, in my opinion, for the most part, business as usual, so to speak, with how they proceeded vis-a-vis COVID vaccines. People look at COVID vaccines and say there's something extraordinary. I think that from a regulatory legal perspective, they weren't that unique, and I'll walk you through that. And I think that understanding that how vaccines were treated pre-COVID helps put in context how they were treated during COVID. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on product safety, because I know that's been a little bit of a topic of debate around COVID vaccines. And, the question I start with is, how is product safety assured in America? How does this make sure cars are safer? Every product you see in your house is safer, your oven, pretty much every product you see in this room. Over time, over decades, they've gotten safer. I mean, cars, fuel tanks used to blow up, right? We don't see that anymore, and so forth. And what drove that product safety? The primary thing that drives product safety are market forces. Companies exist for the most part to make a profit. If they're going to make a product, they'll be profitable. That drives their conduct. If there's going to be liability, or they anticipate liability beyond what the revenues are, they don't make that product. They also don't continue selling that product. Market forces drive product safety. When you look, to use cars as an example, and actually in law school, they use a lot of car cases as the, prototype cases to teach. There was this, one of the classic examples, there was a car company where the internal evaluation found that it would cost more to fix this component that made gas tanks explode than it would to pay for around the 10 people that died every year from those explosions. So they didn't fix it. It was a cold, hard calculus, to be sure. I hope corporate America doesn't typically act that way, but it did in that situation. What's that? I'm sorry. It did in that situation. But I think it's reflective of the kind of calculus that happens every day in corporate America. And to be sure, that's good. That's capitalism. We want that. We want companies to have a financial interest to drive innovation. It's a good thing. And then the pushback they get is they know that if they hurt people, they can get sued. And that often conforms their conduct before the product even gets to market. Certainly after it gets to market, but also before it gets to market. A far weaker way that we assure product safety are regulators. No offense to government in any way, but when you do take a careful evaluation at most industries, and you look back at what has conformed their conduct, what has driven safety, it's typically been market forces. When you think about most products, you think about class actions you read in the newspapers about, oh, this product has an issue. You don't hear about that typically from a government warning. You typically hear about it from the New York Times or the CNN reporting on Ozempic having this or that issue and so forth. And then even more so, product liability and class actions attorneys will make sure you see an ad about that injury online because they want you as a client. You can't avoid them if you use that product. No knock on lawyers. So when it comes to market forces assuring product safety, I think understanding how market forces work with other vaccines will help put how COVID-19 vaccines were treated. In the early 1980s, there were only 3 routine vaccines. That's it. There's DTP, MMR, and OPV. That's the sum total of all of the routine vaccines in the United States of America. And the damages they were having to pay and the liability they were incurring from the injuries for those products resulted in either the manufacturers going out of business for those 3 products or stopping to make the products, to the point where it reached a crescendo where there was 1 manufacturer left for each of those 3 products. You can see I've got a quote there from Bruce v. Wyatt. That's a U.S. Supreme Court decision that explained that the remaining manufacturer of DTP vaccine estimated that its potential tort liability exceeded its annual sales by a factor of 200. And the Institute of Medicine explained how by 1986 litigation costs had driven manufacturers essentially out of business from making those products. Well, Congress, in its wisdom, instead of forcing those manufacturers to do what every other product manufacturer has to do when their product causes more harm than it does good as measured by dollars, and that's for better or worse how we do it in America, decided instead to pass the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986. And what this law provided was that it's okay for the companies that made those products to continue selling them. They don't have to worry about liability exposure. As provided in the act, it immunized them from financial liability for the injuries caused by those 3 products. This way, they didn't face the financial exposure.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your expertise and research, is there any other industry that you know of that gets a blanket liability like this? Any other?
Yes. So when it comes to products, and I'll distinguish between products and certain services, but when it comes to products, the only other product, I'm not aware of any product, none, that enjoys the level of immunity to having to pay for injuries that vaccines enjoy. And it applies to childhood vaccines and any childhood vaccines used by adults, so pretty much all vaccines. Now, when it comes to guns, for example, which is talked about, what guns have immunity, the immunity that guns have is if the gun is used in the commission of a crime. The manufacturer has immunity to liability for the most part. But you can still, as a consumer, if I buy a gun and it has a design defect, I can sue the manufacturer of a gun for defectively designing a gun. I can sue them for other types of claims. But when it comes to vaccines, and it's right there in Bruce v. Wyeth, again, the U.S. Supreme Court affirmed, because it was challenged, that the law shouldn't actually provide this. It says, the Vaccine Act preempts all design defect claims against vaccine manufacturers for injury or death caused by vaccine side effects. Design defect claims are the primary way we assure safety. It's the way that, for example, the car example I described earlier, there was a better way to make that gas tank. There was a safer way to make it. And the primary claim there was a design defect claim. I mean, that when you think about saws that now have shields on them, that's because the lawsuit said, hey, whoa, you sold me the saw. It does what it's supposed to do. Thank you. Right? But if you'd have put like a 3-penny plastic piece on it, I'd still have my arm. Right? There are, when there are ready ways to improve a product, you can sue for a design defect claim, but you can never do that for a vaccine forever, meaning the state of those products in 1986 is essentially locked in, at least from the perspective of being able to bring a claim on the basis that you could have made it safer. So to answer your question is no, I'm not aware of any other product that has the immunity enjoyed by vaccines. None.
Follow up?
So that, of course, that's for the United States of America. Are you familiar with, so are other countries able to go after? Because of course, Pfizer, Moderna, all these other companies have products that went, to other countries as well. Are they able to go after these manufacturers?
So if you're asking me specifically about COVID-19 vaccines, we have copies of the procurement contracts from many of the countries around the world. And those contracts explicitly provided in all the ones we've seen, and it's a lot of countries, just like the procurement contract in the United States, and actually it's one of my slides later, it provides that the country will either give immunity or indemnify, essentially hold the company harmless for injuries caused by the COVID vaccines used in their countries, contractually. But I think your question might have been broader in the first instance, which is, do other countries for other vaccines have a immunity? And many of them do have this similar scheme that we have here in the United States. It's been very effective, and so it's been exported to lots of places in the world. Separately, class actions and the type of justice system that we have here is not the same in other countries. So you can't bring the type of claims you can in other countries as you could here, or as effectively. But many of them also do have that kind of liability shield as well. Yes.
Do you have, so based on the implementation prior to the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986, you had the previous slide that said that the tort would exceed their annual sales by a factor of 200. Do we have any idea of the injuries that were happening, the numbers, before this was implemented?
The DTP vaccine in particular, I could tell you, has been withdrawn from the United States. So that's no longer here since 2000. Essentially, it's not used. And even, I guess you could call it the regulatory health establishment decided that the risks outweigh the benefits, at least vis-a-vis favoring acellular pertussis, DTaP, DT little AP vaccine. So that did change over time. The level of harm caused by that vaccine, there's no debate that it causes harm. That it causes harm, yeah. The level debate that you can that is a science that is something that was debated, and different studies were done. There were studies done by federal health authorities who were promoting, pushing mandates of the product. And there were some independent studies done, and I can tell you they reached different results. But I'll leave that for a scientist to come and debate which one of those was better studied, better designed. But I can tell you that at least for that vaccine, it's the wholesale pertussis vaccine is no longer used in the United States. And I have a slide or two about that later as well. So I'll hold on the rest of my comment on that, if I may. Well, that brings us to COVID-19 vaccines. So just wanted to make sure you have a backdrop of what the 1986 Act was. And so the 1986 Act applies to COVID vaccines as well. The immunity under the 1986 Act arguably applies when it is added to the routine childhood schedule by the CDC, and specifically ACIP, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, which is the CDC's Advisory Vaccine Committee. When it's added, essentially the immunity attaches. I qualify that only because there are also supposed to be an excise tax passed by Congress for COVID vaccines, which hasn't happened yet. But that's a separate question. As it stands right now, I think many would argue that the 86 Act immunity does apply to COVID vaccines, but it is somewhat of a theoretical question because the COVID vaccine is afforded a separate level of immunity, and that is something called the PrEP Act immunity. And that is it's the Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act. That is a law, different law passed by Congress, which provided that if the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services declares that there is an emergency, and obviously there are different emergency declarations. The president can make one, different FDA can make emergency authorizations. Those are different. This is under the relevant U.S. code under that act. The Secretary of HHS can declare an emergency, and based on a perceived or potential pandemic, a pandemic, or other threats, and declare that any countermeasures developed to address what it declared as a threat will be afforded basically blanket immunity for the most part for any claims on the safety side, as well as the efficacy side, as well as the advertising side, which is what the statute provides. And at the very, very beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services declared COVID-19 an emergency and declared that any countermeasures developed in response to COVID-19 would be afforded that immunity. And that was done right at the very beginning. I've got the U.S. code provision there, 42 U.S.C. 247D6D, and it says manufacturers of any vaccine used to treat, prevent, or mitigate COVID-19 shall have liability immunity, including from suit and liability under federal and state law, with respect to all claims for loss caused by, arising out of, or relating to, or resulting from the administration to, or the use of an individual of COVID-19 vaccine, but it's broader than that. It's also drugs, it's masks, it's anything that was used. Okay. So you have basically a product that's being developed with what I would consider a moral hazard. The manufacturer stands to make billions of dollars, but as they're developing it, before they've even started, they're really just starting making it. They already know that when they design it, when they manufacture it, when they trial it, when they push it out, they don't have to worry about being sued for injuries their products causes. That, in my opinion, creates a big moral hazard, and it doesn't exist, to your point, Representative, with any other product that I'm aware of on the market. And as I noted earlier, not only did the PrEP Act immunity apply, the manufacturers of these products wanted to make sure that the PrEP Act immunity would apply. In fact, which is why in their statements of work, at least on the U.S. side, procurement contracts and so forth, most of them had a contractual provision similar to this. This, I believe, was the Pfizer contract, one of the initial, I believe, Pfizer procurement contract. And it says, the government may not use or authorize the use of any product or material provided under this agreement, which were COVID-19 vaccines, unless such use occurs in the United States and is protected from liability under a declaration issued under the PrEP Act or successor COVID-19 PrEP Act declaration of equal or greater scope. The United States government guaranteed that nobody would use the products that they were procuring unless PrEP Act immunity applied. And and the government was the one buying all the COVID-19 vaccines. So they were the point of origin for all COVID-19 vaccines in the United States. As far as I'm aware, Operation Warp Speed took over the whole procurement function and purchased the vaccines that were then distributed in the United States. Okay, so with that backdrop about immunity, and I think that's a very important point to consider when you're thinking about laws, regulations around these products. Obviously, I think the reason there's so much debate around vaccines is because the main difference between a vaccine and a drug or a medical product or food or water or anything else is that it's a legal issue, a legal distinction. It's because people try to mandate them, try to force them on others. Many states have, using school vaccines as a proxy, many states have philosophical exemptions. Parents can just opt out at will. And even in those states, most school vaccination rates are very high. Mandates that are not necessary, which are, proof in the pudding that you don't need mandates to persuade people often. But there are a segment of population who often, and we could tell you that from our clients every day, shouldn't get vaccines. Either they or they watch their children get injured, and they don't want to continue participating. The problem often comes that for those folks, sometimes, depending on the vaccine, depending on where they are, they may not be able to go to school, get a job. And during the COVID pandemic, we saw potentially participate in all forms of civil society. And obviously that's a problem for some folks, not for the others, but for some. And, the whole idea of rights is about protecting a minority, right? We don't need rights to protect majorities typically because they're the majority. They can kind of get the laws they want, often have the influence they want, not always. But they're really about protecting the minority and protecting them from government intrusion, right? Overreach, and that's the whole Bill of Rights are for, limiting the government's ability to infringe on those. I don't think we have to be so scared about stomping out the speech of what 90% of Americans want to say. It's what the 10% want to say that we need to protect, right? Often, because 90% will get their way. All right. So what is the impact of giving immunity on liability? Well, again, I think it's instructive to look at how clinical trials were conducted before COVID-19 for other vaccines to then understand how clinical trials were conducted for COVID-19 vaccines, because there's a lot of debate around those trials. And I think putting them within the framework of what's done with other vaccines will help understand what it is the FDA was doing at the time. So, why are clinical trials critical? I think that's an important question to understand the answer to. To determine whether something is a alleged injury is causally, not correlation, causally related to a product, you typically need a prospective study that compares an exposed and an unexposed group. Okay, looking at data retrospectively, backwards, epidemiological studies are always viewed as being unable to determine causation. Okay, so when you with that, and you can bring an epidemiologist to say that, which they'll readily all say, and we litigate that issue all day in vaccine court. The only time you really do a prospective, a forward-looking study with vaccines is in the clinical trial, meaning it's forward-looking in that you enroll people, you give one group the vaccine, you give one group you don't give the vaccine, and then you follow them and you statistically compare the outcomes between the two groups. Okay? By doing that, you have the idea is to remove bias. The idea is to then see what does the outcome look like. The moment you instead say, we're going to take an existing data set and we're now going to try to evaluate that set for what happened, meaning looking based on the data, what happened in the past, there's always confounders. And those confounders are viewed as tainting those studies, and hence you can't determine causation from them. Well, did you select people that were too old, that were too young, to do this? I mean, you saw these debates happen. I think they spilled over into mainstream media, which was interesting to watch. It's interesting to watch the discussions about clinical trials in mainstream media. So clinical trials are critical because it is the only time you can do a placebo controlled prospective study of vaccines, pretty much. Once they've been licensed, it is considered unethical to do a placebo-controlled clinical trial for a vaccine. It's considered unethical. To do a study, you need to get something called IRB approval, okay, where you get an ethics board to approve it, universities and so forth, IRB committees all around the country. I'm not aware of a single IRB committee in this whole country that will approve a placebo-controlled clinical trial of a vaccine after it's licensed. So if you want to really understand the safety profile of vaccine and you want to be able to know what injuries it actually causes, not what it's alleged to cause, but actually causes, you need a really good, robust clinical trial. And I can tell you the clinical trial data is at our firm, when we get a parent call us up and say, well, my child got a Hep B vaccine and now suffers from this type of neuropathy or dysautonomia or whatever it is. Ideally, we'd love to just go to the clinical trial data and see, well, what did that show between the exposed and unexposed? Okay. So,
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies for interrupting. I just wanted to clarify a little bit because I want the cause of this to be very clear for anybody who's here and watching. Is it correct that the reason it would be considered unethical to do this controlled study after licensing because the license brings with it a presumption of efficacy, which would then cause the withholding of that medication from the placebo part of the trial? Is that where the unethical part comes in?
Yeah, once they're licensed, they're deemed effective for the indication on the package insert. And that indication, for example, if it says to prevent pertussis disease, it is now considered unethical to withhold a product from a child that has an indication that can withhold pertussis, that it can prevent pertussis disease. Right? It's because of the efficacy component. Even if you, so that's why you can't do it. And clinical trials for most vaccines really focus on the efficacy component of it. I mean, that's how they're typically designed. They're not, and we'll, I don't want to make conclusory statements. I'll let you judge for yourself. I'll show you what the data shows, and you can make your own conclusions on that. And so why is liability critical to how clinical trials are conducted? Liability from the manufacturer is critical because if the manufacturer knows they're going to be liable for the injuries that that the product they're making is going to cause, if it's a drug, for example, they want to know the safety profile before that product goes in the market, because they could be facing company-ending liability if it ends up hurting too many people. I mean, the whole reason drugs and vaccines are licensed because they can hurt some people. That's the idea. Right? That's why you have to get them licensed. But they want to make sure it doesn't hurt too many people, right? In terms of the risk-benefit analysis. That's what's often, at least the FDA would tell you, safe and effective means. And so if you take away that liability, though, from the manufacturer, they don't have that incentive. It has a direct impact in how they conduct clinical trials, and we can see that in practice. So on your screen, you can see this is from moneyinc.com. I don't know how reliable that is, but I'm going to assume it's reliable. This is what they say are the 5 most top-selling drugs of all time from Pfizer. These are Pfizer's top most pre-COVID-19. Okay, and so according to Money Inc., these are the ones that made Pfizer the most money. Well, let's look through this list. On this list, you could see 4 of the products have a little bit of a different clinical trial that was relied upon to license this product. When in the first column, you could see is the name of the drug. In the second is the safety review period. This is how long adverse events were looked at after administration of the drug in the clinical trial relied upon to license that product. You could see the very last footnote in this is the FDA website.gov. You can go to the FDA website and you can open up the package insert for every one of these. And in section 6.1, as required by federal regulations, it summarizes the clinical trial relied upon to license each of these products. So you could see those numbers for yourself. You do not need to take my word or this pinkish chart word for it. It's right there all on the FDA website. And you could see that for most of these, it was a multi-year period of review after looking for adverse events, and that they compared the group getting Enbrel with a group getting a placebo, Eliquis for 7 years with a placebo, and so forth. And they're also blinded. So the clinical trial investigators, they don't know who's getting the placebo, who's getting the drug. They follow them for that period of time, and then they eventually unblind it and they compare statistically the differential between those two groups. They do it statistically because you don't want to introduce bias. The manufacturer is the one who does the trial. And so this way, you're not really sure what the drug will have effect on human beings. And so this way, by doing it this way, you could see based on a baseline of placebo, what does the safety profile look like? How does it impact the cardiovascular system? How does it impact your nervous system? How does it impact your digestive system? Go down the list of every organ system in your body. And they do that, cancer rates and so forth. When it comes to vaccines, the design of these clinical trials are not as robust. PCV13, that Prevnar 13 is given to babies at 2, 4, 6 months of life and then another shot later. That's the only vaccine on this list. And you can see the safety review period was half a year, and the control used was the PCV7, which was the prior version of Prevnar 13, which is probably okay if Prevnar 7 had been licensed based on a placebo-controlled trial, which we'll take a look at in a minute. But the thing is, a half a year is actually pretty long for a safety review period in a vaccine clinical trial. These are the safety review periods and the control used to license the vaccines given in the first 6 months of life. Each of these vaccines are given 3 times each in the first 6 months of life. And I can assure you that if those numbers look incredible to you, that there was only 5 days of safety review for the hepatitis B vaccine given to a newborn baby, it is incredible. And I didn't, if you told me that without showing me the proof, I wouldn't believe it either. And I'll show you the proof, because if I was trying to make something up about vaccines, I wouldn't have made that up because it doesn't sound credible or believable. But I'll show you that right now in a second. But before I do that, I just want to highlight the difference between how drugs, the clinical trial used to license drugs versus the clinical trial relied upon to license most vaccines, in terms of 3 features. How long the safety review is at, meaning how long do they monitor for adverse events after the injection, what did they compare it against, and how well powered it was, meaning how many people were in the trial. Those are 3 features that will make a good clinical trial. So let's take a look at the first one, Hep B, and I'll just show you this to you directly because let's just, I'm going to just go on the internet so everybody can do this themselves too. Can you see my screen there? So we're going to go to FDA licensed vaccines. Okay, we're going to go to the FDA website. And these are all the licensed vaccines in the United States. So anybody wants to go and see what was relied upon to license any vaccine license, it's right on this page for the most part.
Excuse me.
Yes.
The only thing we see is google.com, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry. It's not going to the browser. Let me see if I escape the presentation. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. Let me see if I do this. Can you see the browser now? Okay. Can you see Google now? Okay. The source of all truth. Here we go. Sorry. So we go to FDA licensed vaccines right here. So you can just search for FDA licensed vaccines. Here is the FDA website right here. You can see at the title, it says vaccines licensed for use in the United States. This page has all the vaccines licensed in the United States by the FDA. If you scroll down, what you will see is there are 4 hepatitis B vaccines listed. Only 2 of them are licensed for newborn babies, Recombivax HB and Engerix B. The other 2 are just for adults. So we'll click on the first one, Recombivax HB. Then you can go to the package insert. Now, whenever you get a drug, there's a little piece of paper inside the box. Well, if you open up that paper, as long as it's not an older drug that hasn't been updated, most of them have been, it will have a table of contents like the one you see on your screen right now. And if you look at this table of contents, you will see in section 6.1 has a clinical trial experience. Federal regulations require that the manufacturer summarize what was the clinical trial relied upon to license the product. So the manufacturer prepares this document and the FDA approves this document. So we'll go down to section 6.1 for Recombavax HB. And when you go down to section 6.1, you will see this is the entire summary, this section right here, other than the issues that they did note during the clinical trial. It's just listed. 6.2 is the post-marketing experience. And this paragraph describes the clinical trial relied upon to license this vaccine for children. I've highlighted it, and I'll read it now. It says, in 3 clinical studies, 434 doses of Recombavax HB 5 micrograms were administered to 147 healthy infants and children up to 10 years of age who were monitored for 5 days after each dose. Now, the first time I read that too, I thought, well, there must be more. Why would the FDA license this product for injection to babies with 5 days of monitoring? Because, most autoimmune issues take weeks minimum to arise. I mean, we deal with vaccine news all the time. So just like it takes, for example, the immunity the vaccines can provide against disease, it takes weeks for those antibodies to build up. Self-antibodies, antibodies that might attack self, those take at least weeks. And then many immune dysregulations like asthma take, typically not diagnosed till a few years old, developmental issues, you name it. Most health issues are not going to be diagnosed in a newborn within 5 days. If it's caused by the product, it can take months, it can take years. That's why, for example, on all the other drugs we looked at, they review safety for years against the placebo. So here, on the other hand, what are we looking at? In terms of how well powered it is, it's only got 147 children. That's not statistic. That does not provide enough power to detect virtually anything. Even if it were, there's no control group. And then separately, the monitoring is only 5 days. We FOIA'd the FDA, and so we've been doing this before COVID. We FOIA'd the FDA for the actual documentation, just like we did for COVID vaccine, that the manufacturer submitted, presuming that in the documentation, you would find safety monitoring, review, adverse events assessment that went on beyond the 5 days. And it's 5 days of safety monitoring. That's what it is. And again, you don't need to take my word for it. I have, let me go back to the slideshow. You can pull up the, I've got links on every slide in this presentation. I have links typically to government or other similar sources where you could see. So, you could see over there, I've got the first link is to the actual package insert we just looked at. The second link is to the clinical trial report that is on the ICANN website because we got that via FOIA request. But obviously, if you click on that, what you will see is the first page is that it's from the FDA, and then you will see the actual clinical trial reports. And you can go into 1,000-something pages. If you're inclined, you can look through them yourself and see exactly what was submitted. Because remember, the FDA doesn't conduct clinical trials. I'm sure you guys know that already. The FDA just reviews the data submitted by the manufacturer to assess whether to the level that to the FDA standard of safe and effective, it meets that standard. That's what it's doing. So
Representative Potenza.
please.
This was a hard one for me. My daughter is vaccine injured from the Hep B, so and I didn't know this level. So there was no placebo at all in any study. She's 17 now. So do you know when this study was done? Was this when they first were rolling it out?
So I believe the first Recombavax HB I believe was licensed in '89. I believe Engerix-B was licensed in '91. Those would be the only 2 standalone Hep B vaccines given to newborn babies.
Follow up.
And I know that this is kind of going into what you're going to talk about in regards with COVID.
Yes.
So have you seen just in time from what it used to be, of course, prior to 1986, a level of speeding things up in a sense of whether there's no clinical trials or very minimal in time frame as we get closer to here we are, in COVID?
Speeding things up in terms of, I'm sorry.
With rolling things out, whether it be, vaccines and other types of drugs, does it seem like things have gone faster?
So since things have gone faster since 1986, but I don't believe, I mean, if you look at the vaccine schedule since 86, it's just been a straight up trajectory. In fact, in the 90s and 2000s, many of the vaccines currently on the childhood schedule came about. But for the COVID vaccine, which I think if you're asking me about that, I don't see the COVID vaccine as rushed in the same way that the public, from my perspective, as being rushed in the same way that it's been in the news. All vaccines have different technology. I mean, people use the term vaccines as a general term, but for example, this vaccine is a recombinant technology. It's recombinant DNA. So this type of hepatitis B vaccine uses a very different technology, for example, than a measles vaccine, which is an attenuated vaccine, or a tetanus or diphtheria, which is a toxoid vaccine. They all have very different technologies, and often those technologies took decades to develop. So they were working on recombinant DNA technology for a very long time before they finally came out with this Hep B vaccine. When it comes to the mRNA, if you're focused at least on the Pfizer and the Moderna products, obviously J&J, AstraZeneca, others had more traditional platforms. But the mRNA platform had been in development for decades, right? I mean, it took the science that underpins the creation of the mRNA technology they've been working on that for a very long time. I mean, first they were trying to figure out, well, how do we keep the RNA from not falling apart, because the body immediately attacks it. So they took out the uridine, right, and they replaced it with a synthetic uridine as one of the amino acids in it, and so the body doesn't recognize it. And then they're like, well, that's still not good enough. We need to get it into the cells. So they, positive, negative, when they're in contact on the cell membrane, they'll let things in. And so they have the LNPs, lipid nanoparticles, with a different charge that they put the synthetic piece of mRNA in, so forth. That didn't happen, and that didn't COVID-19 didn't come around and they came up with all that tech. And there's a ton of other tech related to it. That was decades of development. The Barney Graham at NIAID, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, he runs the vaccine development division there. That's Fauci's institute. Barney Graham's been working on a mRNA vaccine for the first COVID, for SARS-CoV-1 for a long time, along with Moderna, before SARS-CoV-2 came around, before current COVID virus came around. And so in many ways, they just kind of took once they had the sequence, that's why they were able to create it so fast. They pretty much had developed it. So, I mean, from my perspective, no, it's not that different. I mean, and the clinical trials also for the COVID vaccines, I mean, if you're looking at clinical trials, I mean, compared to any other vaccine, they were pretty robust, in my opinion. If I'm going to take a vaccine based on how robust the clinical trial is, I'm taking a COVID vaccine every day based on the clinical trial. Meaning, how long was safety reviewed? COVID vaccines was often for many of them, 6 months. How many people were in the trial? How well powered? They had 30 to 40,000 people. And what was the control? They did have a placebo control, Pfizer and Moderna. They just vaccinated them after an average duration of 2 months, once it was emergency use authorized. So I don't know if that's my perspective on it. I think, I don't know, there's a lot of media outlets that might disagree with my view on that.
Follow up.
Based upon some of the research that I've done in regards with just the technology, the mRNA technology, there's been a lot of information showing, what happened with animals, and so yes, that it had been studied and worked on and researched for a long time, but it wasn't ready for prime time just because of, many of the animals died in those, ferrets and whatnot in studies where created a hyperimmune response. And then,
Yeah.
So,
I mean, just to make sure I'm not talking about mercury or thimerosal right now. That's been pretty much removed from vaccines in 2000. But aluminum adjuvants, which is aluminum hydroxide, there's a few different kinds. Those are used to create, for example, help create immune response. If I just inject you with a bunch of dead protein snippets, your body will probably just gobble it up and get rid of it. So if I just took, a portion of the pertussis bacteria, which is, basically it's all amino acid change, right? Peptides, proteins, and it's dead. It's not replicating. It's not taking over your cells, and you just inject it into you. It's going to have a minimal immune response because your macrophages, your dendritic cells will gobble them up, get rid of them. So you need to create an immune response. And how does the body know that there's danger to have an immune response? You need cellular death, okay? Viruses infect cells. They take them over, they take over the machinery, and they replicate themselves, and the immune system then attacks them. Bacteria cause cellular death. And when you do, that debris, it causes your, the inflammation that you see, which is basically the blood flowing in neutrophils come pouring out of your blood into that area. You create inflammation, you have an immune response. And if it's sustained long enough, your body goes, oh, this is bad. It will start grabbing some of the pieces there and taking them to your lymph nodes looking for the correlate antigen to then create immunity, right? Which we think of as adaptive immunity, right? Versus the immunity that happens just at the site. So I say all that to say aluminum adjuvants are still used in many vaccines as the primary ingredient, one of the primary, as an active ingredient to create an immune response, because aluminum adjuvants cause cellular death. That's why an aluminum can preserve stuff for forever. It kills everything. It's not, human beings have never been exposed to aluminum all of human history. They're locked up with silica in the ground. It's only in very, very modern history for the first time human beings have ever been. We have a use for iron in the body. We have a use for magnesium. Our bodies use all types of different kinds of metals. But there's no biological use of aluminum in the body, none that we're aware of. So, but yet that's in vaccines. And if you want to induce autoimmunity to something in a lab animal, you know what you inject them with? Aluminum adjuvants. You pair it with what you want to create the sensitivity to. You, and there are lots of studies out there. So yeah, you can find studies that show components of vaccines can cause harm out there. And I don't, I'm not sure it's unique to COVID vaccines per se. I think a main differential of COVID vaccine, if I may, is that with lots of these, like with Hep B vaccines, are given to a tiny cohort of children every year, very small percent, and healthcare workers. A very, very small percentage of folks in America get that product every year. So it takes, decades before you really get broad coverage. And so if there are going to be issues with that product, well, you're not going to know from the clinical trial, unfortunately. And if it does happen within the population, it's going to happen at a slow accumulated rate where it could potentially bleed into the background rate. COVID vaccine was given to almost 300 million Americans very, very rapidly. So the issues that product did have, just focusing on the ones that are not, the health authorities are willing to agree are causally related, like myocarditis, pericarditis, thrombosis, thrombocytopenia, so on and so forth, did not bleed into the background rate. It's possible, for example, COVID vaccines had slowly been, introduced in one cohort at a time, and myocarditis among children had slowly increased over 2 decades. The etiology of that increase may have not ever been attributed to COVID-19 vaccines. But that's speculation, just to be sure, what I just said. Okay. This is a deposition, just a little clip of a deposition I took, and of the world's premier vaccinologist. So Dr. Stanley Plotkin, he's the developer of the rubella vaccine. He's worked on numerous other vaccines. You can go down the list. And literally the medical textbook on vaccines is called Plotkin's Vaccines, which you could see that to the left. And this is my exchange with him with regards to precisely the hepatitis B vaccine, Recombivax HB we just looked at. And I think that exchange helps bring home the importance of a clinical trial. So we'll do this. We'll look at this. This is just a few minutes. We'll look at maybe 2 other vaccines super quick, and then we'll move on to COVID vaccine clinical trials. I just want to make sure I set the table in terms of clinical trials, how the FDA looks at COVID trials and so forth, to help put COVID-19 vaccine trials in context.
It's my great honor to use the Stanley Plotkin gavel to open this meeting.
Our good friend and colleague, Dr. Stan Plotkin. Dr. Plotkin. Virtually every country in the world is affected by this vaccine. He was involved in pivotal trials on anthrax, oral polio, rabies vaccine.
rubella vaccine, rotavirus vaccine, rabies.
He has earned the Distinguished Physician Award of the Pediatric Infectious Disease Society, the Finland Award of the National Foundation for Infectious Diseases, the Hillman Award of the American Society of Microbiology, the French Legion of Honor, and the Bruce Medal in Preventive Medicine.
He's a member of the Institute of Medicine and the French Academy of Medicine.
One of the very special things about him is the global impact that he's had, not just from the products, but from his book.
He developed a standard textbook for vaccines in 1988.
Bill Gates calls his book the Bible for Vaccinologists.
I hope you all have indeed read the book, and I hope it's more accurate than the Bible.
He trained just a generation of scientists, including myself, to think like he thinks.
Dr. Plotkin, earlier you testified that there are two Hep B vaccines in the market, one by Glaxo, GSK, that's Engerix-B, and the other one is by Merck, Recombavax HB, right?
Yes,
This is the product, the manufacturer insert for Recombavax HB, correct?
yes,
And the clinical trial experience would be found in section 6.1, correct? Correct? Dr. Plotkin?
yes.
In section 6.1, when you look at the clinical trials that were done pre-licensure for Recombavax HB, how long does it say that safety was monitored after each dose?
Let's see. Uh, 5 days.
Is 5 days long enough to detect an autoimmune issue that arises after 5 days?
No,
Is 5 days long enough to detect any neurological disorder that arose after vaccine after 5 days?
no.
There is no control, correct?
It does not mention any control groups, no.
If you turn to section 6.2, under immune system disorders, does it say that there were reports of hypersensitive reactions, including anaphylactic reaction, bronchospasms, and urticaria having been reported in the first few hours after vaccination?
Yes,
There have been reports of hypersensitivity syndrome,
yes, that's what it states.
reports of arthritis,
It's mentioned.
it also reports autoimmune diseases, including systemic lupus, erythematosus, lupus-like syndrome, vasculitis, polyarteritis nodosa as well, correct?
Yes, that's what it states.
And also it states that under the nervous system disorders, it states that after that, the reports of Guillain-Barré syndrome, correct?
Yes,
As well as multiple sclerosis, exacerbation of multiple sclerosis, myelitis, including transverse myelitis, seizure, febrile seizure, peripheral neuropathy, including Bell's palsy, radiculopathy.
radiculopathy.
Thank you very much. Muscle weakness, hyperkinesia, and encephalitis, correct?
Correct.
These are events that are reported after vaccination, and then just discussed in order to establish whether it's causal between the vaccine and the condition. You need a randomized placebo-controlled study. But that was not done for this hepatitis B vaccine before licensure, was it?
No.
And given that the vaccine now appears on the CDC recommended list, isn't it true that it would now be considered unethical to conduct such a study today?
It would be, yes, it would be ethically difficult.
So I think that that highlights point and this way it's always good to read and see, kind of, so to speak, both sides of it. But there you have it directly from the world's leading vaccinologists in terms of the importance of clinical trials, how you show causation, and the issues with having a clinical trial that's short. I didn't even talk about the fact it was underpowered in that clip. To take super quick look at two more, and then let's turn to COVID vaccines. Pfizer's PCV13, this is Prevnar 13 vaccine. This is the one we looked at earlier. Remember on that chart of purportedly Pfizer's 5 best-selling drugs. And so here it is on the CDC childhood schedule. Now, when you look at the very top, that's from the package insert of Prevnar 13. All right. There is actually a newer version that recently came out, Prevnar 20, but Prevnar 13 is still available. And when they did the clinical trial for Prevnar 13, they did 6 months of safety review. Still not long enough, in my estimation, for a baby, but at least certainly for the work that we do, we'd like far longer safety review duration against a proper control, but 6 months nonetheless. And in that clinical trial, you could see in the very top, it says serious adverse events reported following vaccination in infants and toddlers occurred in 8.2% among Prevnar 13 recipients and 7.2% among Prevnar, that's Prevnar 7 recipients. Now understand, a serious adverse event means something very, very serious on for the FDA. It's, let me see, it's worth just stopping for a second and opening up the FDA website and looking at what that definition means. There we go. What is a serious adverse event is a technical term used by the FDA, typically for clinical trials. It means death, life-threatening, hospitalization, disability, or permanent damage, congenital anomaly, birth defect, required intervention to prevent permanent impairment or damage, or other serious, which usually requires one of the other conditions above, along with another feature. So when you look at serious adverse events mean something very serious. And these are typically, you only enroll children who are healthy in these clinical trials. So you have healthy infants and toddlers who within 6 months, 8.2% of them have a serious adverse event. If 8.2% of all infants and toddlers had a serious adverse event every 6 months, that would be pretty bad in this country. But that said, it's deemed safe by the FDA because the comparator group, and that's how you do safety in clinical trials, you compare the experimental group that getting the experimental product along with the control group. And in this instance, they received the standard of care, which is considered appropriate, Prevnar 7. And it could have been appropriate, absolutely. If Prevnar 7 had been licensed based on a placebo-controlled trial itself that was properly powered and so forth, so you knew the safety profile of Prevnar 7, that, in my opinion, that would have been a valid comparator. But let's take a look at what the clinical trial was relied upon to license Prevnar 7. In the chart right below that, you can see this is an excerpt from the clinical trial for Prevnar 7. That clinical trial reviewed safety for 30 days, and the control group received, and you can see right there, I highlighted in the footnote, right? You can see it says control, dose 1, you can see Prevnar 7 control, Prevnar 7 control, right? And then it's got a little like cross, looks like. And if you go down, it defines what the control is. And the control is an investigational, meaning not licensed, meaning experimental. Investigational meningococcal group C conjugate vaccine, MNCC. This product was never licensed. So in the clinical trial to license Prevnar 7, and if you want to know why they did this, you got to talk to the FDA. But they did. The facts are just there in black and white. They licensed Prevnar 7 based on a clinical trial that compared it to another experimental vaccine. Again, if you told me this, I wouldn't believe you in the street. But this is on the FDA site. You could see the links right there at the top of each of them. You can go look at these yourself, and you can also pull out the underlying documentation from the manufacturer. It's interesting because when we are doing, we got a lot of injury cases from this product, and when we do them, and you look at the, go to PubMed and you look at the post-marketing license literature the fact that this was not really studied before it was licensed properly is actually ubiquitous in the literature itself. But in any event, so that's Prevnar 13, and then we'll look at last one is DTaP. You know, this is this one was compared against DTP. So again, to highlight the importance of what the control group receives, because otherwise, so what? So, you know, you get one group that got 7% adverse event, one's 8%. You say, well, that's similar, so it's safe. It might be safe by FDA standards, but I don't know how safe it would be from the perspective of a typical parent.
Question.
Please.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you. Just for clarification, because I'm taking notes. So with the Prevnar, the PCV 13, you said serious adverse events was 8.2, and in the Prevnar 7 control, what was the rate?
Yes, it's on the screen. 7.2% among the Prevnar 7 recipients. It's
Thank
the top slide.
Let's see.
Piece, right? Oh, you can't see it. I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
We'll get these later, right?
Yes, and this you'll get the whole slideshow later, and this is on the FDA website. Do you want me to go to the FDA website?
I've been pulling it up. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to get it in my notes. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Okay, and then you've got DTaP. That's the one that was discussed a bit earlier. Whole cell pertussis vaccine, which has stopped being used in the United States, and actually, there's no developed country that uses DTP anymore. It's only used in developing countries around the world. And interestingly, it's in the current DTaP vaccine used in the United States. You might say, well, that's better. It's better in terms of safety profile than DTP from the data. That's for sure. But the DTP, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I'm trying to understand if they understood that the tort liability for DTP was times 200 and it was causing adverse effects.
Yes.
But then in this chart, they use that as the control.
Yes. Right. And that's yes. And maybe more troubling is the fact that one of the renowned clinics in Guinea-Bissau, they're Danish, WHO experts in vaccines and so forth. Peter Abe is world renowned. Until he published this study and a series of studies like this, then he was not so world renowned anymore.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Representative Polozov?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Help me understand this question about large thoughts, potential thought against vaccines. Is it unique for this product because we know that many other medical products have side effects and sometimes it takes time? Like we know that aspirin can have some severe side effects. We know that many people take statins and there's some new research that statins might be not so effective and have some side effects. So what is it about vaccines that manufacturers were feeling threatened by that amount of potential tort against vaccines?
They were causing injuries. So the worse the injury, the more damages you get, and the damages and the injuries were severe. So you know, at that time, 2 of those 3 products are no longer with us, OPV and DTP, though the D and the T part are still part of DTaP. I mean, maybe I could answer your question a little bit of a different way and say, look, there are a lot of drugs that are made all the time, and a lot of times those drugs are made for very small populations. They're not meant for millions of people every year in a guaranteed market where it's mandated, right, often. And yet pharmaceutical companies find a way to make profit from those, even when they're given to a small group of sick people, right? So you know, the argument often made is that, well, they need to make money. Well, they're making a lot of money on vaccines. And in fact, it's an increasing percentage of the portfolio of Merck, Pfizer, Sanofi, and GSK in particular. Moderna is a newer player.
Excuse
but
me.
also, yes. No.
Didn't mean to interrupt. If you didn't finished, we have another question.
Oh, yeah, sure. So obviously I don't know what's in the hearts and minds of the Congress when they passed the 1986 Act, though I can say that in the 70s, there was the swine flu vaccine debacle, you may recall that, and it caused GBS and other issues, and CDC, denied it, then admitted part of it. And so the manufacturers were afforded immunity, remember back then, because they, and that worked out well for them. And so, from an industry perspective, the 86 Act made sense. You guys know this, legislative bodies are complex, lots of people, lots of interests, lots of moving pieces. I'd rather litigate all day long than to hang out in the halls of what you folks do. I give you guys a lot of credit to get along, and it's wonderful. I think that could have been instructive, and it certainly helped drive the industry. Also, the parents at that time who had vaccinated children actually also were helped drive the adoption of the act, but when its initial iteration didn't include immunity liability, its initial iteration was intended for compensating injured children in something called the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. The liability protection was added at the last second. So, it was a debated point, but there was a confluence of interests of different people who wanted different things, and you ended up with what you ended up. Please, I'm sorry.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My research on DPT, and I just wanted to, if you are familiar, and I'm sure you are, wasn't we were kind of like forced into it. Wasn't there decades that went by where other countries had dropped that, and we were still.
Yeah, so Japan was the first in the 70s to switch off of wholesale pertussis, and other countries, as you noted, dropped it. By the 90s, I don't think there was virtually any developed country that was using. I think we were probably one of the last ones. I would want to verify that. But I would have known this at one point because we had a long exchange with UNICEF about this precise product, because all the studies show, there's a dozen studies that show that actually kids who get DTP versus not have increased overall mortality. There's less deaths from tetanus, less deaths from pertussis, and less deaths from diphtheria, but all cause mortality amongst those who get DTP versus not. In this particular study, you could see right here in Guinea, that was done by Peter Abe, you had 10 times the number of kids, 10 times the kids who died who got DTP only versus kids who got nothing. So this has actually been a big controversy at the WHO and UNICEF, because UNICEF is the main procurer and distributor of DTP vaccine worldwide. It's the most common, widely used vaccine in the world. I don't want to get too far astray from COVID vaccines, but in 2000, the WHO convened they have a bunch of advisory vaccine committees, and they convened a committee to actually specifically look at what they call the non-specific effects of vaccines. Death beyond all-cause death would be considered a non-specific effect, meaning it's having effect that's not intended by the product. And the question was, does this vaccine increase or reduce mortality? The WHO report from 2016, I believe, found about 15 studies. I think around 12 of them showed an increased risk. 3 showed, I believe, a decreased risk. And they found it inconclusive. Now, all those studies, mind you, are all, and this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, they're all retrospective epidemiological studies, as they must be. They're not prospective. They're not clinical trials. So proving causation is very difficult, right? Even though this study, that's on your screen, just found a 10 times risk, even that, from an epidemiological perspective, cannot prove causation, because it's looking at it typically, hysterically. I mean, sometimes the body of evidence is just overwhelming, and they'll look at case reports, they'll put in all kinds of other things that they look at, and especially when they can find a mechanism of action. So with all of that said, the conclusion that the WHO reached at the time was, they said, well, there's 3 problems with all of these studies. Number one, they were introduced along with OPV vaccine. So we don't know what the effect of OPV is versus DTP. One. Number two, they were introduced in an environment where diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis were not common anymore. What would the numbers look like if you did the study when there was no vaccine around, right? Meaning when the vaccine was first introduced, because that is, you have a different background, population, and disease. And those are the two. And the third issue they took was they said it's not randomized sufficiently. Okay. So these folks, Abe, again, you can look them up. You can look up Peter Abe, Christine Ben. They are, I mean, they'll tell you measles vaccine is the best thing since sliced bread, right? They'll tell you that attenuated vaccines have the opposite effect, right? They're incredible. It means they're in any event. The important point is this: they did this study to address exactly those three issues. One, they looked at it without OPV, as you can see on this chart. Two, they looked at the data from when DTP was first introduced into Guinea-Bissau to get rid of the background rate issue. And the way it was introduced is that they vaccinated kids based on essentially birthdays, which is considered a valid form of randomization. So they said, hey, look, WHO, UNICEF, we addressed your three issues. So we actually, our firm had a long exchange with the WHO, with UNICEF about this. We said, here it is. This is the best data you're ever going to get. Unless you do a clinical trial, which you're never going to do. This is it. You're never getting better data than this. UNICEF engaged in an exchange and then decided that they didn't have a response. There is no better data. We demanded it over and over. They wouldn't provide it. We actually petitioned the ICC, which has jurisdiction over UNICEF, but they declined to investigate further. Anyways, that's a digression. But yes, DTP, DPT was used as the control for DTaP. And so this shows you, I do all that to show, this was all the exchanges we had with the government. I do all that to show you I just want to highlight wow, that was lucky. Take lucky over good any day. The three real features, the important features of a clinical trial, which are how long the safety was reviewed, what was the control, and the duration of, and how powered it is, how many people participated, and show you what that looks like in the world of vaccines versus drugs. And I think that could help put into context how the FDA then approached COVID vaccines. Drugs are licensed there's a drug division at the FDA, and then there's a biologics division. And the biologics division is just separate. And the biologics is primarily vaccines. There are other biologics beyond vaccine, biological products. But that is, for them, those type of trials are pretty typical. If I'll throw this out there too, if anybody wants to see all the specifics for each of the, can you see the chart on your screen? Yeah. You can go to this chart, and this chart has, for those who are interested, every single current vaccine, and it's got a link to the FDA website, to the clinical trial data that was relied upon to license it, as well as a summary chart. You can see what the control was. You can see how long the safety review period was after injection, and you could see the sources all back to the FDA, or in some instances, the sources are back to the ICANN website because it was done via FOIA. We FOIA'd for most of these underlying documents to see, and you can, and a little note there that kind of gives some context for some of them to understand what was it, because the current product, if they're testing against the prior product, then you want to know, okay, well, that prior product, what was that tested against? And obviously that's good. That's important to know. Okay. COVID-19 vaccines. So here we are for the Pfizer, Moderna. There were about 15 to 20,000 folks in the experimental group versus the placebo group. We mentioned this earlier already. On average, there was a placebo control group. On average, it was for 2 months, meaning once it was emergency use authorized, they vaccinated pretty much the entire placebo group, despite the FDA actually kind of pushing them, pharma companies, not to do it, to the FDA's credit, frankly. But they did it anyway. They send letters out to all of them essentially saying, hey, come and get this, more or less. And when I say an average of 2 months, just make sure what that means is some had been in the trial for 4 months, some had been in for 1 month, but on average, the placebo control group had been in for around 2 months. Okay, so there were some that were more than 2 months. Okay, and obviously that's in contrast to the other vaccines. So from the FDA's perspective, despite the public saying these clinical trials are not robust enough, they don't meet historical standards, these clinical trials are incredibly robust based on historical standards. Certainly from the FDA perspective, certainly from the perspective of Dr. Peter Marks, who runs the biologics division, the vaccine division of the FDA, I think he thinks these trials were incredible from his perspective and went, beyond what they typically had done historically, certainly from virtually all the childhood vaccines. Yes.
Just a quick question on that. Now, you mentioned that the FDA pushed back and asked them to keep the placebo group. Is that my understanding?
Yes, the FDA expressed a preference, and we know this. We have we do a lot of FOIA requests on the internal communications. They expressed a preference, and this was also spilled over into the media too. This was not just in the internal documents. They expressed a preference that the placebo group remain intact. Obviously, not to the degree where the pharmaceutical companies felt they must, but they did express a preference. At least certain corners of them did. And as you know, there was also an I don't know, familiar with Dr. Gruber and Dr. Krause at the FDA. They were the two people directly below Peter Marks. They quit in the middle of it. And anyways, there are committee hearings like this right now where Peter Marks and all those folks are being hauled in, is my understanding, and closed door rooms though.
Right. So I guess my question is if the FDA, could they have insisted, or did they have any control over it in saying, even though it is going to be used as an emergency use, you still need to keep that placebo group intact so that we can?
So the procurement contracts had already been signed. Pharma companies had already received billions of dollars. The presidents of the United States, first Trump, then Biden, had both widely touted and promoted these products to the American public, assured everybody to get it. Operation Warp Speed was in full swing. I don't think the pharma companies were probably very worried that the FDA was going to pull their authorizations. I'm going to speculate that. I'm going to go on a limb.
Representative Potenza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based upon specifically the control group and keeping that in a sense pure, doesn't history compared to other, I don't call the COVID injections vaccines, I call them experimental gene therapy. I don't like using the word vaccine for it, but in any case, is there history of that happening? Does that usually happen in any other, in history with other quote unquote traditional vaccines? Where we're keeping things separate so we can have data stay in a pure fashion? Because after 30 days, you're saying they injected the placebo or the control group?
They, once it was given EUA approval, the Pfizer, Moderna, respectively, you could say offered, but really, when you look at the way they were offering it, they were really, in my opinion, encouraging all of the participants to, if they wanted, they could go to Pfizer or Moderna and say, hey, I'd like to be unblinded. I'd like to know what I got, the placebo or the vaccine. And because for the purposes, if they got the placebo, to get the shot. And so most of them did that.
Follow up?
Here's the thing. Here's part of what I believe what the FDA was saying to them. Said, look, we had the Institute of Medicine do this big study of who should get the shots because they're not going to have limited supply at the beginning. So you recall the Institute of Medicine, which is now known as National Academy of Medicine, put out a report, and they assess, okay, first, there's prioritization between the elderly and healthcare workers and so forth. You guys remember that back in December 2020. And so different cohorts of Americans, depending on their station and what they did, were supposed to get in line, so to speak, and get the shot. And so one of the arguments that was even made, I believe at the time, by I think the FDA, if not directly, at least insinuated this, and said, look, these clinical trial participants are not in that line. They're not the folks who should even be getting it now. Right? December 2020, why don't you at least wait for them to get it in a normal course? So when they're up in the queue in, let's say, April, after the elderly got it, the healthcare workers got it, school teachers got it. I don't remember the queue, by the way. I might get the order wrong. I don't remember who got what first. I do remember there's a big report on it. So fine. So if they're a healthcare worker, they should get it when they get it. But if they're like a healthy 22-year-old, and they're not up until July, then let them get it in July like everybody else. Why rush to go and vaccinate the entire placebo group? Why? It's a great question. You should ask whoever you have here testifying to answer that. It's a great question. I don't have the answer though. You should probably bring in a pharmaceutical representative from Moderna or Pfizer and ask them that question, because it's a great question. I think the answer is pregnant, but I don't want to speculate. Okay. So, look, as we talked about earlier, and now we'll get into some of the data in the Pfizer clinical trial. When you do a clinical trial, the whole idea is you are evaluating a product that's new. You don't know the effects on the human body, and hence you want to avoid bias, and you do a statistical comparison, right? It's kind of like the way you do studies often in science. You have a study plan and you stick to it. You don't change it mid-course, right? You don't want to inject bias. So what is the most important thing that we're trying to prevent with COVID-19 vaccines? It was death, right? That was the idea. To be sure, 2019 versus 2020, I think something like an additional 400,000 Americans died, all-cause mortality. So in 2019, I think there was 2.7 million Americans died or something like that. In 2020, 3.2 million died. COVID presumably killed some of those folks, if not many. How much of it had to do with changes that we implemented as a society? That'll be debated probably forever. But what we want to do is avoid injecting that bias. And so in the clinical trial, here's a report from Pfizer in July of 2021. Excuse me. And it was in the New England Journal of Medicine. And in that report, as of July 2021, remember, the vaccine was authorized in December 2020. So this is now 7 months later. Clinical trial data is finally coming out in a published public forum. And what it showed was that in the vaccinated group, in the experimental group, 15 people died, all cause, not COVID, all cause. And 14 died in the placebo group, all cause. They said, I believe 2 died of COVID in the placebo, 1 died of COVID in the vaccinated group. So the vaccine that wasn't considered statistically significant to reduce death. So they never claimed it did. And you can look at the EUA and you can look at the licensure documents. They don't claim it reduces deaths because it's not a statistically significant finding. And I'm not saying that 15 to 14 is a statistically significant finding either, because it's not. But it please.
So what you're saying is in their clinical trial in July 2021, 15 people that were vaccinated died and 14 that had the placebo died, and it could have been for any reason.
Any reason, all-cause mortality,
Okay.
any reason whatsoever.
Okay. But of those 15 that were vaccinated, 1 actually died of COVID, and in the placebo group, 2 actually died of COVID.
That's my understanding.
Thank you. Representative Potenza.
Based upon that July 2021 report, the placebo, was it still truly the placebo?
It was the placebo group for the duration that they had a placebo group, right? Meaning it was at this point really historical data, but that's when it was published in the New England Journal of Medicine. So, and I was, at that point we were already fighting with the FDA to get all this data, and the FDA fought us and said, no, we're not giving it to you. We'll give it to you at a pace of 500 pages a month, which would have taken 75 years, based on the number of documents they had told us at that point. So, but here's the interesting part about this comparison. Okay, when you drill down, and this chart that you see in front of you shows the cause of death attributed for each one of these people that died. So when you drill down into the causes of death, what you do find is that those that died from cardiovascular reasons were dying at twice the rate pretty much in the vaccinated group. So, all the rows in red, I don't know if you could see it, but, basically cardiac arrest, cardiac failure, and so forth, and, heart attacks. There were 2, 6, 7, 8, 9 folks in the vaccinated group that died from cardiovascular issues. But in the placebo group, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 died of cardiovascular issues. Now that differential, again, you'd want to have an epi statistician look at that, but that's quite a differential. And there's that one group that's did an analysis of that does provide that it's significant. But I limited what I was citing here today to only FDA, CDC, and high impact journal sources for the most part, so that everybody can feel comfortable with the data they're looking at.
Thank you. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to get a little bit of detail to help paint this picture, because we're talking July of 21. We're talking the height, really, of fear and panic over COVID. We're talking at a time where they were issuing an emergency use authorization for a drug to treat this pandemic. That was a lot of fear being struck into people's hearts. First, can you tell me, am I accurate that the total size of this study was roughly 60,000? Is that?
The total size was about 43,000 people.
Okay, 43,000.
So about 21. You could see it at the top there, at the end. There's about 21,900 in each of these two groups.
Okay, and the total length of the study was about how long?
So at least the safety review period was 6 months.
6 months.
At least pursuant to the study plan.
So to really clarify, at the height of the pandemic, in a clinical study in which over 40,000 people, a pandemic that was striking fear into the people's hearts that this was going to be rampant and kill tons and tons and tons of people, we had a total of 29 deaths occurring out of 43,000 over a 6-month period.
In the clinical trial, yes.
Thank you.
Now,
Representative Polzoff.
Oh, please.
Thank you for taking question. Just to clarify, I understand. So 21,000 people in the placebo group, they were observed for 6 months, but they were vaccine free only for first 2 months.
On average, they were, yes, that's right. They when they crossed over, so they turned it into a crossover study. First a placebo. When they crossed over into became vaccinated, they continued to follow them. So actually within the folks in the placebo who became unblinded, there were 5 additional deaths in the vaccinated group. But obviously it's hard to compare that to anything because they were the placebo group. But yes, on average 2 months. Yeah, they continued to observe them. Interestingly, when the FDA apparently crunched the numbers, they issued a report on this data. So what I just showed you here, this is what Pfizer told the public in the New England Journal of Medicine in July 2021. You can read the article yourselves in the New England Journal of Medicine. Then you can go, and on the bottom left there is the link to the FDA report. So this is the FDA's summary report with regards to the Pfizer trial. And in the FDA report, it said 21 people died in the vaccinated group and 17 died in the placebo group during the period that they were, meaning they matched them up so that they were looking at them in like durations, right? Meaning it's not the vaccinated group, the 21 deaths were not continuing to look beyond when essentially the placebo group was vaccinated. So here you are in November of 2021, and the FDA is finally releasing what the clinical trial data shows. And from a statistical comparison, which is the way these trials should be done, you had 21, according to the FDA, deaths in the vaccinated group, 17 in the placebo group, all-cause mortality. If the purpose of this product was to reduce deaths, the trial certainly didn't show that on an all-cause mortality basis. Now, what's extremely concerned, and there's the quote, from dose 1 through March 31, 2021, data cutoff date, right? There were a total of 38 deaths, 21 in the commodity group and 17 in the placebo group. None of the deaths were considered related to vaccination. Well, who did that? Who considered them unrelated? Pfizer. It is under the FDA's regulations for conducting clinical trials. It is the sponsor. So the WHO guidance would actually have left it to the principal investigator of each clinical trial site, which would also be paid by Pfizer. But in the US, the FDA actually leaves it to the sponsor themselves to make a causality determination. Here's the interesting part from my perspective, for what it's worth. When it came to, for example, determining this vaccine was efficacious at reducing symptoms, right? What did they license it based on? Not reduction of mortality. Remember, if anybody read the EUA documentation at the time, not reduction in serious harm, but on the reduction of symptoms. And they did that by doing a comparison where they said there was about, I forgot the number now, 6, 7, or 8 folks in the vaccine group that had symptoms, that tested positive with some symptoms. And there were about 100 something in the placebo group who tested positive with symptoms, putting aside that there were about 600 other people who were never tested who had symptoms. And there were a few thousand people with symptoms in the study that they put us, and this is all done by Peter Doshi at University of Maryland. After we got all the data from the clinical trial from the FDA, you could see that there were thousands of individuals in this trial who should have been tested too, and who knows what the outcome would have been. But they did a statistical comparison between those numbers, and they said 95% effective because you only had about, whatever, like 6 or 7 in the vaccinated with some symptoms that tested positive, and about 100 in the placebo that had some symptoms that tested positive. They didn't look under the hood there. They didn't do a individualized, inject your judgment bias into the study to make that comparison. They said, nope, 95% effective. But when it came to the deaths, the more important number, then they let Pfizer inject its bias and do a death-by-death assessment of whether it's related. And lo and behold, despite 21 deaths in the vaccinated and 17 in the placebo, not my numbers, FDA's numbers, it's on their site, you can look at it yourself, they let Pfizer conclude that none of them are related to vaccination. Yes.
Excuse me. So when did the FDA know? I mean, they're saying that this report was November 2021 and the other one was July of 2021. But when did the FDA actually know what the numbers were? Do we know that?
I don't know the precise date that Pfizer submitted the data to the FDA or when Marks, Gruber, Krauss, or their statistical review or EPI teams finally looked at it and crunched it. But this is also, just to be sure, not uncommon in the sense that the assessment of causality, unfortunately, it shouldn't be this way, and I don't know why it is, but is left to the sponsor for things like this.
Representative Lucas.
Has any follow-up been done as far as who those 100 people were and who those 6 or 7 people were and their characteristics and how they were chosen, any of that?
Yeah. Yes. The British Medical Journal, the BMJ, considered one of the most prestigious journals in the world. Not in a peer-reviewed studies in that journal, to be sure, but in pieces published by at least one of the members of the editorial staff, Dr. Peter Doshi, who is a pharmacologist at the University of Maryland. He took an interest, to his credit, in looking at those numbers carefully. And what I was saying to you earlier about how when he looks at the data, let me put it this way. We had millions of Americans test all day long, every other day, right? They could have easily just had all 43,000 participants test once a week. Done. Easily, right? Then you would know whether the vaccine stopped transmission. You would know every instance of somebody who had symptoms, whether or not they had, whether they were in the vaccine, whether they had COVID or not, the vaccine, unvaccinated. But they didn't do that. They didn't do that. They only tested in certain instances in the clinical trial. And so that's why you ended up with those small numbers. To be sure, a lot of, like I was saying before, there were hundreds of people that had symptomatologies consistent potentially with COVID in the trial that were not tested. That's just what the clinical trial documents show. Why? That's another question. That maybe you can ask. You should bring in Peter Marks here and ask him, why would they do that? It would have been so easy to just test everybody once a week. But anyway.
Representative Potenza.
I think what you just brought up in regards with testing is huge. Just to kind of, I'd have to go look it up, but when did whether it was the CDC or the FDA come out with and basically pull the PCR test? Was that December of 22 when they came out? I know they came out with a statement several months earlier because they knew that the tests were not accurate. Of course, it depended on how the cycles were. You could test positive for COVID, even though you might have had COVID and you had antibody, all of that kind of stuff. So kind of understanding that.
Yeah, it's a great question, actually. I don't know the interplay between the timing of these trials and when they updated and corrected the PCR testing. I don't know. It's a good question, though. I don't know.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My other question is, okay, so this report came out November 2021, and from their quote, from dose 1 through March 13th, 2021. So do we know when that dose 1 was? So, yeah, so what was the time frame from dose 1 till March 13th, 2021? And since you're, from answering before, you said it was historical, are we sure that that placebo group was not injected from dose 1 to March 13th, 2021?
There were folks in the placebo group that were injected during that period, but this comparison is doing a comparison basically on a time sensitive basis between the placebo and the vaccinated group. It would be invalid to compare the vaccinated group for the entire duration of the trial against just the placebo group for a limited, because it was a more limited time period. So you time adjust it to end up with basically apples to compare to apples. So these are supposed to be comparison. Now, also, this wasn't, to be sure, this wasn't retrospective in that the trial itself was prospective. And had they just done a straight statistical comparison, that would be what you're supposed to do in a prospective trial. By letting Pfizer inject its bias, it basically converted it into a retrospective study. Like going back to this chart from July where you could see you had 9 deaths from cardiovascular issues amongst the 15 that died in the vaccinated and 5 deaths in the placebo group from cardiovascular issues. Like that should have been a statistical comparison that should have been done, and it wasn't. It's just teased out. We teased it out, but it's in there. It's sitting right there in the reported data because they just say They just let Pfizer conclude none of these are related. Shouldn't have done that, in my opinion. What they should have done is just force the statistical comparison. Okay, we had 9 cardiovascular deaths in the vaccinated, 5 in the placebo group. That's a pretty big differential. That's something we should, that could be statistically significant, or at the least say, look, the whole point here is to reduce mortality. And if we're having more deaths in the vaccinated group, that's an issue. Maybe we shouldn't let Pfizer determine causality. It's not like 10 folks in the placebo group were in a plane crash. Okay. They were dying of things actually that you could, and we now know can be ascribed to the vaccine in some degree, right? Cardiovascular issues, for example. Okay. So we asked the FDA, by the way, this precise question. We said, is it too small on the screen? Oh, okay. We sent a letter to the FDA, and there's a link to it. We said, why are the death data from a randomized controlled trial treated like a clinical case series, like a retrospective study, rather than an RCT when it comes to assessing causality, right? They didn't do that for the other stuff, but they did it for deaths. Why? So the FDA's response was, we're unable to respond substantively at this time due to resource constraints and the ongoing pandemic response. And now that was years ago. We followed up numerous times since then. They still have no answer to that really important question. And of all the questions you don't have time for, they should have had an answer to this question. They should have had it like this. It's not something you should have to look into. But there's still no response to that. They complain. They also went on in the letter to complain about how much we sue them and FOIA them. But, in any event.
Excuse me, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to quickly return to kind of what I was trying to get at before, which is we have this study, 43,000 people over a period of 6 months at the height of the fear of the pandemic. We have a grand total of, I believe it was 29 deaths during that period of time, of which 3 were attributed to COVID. Now, I understand because as you mentioned, there was some perhaps somewhat convoluted rationale given for approving the emergency use authorization for the drug. But I'm actually want to go one step back from that and say, in 6 months, 43,000 people being studied, 3 died of COVID. What was the justification for the emergency in the first place?
I mean, I'll answer like a lawyer. The justifications are set out by the president in his declaration of emergency, the secretary and his secretary of HS in his, and then the FDA and their in their rationale for granting emergency use authorization. I mean, they do lay them out why they believe these were emergencies at the time.
Representative Tellez.
Thank you. Thank you. You've been laying out a lot of really helpful information. So what I'm wondering is a couple things. Were there other clinical trials? And then by July of 2021, how many people had received a COVID vaccine worldwide, and what kinds of impacts did we see? And then related to the last question, what was the sort of population of participants in the clinical trial versus the people who were actually dying from COVID? Let's focus on the United States. Because, we already agreed there were people who were more at risk.
Yeah.
Age, other things.
Yeah. I mean, according to the CDC, I believe the average age of somebody dying from COVID is pretty close to the average age of people who just die in general on an all-cause basis. So obviously the average age of death from COVID was really high. So to answer your last question in terms of what is the demographics of those in the clinical trial versus the demographics of those in the general population, the clinicaltrial.gov would have a copy of should have that information. How much of a 1-to-1 it is, I don't know offhand, but that can be easily assessed. I mean, I'm certain, I do know that certain high-risk groups are not included in the clinical trial because that creates complications, though there were some folks. In terms of your other 2 questions, I think my next slide might answer, 2 slides might answer that. I think might answer your question. And that is, if you look over here, you can debate all day long whether or not somebody died of COVID, or did they die of COVID vaccine, or did they die of lockdown, or, I'm sure you all are familiar with this debate out there. There's been a lot of debate about how do you attribute the deaths. Did more people die because they now didn't have access to cancer care? Did they die because they didn't have access to what have you? One number that's hard to debate, it's typically binary, is death. Either you died or you didn't die. And so looking at all-cause mortality, just meaning all deaths, period, I think helps provide not a perfect way to look at the answers to your question, Representative, but I think a window into an answer to your question. So in 2019, this is all CDC data, and it's got the link right there. It said that pre-COVID, there were 2.85 million deaths registered in the United States. In 2020, there were 3.38 million deaths. So, that's when COVID was raging through the country, if you watch the news. And presumably those who are most susceptible to COVID would have died during that period. That's when there was the nursing homes, and a lot of folks were dying who were elderly. The first COVID vaccine was authorized in December 20th, I believe, of 2020. And pretty much nobody got the shot until basically 2021. And so if COVID vaccine was going to have a significant reduction in mortality in America, you would presumably see it in the all-cause mortality number, right? I mean, look, there were, what is that? Like about 500,000 more deaths in 2019, 2020. It's a lot more deaths, right? So that's way above baseline. You'd expect a reduction, especially because presumably those who are most susceptible to death from COVID would have succumbed in 2020. But yet in 2021, when we went and we vaccinated most of America, and to answer your question, if you look on the left, that's a chart of the daily COVID-19 vaccine doses administered. So it's supposed to be a daily data point. I mean, that there was one day alone, a few months into 2020, where they vaccinated 3.5 million Americans. This is just the United States. So, in the first few months they vaccinated, I don't know the number exactly, but it was a lot of folks. Going through 2020, they basically had fully vaccinated. I mean, majority of Americans had gotten the shot. A super majority of Americans had gotten the shot. But yet you did not see all-cause mortality go down. You, in fact, saw it go up. The CDC registered in 2021, after we vaccinated the whole country, 3.46 million deaths. And the part that I think should have been alarming to health authorities is that the average age of deaths skewed towards a younger curve. So you had more younger folks as compared to 2020 dying. But even if we put that aside, if you want to argue that COVID vaccines reduce mortality, I think these numbers make it a harder case to make. I use these numbers because when you look at all the studies out there, you've got the clinical trial data that clearly shows far more people died in the vaccinated group. Then what are you left with? You're left with, again, people taking historical data and introducing their bias to it, epidemiological studies. And there's lots of them out there. And by the way, they cut both ways. There's all kinds of studies about mortality and COVID vaccines. Some of them huge cohorts, some small cohorts, some more robust than others, but most of them historical, except for a number of countries who were publishing weekly or monthly statistics on mortality, hospitalizations, cases, and transmission, like England, like Scotland. And when the numbers inverted between the vaccinated and unvaccinated group, all those cohorts disappear. We have copies of those if the committee would like them. And they stopped publishing those numbers. Again, it's just a historical fact. So, the numbers, interestingly, in my assessment, that you see all cause in a population basis in the United States comports actually with the clinical trial data on a statistical level. And you also, if you look at you might say, okay, well, maybe more people died overall, but maybe we had less COVID deaths. This is also far from, I wouldn't get on a stand and testify to this under a Darboux standard in federal court, but you can eyeball this chart, and you can look at the cumulative confirmed COVID deaths according to our world in data. Okay, as reliable that is. They say it's WHO COVID-19 dashboard, so they're sourcing from the WHO, and they're saying, and you can look actually starting when they started the vaccination, the death curve doesn't flatten. In fact, even if you look at it after the peak in COVID vaccine, so. In any event, you can make any epidemiological study show anything you want. The large numbers on these statistical basis, I think, are probably more reliable to look at. Okay, and really, I'm not going to say this again, but really, why bother conducting a clinical trial when the numbers don't show what you want, then you do a subjective assessment. But when they show what you want, you do it statistically. It doesn't make sense to me. And I'm going to show you just, I'm going to go through a few more little data points here about the trials. One is, and then we'll wrap up the clinical trial piece of this. The Pfizer clinical trial, there was one for 16 and older. That's what we just looked at. Separately, and that's what it was authorized for in December 2020, for 16 and older. Separately, to get an authorization and licensure for 12 to 15-year-olds, there was a separate clinical trial. Okay, in this clinical trial, they vaccinated a grand total of 1,131 kids. Maddie DeGarry, our client, is one of those children. Okay, you could see a picture of her on October 20th doing a handstand. January 16th, this is her doing a TikTok video. And this is January 20th. She goes in for a second Pfizer dose, not as just a person in the public, as a clinical trial participant. Do you know how I know her parents were not against vaccines? She participated in a clinical trial. Just get the vaccine, right? They wanted to do their part. They wanted to step up and help. This is Maddie. You can see in the video on the left. She had, within 24 hours, she was in an emergency room, a cascade of emergency room visits that eventually resulted in her being in a wheelchair and have a feeding tube. She basically has a form of, neurological disorder, which is common type of injury, at least when there's a vaccine injury. All right. So a lot of vaccine injuries that we deal with are immune or immune-mediated neurological issues, like Guillain-Barré syndrome, transverse myelitis. You can go down the list. It's basically where your immune system attacks your nerves. In the case of, for example, GBS, starts in your periphery, works your way up. You could recover. You can end up paralyzed. We have all types of GBS cases at our firm that we bring. So now the fact that Maddie was injured by a vaccine is okay. Drugs injure people. It happens. The real concern from a regulatory perspective is how the FDA dealt with it. That is the real travesty. Not in any way to minimize the pain and harm to Maddie. So this, now that we got all of the documents that Pfizer submitted to the FDA to license its COVID vaccine, this is what the Pfizer reported Maddie's injury to the FDA as. They reported it as functional abdominal pain. They did not say she's in a wheelchair. They did not say she couldn't walk. They did not say she has a feeding tube. They basically said it's in her head and she got a tummy ache. And it's a the reason that it's a Siri LLP link, not a FDA link, by the way, is because we had to file a lawsuit in Southern District of Ohio to get these documents from the FDA. What did Pfizer tell the public about Maddie? Well, here's its published report in May 27, 2021. It says there were no vaccine-related serious adverse events in its trial. That's what it told the public. I believe that's, again, the New England Journal of Medicine. Now, we at our firm, I mentioned earlier, we do vaccine injury cases. We have 3 medical professionals on staff. We have, lawyers and paralegals, and we litigate vaccine injuries all day. We don't do them against pharma companies. You can't because of the 86 Act. We do them in a little federal program called the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, and I'll tell you about that later. But we review medical records all day long to assess causality and whether we can prove causality in court. If I could bring a case for Maddie in court, I could easily prove that no question the Pfizer's vaccine is the causal reason. There's no differential diagnosis. There's no other reason. And there's a biological reason, plausible reason for how it was caused, and all the records showed that the etiology was from the vaccine. In any event, we sent numerous detailed letters with access to all of Maddie's medical records to the FDA, saying, "Hey, FDA, this is what the Pfizer told the public, and here's what Pfizer told you, and we're telling you this is not true. This is not true. Maddie was seriously injured, and you know what? Even if Pfizer doesn't think it's from the vaccine, the reporting requirements required it provide that information. That's the whole idea of a clinical trial. You assess, you gather all the reactions. Now, you want to then say it's not the vaccine, fine, but you got to report it." And we said, either way, even if you conclude the vaccine didn't cause it, which I don't know how you do that, Pfizer should be in huge trouble for not telling you about this. Not just not telling you, misrepresenting to you that this was functional abdominal pain. That first link, you can read all our letters, and they're detailed. They're medical. I had our medical professionals detailed all of it, and we finally got a response in February 26, 2022. So months later. And you can go and read that response yourself. The response from the FDA was, have Maddie file a VAERS report. I literally can't make that up. I encourage everyone to read it. That was their response. Here's what's incredible. An onslaught of folks kept contacting the FDA about Maddie. And in June of 2021, and this is from our lawsuit in the Southern District of Ohio, we sued the FDA because they wouldn't give us the documents. Thank God for FOIA, Freedom of Information Act. And we finally got all the internal emails within the FDA regarding Maddie to Gary, including email communications where somebody who's very, very, very wealthy emails Janet Woodcock, who was then the acting director, commissioner of the FDA. And so that apparently finally prompts her to then email Dr. Peter Marks, the head of the vaccine division, who then emails a bunch of other folks and say, can you guys look into this? Our letters didn't do it. Maddie being on national news didn't do it, but apparently this did it. I don't know why. They email Pfizer and they say, Pfizer, what's up with this situation with Maddie? Pfizer emails back a detailed report for the first time explaining all the issues she had. Okay? For the first time. If I'm at the FDA, my response should be, what the heck? Why didn't you tell me this before? And what else are you hiding from me? But that's not the exchange. That link at the bottom, I encourage everybody to read. You want to see how the FDA works? You want to see how the sausage is made? You should read this internal email exchange about Maddie to Gary. When you read this assessment by Pfizer, you would think, oh my God, there it is. Pfizer's admitting it was the vaccine, because that's the way it reads. And at the very end, it says the PI, the principal investigator, who's paid by Pfizer, did not feel the subject's symptomatology, that's how they spelled it, was consistent with a vaccine-related adverse event. And that was it. That's where the chain ends. They email that back up the chain, and they just accept that conclusion. There's nothing in the communication to see that Pfizer is going to be investigated. Pfizer is going to be in trouble for this. Are they going to do another audit of its documents? Are they going to look further into this? Are they going to contact Maddie's family? They're going to contact us? Nothing. I'm sorry, please.
What do you mean he did not feel?
He didn't feel. I didn't feel like having coffee this morning. I felt like having two. He didn't feel that her injuries were consistent with the vaccine. It isn't incredible. It's incredible because remember, you're talking about a product that's new. The whole point of the clinical trials is to see what issues it could cause that are unknown. And he says, well, this doesn't fit with what basically I understand a vaccine to be able to cause. So it's not vaccine related.
So just to follow up on that. So as an investigator who's paid by the company that's making the vaccine, isn't it his job to assess and not feel?
That was his assessment.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just kind of wanted you to repeat this because I think it's so important for it to be said. This is was authorized under emergency use authorization. It was done in a way that pushed things out before really having enough knowledge, I believe, and doesn't fall under any sort of traditional quote unquote vaccine. So you're telling me they based it off of, let's say, for example, an MMR of adverse effects because it didn't follow some of those things. And that's what they based upon, in a sense.
Well, I think you might be giving Dr. Frank too much credit there. It's his assessment of what he feels is a vaccine-related adverse event.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The documents that came out that Pfizer was withholding for a period of time that was, I believe, almost 9 pages long of different side effects that you could have, was that released at this point?
So it wasn't Pfizer withholding, by the way, it was the FDA, because it was Pfizer has no obligation to produce documents to the public. The only reason the FDA had to produce those to the public was because of the Freedom of Information Act. And I don't think our lawsuit had yet received an order to produce the documents at this point. And you're testing. I'm not sure if that page of potential adverse events that Pfizer had listed was public yet.
Thank you.
I'd have to check.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to take just a second. I have up here a website article I wanted to quickly note in the record, statnews.com, August 9th, 2021, indicating as the FDA was searching for a new commissioner, there was a letter writing campaign undertaken by those who statistically had significant financial contributions from the pharmaceutical industries, indicating significant pharmaceutical industry support for Commissioner Woodcock to be named as head of the FDA. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if for what it's worth, my assessment is actually that when you look at all the internal emails, the person really calling the shots in terms of authorizing and licensing these vaccines at the FDA was Dr. Peter Marks, not Dr. Woodcock. To be sure, she actually had to sign it at the end of the day, I believe. Though actually, I think it was Dr. Peter Marks who signed the authorizations, if my recollection serves me. But he was the one really, when you look at the internal documents, my assessment is he's the one who really made that decision. I mean, he's the one who decided really at the end of the day. I mean, there's VRBAC, which is the advisory committee. I mean, within the FDA that advises the FDA about whether or not to license or not license and so forth. But at the end of the day, it's Dr. Peter Marks who made the decision of whether or not there would be a VRBAC hearing or not. And then really what would happen. And when Gruber and Strauss, for example, his two subordinates would not, would not, as the internal email show, authorize and then a license on a timeline that he wanted. That really is what led to, I believe, their going out. The internal communications reflect them emailing and taking significant issue with Dr. Marks trying to move up the licensure timeline because, among other reasons, he believed that once it was licensed that there'd be more mandates. And so he wanted to try to accelerate the licensure process, and Gruber and Strauss pushed back, and they ended up on the outside of the on the other side of the FDA front doors. But going back to Maddie.
Excuse me one moment, Representative Potenza.
You might get to hear in your presentation. I just, and I think it's really important because it's kind of like no one's talking about the J&J, the one shot at all, which of course fell under emergency use authorization.
Yep.
Our committee had someone here that was vaccine injured. Her daughter was from that. I know several other people here in the state that were injured from that shot. And we promoted that a lot here in New Hampshire. And I just was wondering, do you have any information on that specifically? Because it was like here, it got pulled, it got put back, and then now it doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I focus on the Pfizer, Moderna, and particularly Pfizer, because that is what most Americans receive. Very small percentage of Americans receive the J&J shot. And then there's the Novavax shot, which even smaller percentage got. And AstraZeneca was never authorized or licensed here. So, yeah, I mean, J&J used a bit more of a traditional platform, but it had similar issues. I mean, look, again, from my perspective, I don't really view the what you call, the mRNA vaccines as any really different than most of the other vaccines or like the J&J. I mean, to the extent that, I mean, using DNA technology, like I said, recombinant DNA vaccines use DNA technology. I mean, they take basically snippets of DNA, they take a yeast DNA, they take out a slice, they splice in the antigens that they want to create, and then I mean, it's kind of a DNA technology too, and we've been doing that since for 30 years. So I mean, if we're going to differentiate vaccines based on the technology that they use to make them, then it's hard to actually label. There's a lot of silos for vaccines, and again, my assessment is not that they were rushed. The J&J vaccine had also, had different types of issues, in particular TTS, right? And what made TTS so interesting is that it's not normal to have reduced platelet counts, right? But yet increased clotting. So normally, someone comes in with clotting, you give them a blood thinner because you figure they're having too many platelets. Problem is that people presenting with blood clots are giving them blood thinners, not realizing their platelet count's already low, and then killing them in a hospital by mistake, unintentionally, using, they thought they were doing the right thing. And because it's not a common event, it's not going to hide in a background rate. That's stuck out like a sore thumb, TTS. And that's why it made the news right away. It was identified. And adverse events that are common in the background rate are far harder to tease out, so to speak. But on J&J, at least, TTS was obviously recognized, which is why they pulled in, then it came back. Okay. So anyway, I think I'm about to wrap up the clinical trial section, almost. By the way, Maddie DeGarry, adding insult to injury, was censored all over the internet for just telling her story. All of her posts were censored. You were throttled. People were kicked off for doing it. And you might say, well, why? Why would the FDA do this? I can't answer completely, and I think I've given some snippets as to it. But here's Dr. Peter Marks. This is the man who really decided whether to authorize and license COVID vaccine. He's the one in that email chain I just told you about with Maddie. Way after what? After he'd already gone to the American people and told them, you should all get this shot, before it was even licensed. This is Dr. Marks in a YouTube video. This is him. He made this. The FDA made this. Doing just a minute This is the person who's supposed to impartially, objectively, coldly look at this data, decide whether millions of Americans should get it, and he's out there promoting the vaccine. That creates an inherent conflict. He goes and he tells everybody to get it. Is he really then going to go, oops, sorry, I messed up? He should have been nowhere near promotion of this product. No place. The FDA doesn't go out and promote drugs. That's why they don't have as much of an issue to pull those products. They say, oh, yeah, Ozempic, yep, oopsie. Yeah, we messed up. We licensed it, but we didn't know this. The FDA doesn't go and create advertisements. It doesn't have this on their homepage. This is the homepage of the FDA. This does not look like a regulatory agency. This looks like an advertisement. And amazingly, it was for the bivalent vaccine. It wasn't even a licensed product, meaning it hadn't yet been shown to be safe and effective. Just to make sure we understand each other. When you EUA, when you authorize a product, emergency use authorization, authorize a product, it has not yet been shown to be safe and effective pursuant to the FDA standards. Later, if it's licensed, it's met those FDA standards. So this didn't even meet the FDA standards yet. And yet here it is being promoted. It creates a real serious conflict for the FDA to then say, oops, sorry. And separately, forget what the FDA itself does. It has an advisory committee that advises the FDA, and you probably have seen those. Those are what were all over TV with Paul Offit and some of the other, vaccinologists. They have a whole, interdisciplinary committee of medical professionals that sit there. I'm almost done with this clinical trial section, and this is a congressional report that looked at the FDA's advisory committee, and this is what the congressional report concluded. The overwhelming majority of members, both voting members and consultants, have substantial ties to the pharmaceutical industry. I've deposed a number of these vaccinologists and folks who sit on these committees, and it is incredible, actually. The same people who conduct clinical trials are paid by pharma or consultants for them are also sitting on this committee, despite the fact that you often hear that it's independent. And here's this, not me, that's a congressional report reaching that conclusion. You could read the report, and you could read in detail the incredible amount of conflicts. And then you think they'd clean up their act, but here's, again, this is the HHS Inspector General, again finding 9 years later the same type of systemic conflicts going on. I'll show you this one video, and then I'll wrap up the clinical trial section. I'm sure you've heard enough from me this morning. Want to eat something. So this is the, so we talked about the FDA itself and Peter Marks. We've talked about the Vaccine Safety Committee, the advisory committee. There is also, when a clinical trial is ongoing, there's something called a data safety monitoring board, an independent data safety monitoring board. The purpose of this board is supposed to be objectively and independently review the safety of the product while the vaccine is undergoing clinical trial. Okay, Dr. Catherine Edwards, she's the third author on Plotkin's vaccine, the editor. She is a world-renowned vaccinologist. She runs the CDC's CISA program, which evaluates specific vaccine injuries. She's done probably, involved in half of the clinical trials involving childhood vaccines that are on the schedule. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's what she told me when I deposed her. And here's a case where she's on the stand, and I'm asking her specifically about her role in the Data Safety Monitoring Board with regards to Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine.
Yes, I think Pfizer work very, very closely with Pfizer. COVID.
Yes, I can try to do that. Let me see. If I turn it up on my machine, does that help? Ready?
Also been advised to Pfizer. Yes, I think Pfizer working very, very closely with Pfizer, particularly with their COVID vaccines, and going over lots of reaction to that. So yes, I be paid by Pfizer for assessment of vaccines.
You're part of the data safety monitoring board for the outside of COVID vaccine. That what you meant? You said that. You're one of the only 5 members of that data safety monitoring board over to Pfizer. supposed to be an independent data safety monitoring board, correct?
It is an independent data safety.
That's a board that all of us in America are hoping on and relying upon is going to independently make sure that safety is properly assessed as the clinical trial on that Pfizer COVID-19 is ongoing, correct?
That's true, and let me tell you that it's very hard to fail this. It's very hard to do that indeed. As possibly as possible.
And since it's supposed to be independent, it's critical that the members of that independent data safety monitoring board are in fact independent of the pharmaceutical company whose product is being evaluated, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that directly before becoming a member of the independent data safety monitoring board for the COVID-19 vaccine, you were an advisor to Pfizer?
Pfizer pays me to evaluate the safety of the vaccine because of the vaccine. So I do get paid to do the work that I do. I'm doing much interested.
My question was, before you became a member of the independent data safety monitoring board for Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine, isn't it true that you were separate before you held that independent position? You were an advisor to Pfizer.
Well, sir, but I think what you're presuming is that because I've been an advisor makes me on their door or makes me going to say what they want me to say. That is not and has never been a part of my view. I say what I believe based on my expertise.
You don't think that financial incentives can sway people's judgments at all?
It does not sway my judgment, sir.
Why bother having an independent data safety monitoring board? Why does Pfizer just have some of its employees on it?
Because we are independent.
Meaning folks who were never advised to Pfizer.
We are independent of all terms.
I think she really believes she's independent. She does. I have no reason to doubt that she sincerely thinks she's independent. But we all know that bias can creep in, right? It can corrupt in ways that are conscious and often unconscious. And so now we've gone through the regulators, the independent board, the data safety monitoring board, also the FDA. We've talked about this, fought us forever in court to release the data. And that really brings us to the end of clinical trials. And I'll stop there. And I'll just say this much to be clear, to be sure. I'm not, the whole reason of showing all this is not to take, I genuinely believe anybody who wants a vaccine should be free to get one. If you want to, stay at home and wear 6 masks and vaccinate every day, you should be able to. That's freedom. That's America. You should be able to do that. But I think that those who want to, let's say, look at some of this information, who understand, let's say, how clinical trials are done, who look at this and want to come to their own conclusion, should also be free to do that. And to be sure, if anybody's thinking about, well, don't they stop transmission? We'll get to that at part 4, and I'll talk about post-licensure safety when we get back from lunch.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recess for lunch. 1:15, will that work for everyone? Okay, I'll see everyone back here at 1:15. Being 1:25, I'm going to call this meeting back into order. Erin Siri is our presenter, and we are on part 3, COVID-19 vaccines post-licensure safety. Your mic. Nope, this one.
Sorry. There we go. Okay. Do a lot of people tell you they think the red means no? And okay. Sorry. Okay. Keeps it interesting. Okay. So we went through the pre-licensure with regards to safety, but also some efficacy components as well. And now we'll talk about post-licensure, because you might say to yourself, look, all right, so, maybe the trials weren't great, but after licensure definitely studied, right? And in order to look at that, I want to look at how other vaccines are studied after licensure. And I think that will give you a baseline to assess and think about how the CDC and the FDA approach post-licensure safety. Now, post-licensure safety is typically the purview of the CDC. So the FDA does the pre-licensure, CDC does the post-licensure typically. NIH has some involvement, but usually they just dole out money. And so as a proxy, basically, for assessing how robust is the quote-unquote science that studies vaccine safety after licensure, I'm going to use the claim that rest assured vaccines do not cause, and I bet you guys already know the word that's in the blank. It's autism, right? Vaccines do not cause autism, I think, is a good proxy for how well vaccine safety is really studied after licensure, because it is the claim that public health authorities, federal, all 50 states, you name it, you talk to the average medical doctor, they will tell you that question has been thoroughly studied and absolutely debunked. That vaccines do not cause autism, and we know it because we have studied that issue, period. And we have the science, the studies, the data to prove it. I'll play a little montage that this is the homepage. This is on the CDC website. Vaccines do not cause autism. There's no qualification.
For the scientific community, what causes autism, but we know that vaccines do not. Vaccines are really the one thing we have looked at. That's causing autism.
We know that vaccines don't cause autism. The science is clear.
Vaccines don't cause autism.
I do not deny in any way that we need to do more about autism, but it has nothing to do with vaccines.
Let me be clear, vaccines do not cause autism.
Vaccines don't cause autism. Absolutely sure. Absolutely sure.
Okay. Vaccines do not cause autism. So I'm going to use that. I'm not trying to debate the question of vaccines cause autism. I'm just using that as a proxy to see. Let's look at what the state of the science is on that question as a proxy for what it looks like for the numerous other health issues that parents will routinely at least call our firm and will have complained about as vaccines potentially causing. Now, there are a number of peer-reviewed studies that have surveyed parents with children with autism and asked them, what do you think caused your child's autism? And despite the almost endless campaign by public health authorities to convince the public vaccines do not cause autism, 40 to 70%, depending on the study, of autism parents still blame vaccines for causing their child's autism. And when you ask them what vaccines they blame, all the ones that I just highlighted in red, if you could see those, are the ones that they will bring up. They will bring up all the shots in the first 6 months of life, Hep B, DTaP, Hib, PCV13, and IPV, each given 3 times, as well as MMR. MMR is given no earlier than 12 months. Okay. We know autism can often typically be diagnosed with before 1 year of age. So if you're going to study whether vaccines cause autism and your parents are saying they believe vaccines caused autism, you should probably study the vaccines given in the first 6 months of life. At the least, if you're going to claim vaccines do not cause autism, you should have studies that show that vaccines don't cause autism. Well, let's see what's in fact been done in that regard. And I'm going to go through a quick little timeline here. Starting with the 1986 Act. That's the National Child Vaccine Injury Act. We talked about that earlier. That gave immunity to pharmaceutical companies, set up a vaccine court, and so forth. Well, at the time that it was passed, it directed our federal health authorities to study what was then presumably the 11 most common claimed injuries from vaccine all the way back in the 80s. And one of them was whether or not pertussis vaccine causes autism. And I'll read the language in the federal law at the time. Secretary of Health and Human Services shall complete a review of all relevant medical and scientific information on the nature, circumstances, and extent of the relationship, if any, between vaccines containing pertussis, including wholesale and specific antigens, meaning whole and like the ones we have today, and the following illnesses and conditions, 1 through 11, number 9 being autism. Okay. This is a decade before Andrew Wakefield. This is a decade before MMR controversy. This is all the way back in the 80s. Okay. So the federal health authorities went and they commissioned the national, what's then known as the Institute of Medicine, now the National Academy of Medicine, and they paid them to conduct a review of all the existing literature with regards to those 11 conditions to see whether or not what does the literature, the peer-reviewed science actually show. And what they found was that for autism, there was no evidence bearing a causal relationship, meaning they did not find a single study that had studied the question. That doesn't mean vaccines cause autism. Didn't mean pertussis vaccine cause autism, but it means the question had not been answered. No category of evidence was found bearing on a judgment about causation. All categories of evidence left blank on table 1.-1. So here we are. They looked through all of the studies, the science, the data, and they could not find a shred of evidence to inform the question of whether or not pertussis vaccines cause autism. That was 1991. Well, in 2012, CDC and HRSA, the Human Health Resources Administration, that is another agency within HHS that administers actually vaccine court. HRSA and CDC jointly funded a study by the Institute of Medicine to look at what they said were the 150 something most commonly claimed injuries from vaccines. That's what they said, not me, CDC, HRSA. And one of the claimed injuries continued to be whether pertussis vaccine caused autism, as well as diphtheria and tetanus vaccine. And so the Institute of Medicine convened a panel of, an interdisciplinary panel that looked at all the science out there, and they looked at the epidemiological evidence. And when you read that section, if you have a moment, I don't have a link here to the report. Well, I can provide a link to the full report. And the epidemiological evidence, they only found one study by Geyer and Geyer, and it actually showed there was a correlation between DTaP vaccine and autism, but the IOM threw the study out as unreliable because it was based on VAERS data. So that was discounted. They could find no other epi studies. They could find no mechanistic evidence, meaning it just wasn't looked at. And so their causality conclusion, again, this is the Institute of Medicine saying this, not me, is the evidence is inadequate to accept or reject a causal relationship between diphtheria toxoid, tetanus toxoid, or acellular pertussis-containing vaccines and autism. That's not vaccines don't cause autism. We don't know if vaccines cause autism. Well, let me be actually more specific. We don't know whether pertussis, diphtheria, or tetanus vaccines cause autism, which are vaccines. Hence, it's hard to make the claim vaccines don't cause autism. Okay. So I had occasion as you saw earlier, to depose the world's leading vaccinologist. And I actually had an opportunity to ask him about that exact finding from the Institute of Medicine. Maybe he knew something we didn't. Maybe he had a study we didn't know about. Right? Let's see what he had to say and how he dealt with that conclusion in that Institute of Medicine review. To really put this into context, these Institute of Medicine reviews, they are, hugely funded things by federal health authorities. The purpose of these studies is in the vaccine court, HRSA wants to be able to defend against vaccine injury claims when we sue them. So they commission these studies hoping to find the conclusion that the vaccine does not cause X, Y, or Z issue. Okay. All right. I'm going to play this.
This is an excerpt from the IOM's report, right?
Yes.
Can you read the causality conclusion with regard to whether DTaP and Tdap cause autism?
The evidence is inadequate to accept or reject a causal relationship between diphtheria toxoid, tetanus toxoid, or acellular pertussis containing vaccine and autism.
If you don't know whether DTaP or Tdap cause autism, shouldn't you wait until you do know, until you have the science to support it, to then say that vaccines do not cause autism?
Do I wait? No, I do not wait, because I have to take into account the health of the child.
And so for that reason, you're okay with telling the parent that DTaP, Tdap does not cause autism, even though the science isn't there yet to support that claim?
Absolutely.
Okay.
This is an excerpt from the IOM's.
So fine. Maybe Dr. Plotkin is not aware of studies that exist. I don't know. So what we decided is we're going to go straight to the source, and we FOIA'd the CDC directly for all studies relied upon by CDC to claim that the DTaP vaccine does not cause autism. It's on their website, vaccines don't cause autism. We also asked for all studies the CDC relied upon to say that Engerix-B and Recamba, those are the two Hep B vaccines. Remember, we looked at those earlier when we looked at Recambavax. Prevnar 13, Hib, and IPV, as well as we asked for all the studies that show that cumulatively those vaccines don't cause autism. Those are each of those shots given 3 times in the first 6 months of life. Okay? So we FOIA'd the CDC. CDC says vaccines don't cause autism. They wouldn't provide any studies. We eventually appealed administratively. They didn't provide any studies. I sued them in federal court on behalf of ICANN. Finally, the Department of Justice offered up 20 studies. And this is in a stipulated order. It's on your screen. You could see that it's signed by the Department of Justice, signed by me on behalf of ICANN, and it's entered as an order by a federal judge. And this lists the 20 studies that they say they rely upon to claim vaccines don't cause autism for those early shots. Here's the thing. I had a call with the Department of Justice attorney before this order was finalized. And I said, hey, listen, are you sure your client wants to sign an order saying that these are the 20 studies? He's like, why? I said, because none of them involve the vaccines in the first 6 months of life. I said, all of them involve MMR vaccine, which is given at 1 year, or involve mercury, which was taken out of vaccines back in 2000. I said, so you're providing studies that are not relevant to the question in the FOIA request. I said, in fact, and ironically, you cite the 2012 Institute of Medicine review that found this. This is one of the 20 things they cited. I said, so the only study in this list of 20 that actually refers to a vaccine given in the first 6 months of life now on the current schedule is this study. And it says it doesn't have a study to support vaccines that cause autism. Well, you could see what the DOJ and the CDC decided to do. They just wanted the lawsuit gone. So they signed it. So I want to reiterate, and Anybody can read these studies. They are in English. They're available. There's a link down there. You can pull it up. Just read them. Maybe they thought we wouldn't read. I don't know. But there they are. And 18 involved the Marisol MMR. 1 involved antigen, not vaccine exposure. And that study even says it doesn't assess whether vaccines cause autism. It can't because it doesn't study vaccines. And 1 involved MMR, thimerosal, and DTaP. That's the 2012 IOM report we just looked at. Okay. And I want to put a finer point on this. That 2012 IOM report had a section on MMR and autism. And it concluded that it threw out all the MMR studies except 4. And it said based on those 4 epi studies, its causality conclusion is that MMR does not cause autism. So it can make that determination. Science can conclude that a vaccine doesn't cause autism. It did it in that 2012 IOM report, but it hasn't done it for DTaP or IPV or Prevnar or PCV13 or Hib. It didn't, or Hep B. 5 shots, eaten 3 times each in the first 6 months of life. Okay. So, okay, well, maybe the CDC doesn't know. And then let's flip to well, I'll show you one more deposition clip. And this one again is Dr. Catherine Edwards. This is in a lawsuit that actually involves vaccines and autism. Dr. Edwards was brought in as the vaccinologist, the expert on the question of whether or not this particular child ended up with vaccines from autism. Okay. And here is my exchange with her when I deposed her on this precise question.
According to your profile, you have done most of the critical trials relied upon license many of the vaccines, correct, on the market?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're highly experienced in conducting clinical trials, correct?
I'm highly experienced in conducting clinical trials.
And you're familiar with many of the clinical trials that relied upon license many of the vaccines currently on the market, correct?
I am.
In your opinion, did the clinical trials relied upon to license the vaccines that Gates received, many of which are still on the market today? Were they designed to rule out that the vaccine causes autism?
No. You factored me into answering the question the way you want me to, but I think that that's probably the answer.
Is that your accurate, truthful testimony?
Yes.
In the expert disclosures for this case, it asserts that, among other things, you will testify that, quote, the issue of whether vaccines cause autism has been thoroughly researched and rejected, end quote. It's your testimony that MMR vaccine cannot cause autism.
That's correct.
It's your testimony that Hep B vaccine cannot cause autism.
That's correct.
It's your testimony that iPol cannot cause autism.
Yes.
It's your testimony that Hib vaccine cannot cause autism.
Yes.
Your testimony that varicella vaccine cannot cause autism.
Yes.
It's your testimony that Prevnar vaccine cannot cause autism.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that DTaP vaccine cannot cause autism.
Yes.
And you have a study that supports that DTaP doesn't cause autism?
I do not have a study that DTaP causes autism. So I don't have.
Do you have any study one way or another of whether iPol causes autism?
No, I do not, sir.
Do you have any study one way or another of whether NDREC B causes autism?
I do not have any evidence that it causes autism or that it does not.
And what about Hib titers vaccine? Any evidence one way or another of whether it causes autism? And what about Prevnar vaccine? Any evidence one way or another?
No, sir. No, sir.
And how about varicella vaccine? Let me just finish. Are there any studies one way or another that support whether it does or doesn't cause autism?
Part of MMR, but not as varicella by itself. Sir. No studies that say it does. There's no studies that say it does.
There have been studies that have found an association between hepatitis B vaccine and autism, correct?
Not studies that I feel are credible.
Okay, which study are you referring to when you say that?
Well, why don't you show me the study and I'll see whether I agree with it.
So, we have it in a stipulated order from a federal judge. We have it from the leading experts in vaccinology. Honestly, I don't know where else to look. It's not like we're not trying to run from the evidence or data or studies. We'd love to see the studies. Love to look at them, please.
So I just want to make sure I understand what I just saw.
Yes.
So there was a document, and it looks like that was initialed, that someone said that those vaccines do not cause autism. Is that what I was looking at? Or?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That was
Thank
just
you.
the vaccination record of the child at issue. I was brought in just to do this, just to depose the vaccinologist in this case that involved lots of other things. So, I don't, if you got a heart issue, don't talk to me. I don't know anything, but vaccines I know a little bit about. So, I was asked to depose the vaccinologist. That was the child's records at issue. And so, we were just going through the vaccines, which are most of the vaccines on the current schedule today.
And may I just follow up with something?
Sure.
So it seemed like she was quite upset that she had to answer these questions. I didn't, and really didn't want to. I mean, and I guess the underlying thing is she couldn't say one way or the other that they caused autism. She couldn't say that it did, and she couldn't say that it didn't.
Right. Meaning,
but
yes.
What we're hearing is that they don't.
Right. They're telling you vaccines do not cause autism categorically. End of story. They will tell you instant medicine will conclude there are studies that MMR doesn't. But for the other vaccines, it's not like there's a debate like, okay, we have one study that shows this. They didn't do the studies. And that's what you're hearing. So my point that I want, I'm just using autism. I'm not debating whether vaccines cause autism. I am just using vaccines cause autism do not cause autism as a proxy for the state of the science with regards to how well our federal health authorities, the medical community, NIH funding, how much does it go to actually studying vaccine safety? And what I'm telling you is that you can look at the clinical trials. We just did that. And if you want to go to PubMed and research vaccine safety, you're going to be really shocked at how limited and the dearth of studies that are actually done, please.
Yes. So for me, we're supposed to trust what we're reading from the government. And if they absolutely state that something doesn't cause something, then they should be linking the studies to that to prove that.
Yes.
But they're not. How do we know going forward that we can trust based on evidence that I'm not saying that they do, but I'm not saying, I don't know based on what I just heard today, right? So I guess the question is.
I'll say this much. I do think vaccines are truly unique in my assessment with regards to at least products on the market. And that's because usually, and I go back to my first slides, you have moneyed interests pushing both ways. There's no conspiracy. You have moneyed interests battling each other. So normally you have on the one side, you have the companies who want to make money. On the other side, you have the product liability and class action attorneys. And you usually have the regulators who are sitting somewhere here on the side of the consumers. This is the only product that I know of where you have you have on one side, you have the pharmaceutical companies. The class action and product liability attorneys have been neutered. They can't do anything. So they're out of the game. And the regulators have a statutory obligation to increase vaccine uptake. And we'll talk about later, they are who you sue in federal court. It's not even a court. You name the secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services when you bring a vaccine injury claim in the vaccine injury compensation program that's part of the Federal Court of Claims, which is the only court in America where you typically can sue the federal government for money. So if they do studies that show vaccines cause harm, we use that as evidence against the government. It's the only product I know where the government defends the companies against the consumers. If you're injured by a vaccine, government doesn't come and protect you. They protect, they defend the product. So when we sue the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services for a vaccine injury for a little baby or a child, who's the defense counsel? It's a little law firm. It's called the Department of Justice. They have a lot of money, a lot of lawyers, and that's who defends against vaccine injury claims. They have an entire vaccine injury compensation division at the Department of Justice. And they have a lot of money. They hire all the experts. So it's when you say, what can I trust? I do think that your worldview doesn't need to explode over this at all, in my opinion. I think that this is really it's a unique thing. It's ironic because the claim that vaccines cause autism, saying anything about vaccines and autism makes you anti-science, makes you anti-vaxxer, makes you into a category of being a nut. But ironically, incredibly, and I understand it can cause cognitive dissonance, I'm certain, for many folks when they see this, because you're like what you just said, well, if I can't trust that their vaccines don't cause autism, that claim, because they haven't done the studies, what else can't I trust? I don't know. I really do put vaccines in their own kind of box when it comes to products, because they are in that unique category. If you didn't have the 1986 immunity, you wouldn't be in this scenario. To undo the issue with vaccines, in my opinion, all you had to do is lift the immunity, let the market forces do what they normally do, and get rid of the government defending vaccines in vaccine court and so forth. Let them operate like any other product. Let them rise and fall on their merits, which is what we've always done. All right, you rise and fall on the merits, not based on coercion and mandates and bullying and kick them out of school and kick them out of work. I mean, that's what bullies and thugs and dictators do throughout history when they can't convince on the merits.
Thank you, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for perhaps the umpteenth time today, I'm somewhat shocked by some of what I've just seen. And I'd like to just offer a summary to see if this is accurate for what you're seeing and what you've testified and what you've shown us, which is trusted experts within the field making unqualified, objective claims as to the lack of a causative factor between this medical product and a disease, asserting it definitively, then admitting in deposition that there is not just definitive, but no real evidence suggesting those claims are correct, which leaves you guessing, why would they do something like this? But then again, we don't really have to guess, because there was another deposition of a gentleman in which case he seemed to suggest that the noble lie was warranted to manipulate people into increasing the uptake of this product, because he assessed that on the total scale of things, he believes people would be better off with it than without it. Is that generally what we're seeing here?
I think the word belief is apt, and I will tell you that is a lot of what I see in this arena about vaccines. There's a lot of beliefs around the product, and they really are in many instances like religious belief. People get upset. They get angry sometimes when you say things about vaccines that they think are right or they think they're wrong, because they don't really have. In my experience, folks get upset in depositions because I depose lots of different medical professionals, and when they don't have a knowledge base to draw on, they don't have the facts, the data themselves, they just believe it, then they can only draw on their emotion to respond. They can't draw on their intellect, and that creates some of these more interesting moments in depositions, in my opinion. I don't know if that answers your question, but yes, it is. Yes, it's an unfortunate state of affairs.
Thank you. And if I may, just one follow-up. Would it then be your opinion that that there is, at least at times, an entrenched sort of, I don't know if party line is the right word. It's not a party, but an entrenched ideological line that is expected of people in this profession to follow?
Oh, absolutely. And you can bring on a whole litany of folks who are medical professionals who, up until the moment in time when they said something against the grain about these products were lauded in their profession, considered experts, but cutting across on this issue is very problematic. Car manufacturers do a very good job protecting their product. They have billions of dollars every year. They put that money into PR campaigns with Fifth Avenue firms to promote their cars, to make sure that good things are said about them. And then when the headline comes out about a car having this or that issue, they go into pharmaceutical companies do the same thing. And it's smart. It's just good business. They spend billions of dollars every year promoting their products. They have a kitty. They have PR firms, but they just do it through their chosen method is basically to do it through folks who are viewed as experts and trusted professionals in out there. It's not nefarious. It's just the way it works, in the sense that they hold conventions, they hold meetings, they have symposium. They laud the products. I mean, your typical pediatrician, I think, is a good person. They just don't know. They've never looked at the clinical trial data. I've deposed pediatricians who've gone their whole career, never looked at the package insert one time. No clue. In fact, I don't think I've ever deposed a pediatrician who knew anything about the clinical trials of these products or any of that. So they're going through the day. They're just, they trust what, and the truth is that how could they get through their day without it? They open the physician's desk reference guide. There's a million things they got to do every day, diagnose and look at, right? And so they get through their day by just following what the guidance provides. It's similar in this product with regards to these products, except that they really just don't realize the complete imbalance in how these products operate in the real world. That started slowly in the 80s with the immunity and it's really gone wild, in my opinion, over the decades.
Representative Potenza.
So just while you're talking, I just did a little quick search, and this is it is a 501c3 organization. It's called immunize.org. And so I just want to read this. Medical and legal authorities, first the title is Evidence Shows Vaccines Unrelated to Autism. Medical and legal authorities agree that no evidence exists that vaccines cause autism. The Institute of Medicine is an impartial group of the world's leading experts that advises Congress on science issues. After reviewing more than 200 studies in 2004 and more than 1,000 studies in 2011, their report strongly stated that the evidence did not show a link between vaccines and autism. In 2014, researchers from the RAND Corporation published an update to the 2011 Institute of Medicine's report. In a systematic review of the evidence published on vaccine safety to date, they found the evidence was strong. And then they go into that the MMR vaccine is not associated with autism. Now, they didn't talk about that. This kind of goes back to what you were saying, how they jumped it to MMR, but why not go after? So if we've got the government that has, or the vaccine manufacturers that have this blanket immunity, why not go after this? Why not? We know that what was just stated here is a complete lie. This is a 501c3 organizations that is promoting that, and they are blatantly providing misinformation. And this is, just based upon looking at this, quite a big organization. So that's just one example, I'm sure, of probably over 1,000.
I believe that the solution to speech that's wrong is more speech, never censorship. Certainly not by the government ever. What you view as a danger today by speech, everybody thinks the other person's saying something that's dangerous. So I think the greatest danger is always the censor speech. Free speech comes with dangers, to be sure, but the greatest censor is censoring it. And that's a really interesting quote, actually, because they were talking first about the 2004 IOM review, which involved MMR and thimerosal. Then they would talk about 2011 or 2012. It depends on where you look. Sometimes I call 2011. What we just looked at, it did not conclude that DTaP doesn't cause autism. Okay. And the 2014 one is super interesting because what they're talking about is an AHRQ vaccine study. If I could pull it up, if I get lucky. And I know that study, the one they talked about. And that study from 2014 was an update to the HHS one. And it again concluded that they don't have any evidence for DTaP. But what's great about that one is if I could find it, is that they looked at Hep B and autism too. And for Hep B, they only found one study, this Goodman study, that found a 3-time risk amongst kids that got Hep B and who didn't get Hep B. And so here, I'll even see if I could pull it up right now. Oh, this is the 2021 version. Oh, they probably took down the 2014 version. All right, well, I'll have to do that another time then, because it's not going to be on their site anymore. But if you look at the 2014 version, which it has Hep B, a whole section of Hep B and autism, and that's what it shows. So it's quite ironic that that's what they say, but that's what you'll typically get. You'll get these conclusory statements. If you look under the hood, like we did, at the direct primary sources, you get a different conclusion.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so there's a point where something's free speech, right? But then there's a point where, isn't it? I mean, that is blatantly saying that there were 400, 200 studies and more than 1,000,
Yeah.
which those don't exist. And then
Well,
they're basically
they're-
saying that what
they're-
the report says is definitively saying that there is no evidence, when that's not what the report said. So there's a point where it's lying. It's not just free speech, though, and this is affecting millions and millions of people that are making these decisions.
And that's why people should always have choice. At the end of the day, the solution to me, in my mind, is less government, not more. And they're just conflating, and I agree, misrepresenting, because they're saying hundreds, thousands. They mean in the report in total, which covers lots of other things. And then they digress in that quote to talk about autism, making it appear as if those studies are all about autism. They're not. The quote you read is incredibly misleading, in my opinion. So I agree with you. But here it is. I mean, this is a private organization. Do we really want the government censor? Listen, in the same way that the government probably says, if you say vaccines, just look at Maddie DeGarry, just for telling her story. They said that's false information, and they censored her mother, and anybody that sought to repost just their own personal story. She said, this is what happened to me. It's always dangerous, in my opinion. It's the greater danger to censor speech, always.
Representative Blekis.
Yeah, I did notice that they worded it very carefully so that they did not actually lie. They said there was no evidence to link them. What they didn't say was that there was no evidence to the contrary either, right? So it makes it sound like it's fine, they're not related. But what we saw from what you had was, yes, there's no evidence either way, but they carefully just gave one. So it wasn't a lie, it was just misleading.
Is that what the language said? No link?
Yeah, so the header is evidence shows vaccines unrelated to autism. And then it says medical and legal authorities agree that no evidence exists that vaccines cause autism.
Yeah. But they don't tell you there's no evidence that it doesn't cause autism. I would tell you that there are a lot of medical professionals who would take strong disagreement that there's no evidence that vaccines have potentially. I mean, look, we know this much. And really, I didn't want to debate vaccines and autism, but, autism is a DSM-5 diagnosis. It's a psychiatric diagnosis, right? So really, yeah, it's in the DSM-5. So it's a symptomatology. And if you meet those 3 categories of symptoms, you get that diagnosis. That tells you nothing about the etiology. It doesn't tell you anything about what causes it. If you have lead poisoning and you end up with those symptoms, you can end up potentially with that diagnosis, but they'll really just say you have lead poisoning, right? So saying autism is just a set of features, basically. So for example, we know pertussis vaccine, you look at the package insert, it will tell you, right? A contraindication is if your child has had, here, I'll pull it up. We can look at it together quickly. But so that, so we can go to FDA licensed vaccines. And if we go down and we look at, at a deep tap vaccine, we could look at that. We go to the package insert. Here it is. This is given at 2, 4, and 6 months. And it will tell you directly that if contraindications. So it says encephalopathy, which means coma, decreased level of consciousness, and prolonged seizure within 7 days of a previous dose of pertussis-containing vaccine that is not attributable to another identifiable cause is a contraindication to administration of any pertussis-containing vaccine, including Daptocel. That's the way Daptocel describes it. And then just to show you that the other one also, Infinrix, similarly has the same contraindications of both of the DTaP vaccines. Also says in section 4.2, it says same thing. You could read it there. So encephalopathy means brain damage. That's what it means. All right. Encephalitis means inflammation of the brain. Encephalopathy means a pathology of the brain. So you have some actual brain damage. Now, coma, decreased level of consciousness, prolonged seizures are the softer examples of encephalopathy. There's worse. And there's been a lot of cases compensated in the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program of children who have significant debilitating brain damage after a pertussis containing vaccine who've been compensated in VICP. And for those children, there have been many of them also had autism because they have the features, the symptoms that give them that diagnosis. Now, the vaccine court's not compensating you for autism, compensate you for the encephalopathy, for the brain damage, right? Because that's the actual physical manifestation. The fact that you end up with a psychiatric condition that can be diagnosed as autism, that's not what can be considered directly compensated. But I mean, did the vaccine, which causes encephalopathy, result in the autism? Well, you can read a peer review. There's a law journal article by Mary Holland where she actually documents. She had her law students at NYU when she was a professor at NYU. They went through all the case files and they found a few dozen cases where really, based on that law review article, they said, yeah, they were compensating for autism, but they just hid it in other conditions, right? So, with all of that said, the important point though is really that when the medical community says, oh, we have, we thoroughly study vaccine safety like they do with COVID vaccines. Oh, don't worry, we thoroughly study COVID-19 vaccine safety because right. I use autism as the way to show that there's question marks when they make that claim. And I don't think that any government should force anybody to get this product. They should let them do their own homework. Because even with the claim that the injury they claim they have most thoroughly studied, autism, they haven't done it. This is the childhood vaccine schedule right now, actually without COVID vaccine. And you could see they've studied MMR. It's the yellow. And that's of the ingredients. They've studied that one thimerosal. That's what they've studied for autism. I could show you a video of why it's important to study this if you would like. This is a family with triplets who all three of their kids developed autism shortly after a Prevnar vaccine. Or do you want me to keep going? Okay.
We have triplets, 2 boys and a girl, Richie, Robbie, and Claire. Every day in our life was a party. Every single day they were smiling and laughing and looking at each other, engaging in each other. On June 25th, 2007, we brought them in for the pneumococcal shot. My daughter still has the mark on her leg from the shot. She was the first one to get it, and she screamed and never really stopped screaming after that. But we continued. We didn't know. We did the boys as well. By noon, Claire shut completely off. It was as if she was blind and deaf, and all she did at that moment was stare at the ceiling fan. So that was at noon. We had the shot at 10 a.m. 2 o'clock, we watched Richie shut off. They lost all their reflexes. I'm an educational audiologist. I actually did the test for the stapedial reflex, which is a little muscle in the middle ear just to see if a muscle they can't control was still working, and it didn't. The stapedial reflex dampens sound, so your ears don't hurt from a really loud sound. And both of them had no stapedial reflex. They stopped blinking, stopped yawning, stopped coughing, stopped sneezing. The worst is when we saw the final one shut down. We were told it was genetic, and then we were told by geneticists that there's no possible way 3 children would shut off on the same day. So we had severe autism spectrum disorder for all 3 kids entering kindergarten. We have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to recover them. The only person that we got back is Robbie, the one that was last to shut off. Richie can only say single, maybe 2 words together. Claire is still completely nonverbal, not potty trained, and Robbie is approaching grade level, but severe OCD.
What do you do?
Property management. Want me to tell you what a day in our life is? So you got, say, a 6 or 7 or 8-year-old child who's not potty trained, and at 2 or 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning they fill their diaper. Well, you assume that's pretty uncomfortable, so they take it off. Pretty soon it's all over them. It's all over the bed. In short order, it's all over me. It's all over her. I'm snapping at her. She's snapping at me. We're both snapping at the kid, who is the only innocent party in the whole scenario. And the one thing that's conspicuously absent from that scenario is anybody who told you that shot was safe. They're all asleep in their bed. They haven't got a problem in the world.
I think that dad said it best. So when you think about what the science community, or the way the FDA and CDC and NIH and all of them approach vaccine safety vis-a-vis autism, it gives you a backdrop in which and how they approach COVID vaccine safety. And if you think autism is an aberration, even though it's the thing they say they've studied the most, I'll quickly run through just a few other things for other vaccines, and then we'll switch it over to COVID vaccine. Okay. So going back to the 2012 IOM report we talked about earlier. So I noted to you then that the CDC and HRC paid the IOM to review what they said were the 158 most commonly claimed serious injuries from vaccines. Now, these are the ones that they say are the most commonly claimed injuries. In that review, the IOM found that for 18 of them, evidence supported a causal relationship. And these are serious reactions, okay? So they said, yeah, vaccines cause 18, which is troubling. 5 of the issues they rejected, including MMR and autism, was one of the 5. But this maybe is the most troubling. For 135 of the most commonly claimed serious injuries from vaccines, by their admission, the evidence was insufficient to reach a conclusion. They hadn't done the studies. They don't know, because their clinical trial data is vacuous, as we've seen, and they just don't do the studies otherwise, for the most part, just like autism. There's a link to the Institute of Medicine report. You could see it directly. And I would focus on there's a summary table where you can look at all of the conditions by vaccine and what the causality conclusion is. If that's not sufficient, so that gives us a sense of, again, that they're not studying it shows again, they're not studying even the most commonly claimed injuries. What injuries can vaccines cause? Okay. Now, in the package insert, we looked at section 6.1 before, remember, and that showed the clinical trial experience. Well, in section 6.2 is the post-marketing experience. Okay. And that is after it's licensed, the manufacturer, if they have a reason to believe there's a causal, not correlation, causal relationship between the vaccine and the injury, they're supposed to put it in section 6.2. They're not allowed to put stuff in that's just correlation. How do I know that? I'll read you the federal regulation. This is the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 21, CFR 201.57, and it provides that package inserts of vaccines should include, quote, only those adverse events for which there is some basis to believe there's a causal relationship between the drug and occurrence of the adverse event. Not correlation, causal relationship. And I can tell you in practice, from my experience, and you can go and look at the licensure documents and so forth, they really only put stuff in vaccine package inserts where they really see a causal relationship, because under the 1986 Act, for the most part, you can still get them for fraud. So if they know it can cause it and they don't put it in there, you can potentially sue them. But otherwise, they're not really concerned about putting it in there. So really, when they have evidence, and let me show you the reflection of that. Here is Spikevax. This is Moderna's COVID vaccine. This is the only issues they disclosed, at least when I took that screenshot, in section 6.2, post-marketing. They got myocarditis, pericarditis, right? Anaphylaxis, and syncope, meaning fainting. That's it. That's all they disclose. Now, we know there are a lot of other injuries, neuropathies, and so forth, but they're not in this because Moderna's didn't reach the point where they have, they really only put stuff where they feel like they have to admit it. Okay. Here's what's disclosed for that hepatitis B vaccine that we looked at earlier, Combavax HB, given to a 1-day-old baby. These are serious conditions. I'm not saying, I can't tell you the rate at which these happen, but I know they happen enough for the pharmaceutical company to have evidence to believe they're causally related and to disclose them in the package insert. I don't write the federal regs. That's just what they are. Yes.
So unless you're actually, before you go to your pediatrician or your doctor or whatever to get a shot, unless you actually do your research and read this data, technically you have no idea, because they don't really give you this information at the doctors. So they won't really disclose it. Is that correct?
Pediatricians that vaccinate children, as far as I'm aware, do not provide this information to their patients before administering vaccines. They don't even provide, typically, there's something under federal law they're supposed to give called a vaccine information sheet. The 1986 Act created required the CDC create a short little thing called the vaccine information sheet that has certain disclosures. And under federal law, pediatricians are supposed to provide that before they administer vaccines. And I don't have a survey, but I know that it's common for them not even to give that minimal disclosure.
Representative Potenza.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that disclosure in relation with the COVID vaccines. There was zero informed consent with the EUA vaccines, but were they given that kind of pass as well in regards with that? Because of course, every vaccine insert was blank, and it said on there intentionally blank. I have those. So, and then I have another question as a follow up, but I just, my children, we received the sheet that you're talking about, but it did not give the level of information that would cause a parent to say, oh, well, maybe we won't go through that. It was more very minor fever, discomfort, that kind of thing, not those types of serious things that were on an insert. And the other piece is too, when you ask the pediatrician for that vaccine insert, and I've done this myself multiple times, we were flat out told no.
If you could share what? Sorry?
So, yeah, if in regards with the COVID vaccines, there was no informed consent, no handouts, no nothing that was given. I mean, in New Hampshire, there was nothing. Yeah. So I kind of want to, in a traditional sense, with traditional vaccines, what they're supposed to do, which is not necessarily always,
Yeah.
And it's very, very hard, almost impossible to find anything on the internet for traditional vaccines without just saying, do it, do it, do it.
Right.
So, but when it came to COVID, even the minimal that we knew, right, was thrown out the window. In New Hampshire, I mean, we had drive-through vaccination clinics in malls. We had it at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway, and you drive up in your car and you get your shot. There was no informed consent. These people didn't even know what they were doing, some of them that were doing those injections. So I just kind of want to understand where we were at, where we had something, and then we went into absolutely nothing.
I mean, there is a VIS for COVID vaccines now. Back then, they did have something that they had put together for when it was EUA for patients. There was a document. I'm not aware of if it was distributed or I suspect it was given out as frequently as the VIS was before COVID-19 vaccines was given to parents for childhood vaccines. But those VISs are the approach that the CDC takes in terms of designing them is they don't want to scare parents away. They have a policy for increasing vaccine uptakes. They have metrics for how many children, the percentage that they want to hit for children vaccinated. They have no percentage for how many kids they want to make sure aren't injured from a vaccine. There's no focus on that whatsoever. That's not where the money flows. It's not where the focus is. The focus is on vaccine uptake. And so those VISs are specifically designed. In fact, the VISs used to have a bit more disclosure in terms of harm. For example, the MMR vaccine package VIS used to literally say brain damage as a potential harm. Those are the words, brain damage. Dr. Stanley Plotkin was not happy about the deposition, I think, that he had with me. And we have FOIA'd for all his emails with the CDC and the FDA. He went on a campaign to get them to update their VISs to remove a whole host of potential harms that are disclosed, and to put them into broader term buckets. We have those emails. They're quite interesting. So, yeah, I mean the disclosure the disclosures that occur even before COVID were, you go into a typical pediatric office, they'll tell you safe and effective, nothing to worry about, don't worry whatsoever. And oftentimes what they'll say to you is, look, children have gotten healthier because of vaccines. Look around. Kids aren't dying every day, right? Well, let's talk about that for 1 second, and then I think we're ready to get back to COVID vaccines. You see in front of you the difference between vaccination schedule for the CDC from during pregnancy and up to 12 months. You could go down there. There's a CDC link. That link down there has all the CDC vaccine schedules going all the way back to, I believe, 83. So you can go see them for yourself. And this is a representation of them. 86, there were 3 routine vaccines, as we talked about, DTP, OPV. There was also MMR, but that's after 1 year of age. This is, again, up to 12 months. If we did up to 18 years, we would need a lot bigger picture. So this is up to 12 months. And then those are the rest of the shots. And I can tell you this thing is accurate. So quite a big difference. Well, our kids gotten healthier since the 80s. Good question, right? I mean, that's what we've been looking to accomplish here. 1986, according to the available data, 12.8% of kids had a chronic health condition in America. We have now, in 2017, at least had 53 doses of vaccine. 54% have a chronic health condition in America as of 2011, according to one CDC study. Take out obesity, and it's still close to 50%, so high 40s. So, you've got a lockstep increase. To be sure, I'm saying correlation, but you have a correlative increase in the number of doses, right, administered on the left side to the percentage of children with a chronic health issue. And I can say this much, a lot of the chronic health issues that have exploded are immune-mediated issues. Something as simple as asthma, which has exploded over the last few decades, is an immune system dysregulation. That's what it is. All right, your lungs improperly have an immune reaction in there. And so a lot of these conditions, something that's gone wrong with the immune system of our children's, including neurological issues that are immune-mediated, you would think the first place you would look is the product given to them dozens of times to modify their immune system. They tell you vaccines are powerful. They tell you they're effective. They tell you have systemic immunity, right? You inject here and you have immunity in your toes, right? They have a systemic reaction. Well, what other effects can they have? And so on your immune system, and there's lots of studies out there that can be concerned. We talked about the aluminum adjuvant studies a little bit earlier, and there's lots of others. The one thing public health authorities have not done is they have not compared vaccinated, unvaccinated. Well, they've not published any studies comparing vaccinated and unvaccinated children. And it would be easy to do because you can just do it using existing health insurance data, databases. You could do it retrospectively. That data is there. The Institute of Medicine in that 2014 IOM report that was referenced in that website, that Institute of Medicine report looked at the safety of the entire schedule. That's what that report was for. They concluded there's no evidence to say it's safe. It's not safe. They concluded they don't know. Okay. But one of the things they said is that the CDC has something called the Vaccine Safety Data Link. This is over 10 HMOs, de-identified, ICD-9 and 10 codes. Those are the diagnostic codes that you bill insurance companies with. So it aggregates all that information for over 10 million Americans. And in that database, there are thousands of completely unvaccinated kids, 0 vaccines. And they've even validated their unvaccinated by doing sampling of their medical records and so forth. The CDC could, in a minute, simply run a comparison of all the kids that got 1 or more shots to the kids that got no shots. 0 and 1 or more. Okay. Those would be the 2 comparative groups. And you would say, okay, what is the rate of neurological harm in this group versus this? Immune asthma, this group. Just pick your conditions, go down the list. Just run them all and see what the differential is. That study has never been published. After IOM said they could do it in 2014, the CDC spent oodles of money publishing a white paper on how they could do it. That study, and it's on the CDC website. Stanley Plotkin was one of the people, by the way, who is part of the white paper. And still, we don't have that study. If they've done it, they haven't published it. But the University of Jackson Department of Epidemiology did a study, small, based on surveys, retrospective it's certainly could be far more robust studies, but it's something versus nothing. And it showed that vaccinated kids had 30 times the rate of rhinitis as unvaccinated, 3.9 times the rate of allergy, ADHD, 4 times autism, eczema, learning disability, neurodevelopmental disorder. So this is actually one of the only few vax versus unvax studies I'm aware of, and the findings on it are startling. And if the health department can certainly take shots, you can take shots at any epidemiological. So you could say, well, it's based on parental recall, it's based on surveys, how random is your sampling? Sure, you could do that, but you could take shots at it. But a lot of credit goes to these scientists who stuck their neck out to do this study without NIH funding and knowing they're going to get careened for doing it. That's incredible. They actually did it, frankly. More incredible it exists in any published literature. Long story short, there's no studies that rebut this. And in terms of the scope of the harm, so we've looked at what harms might be caused by vaccines disclosed by pharma companies. We've looked at the fact that they failed to study them, and we've looked at some of the evidence that might show what the health outcomes, what the impact might be of this increasing vaccine schedule. Well, how many people are harmed potentially? What's to get an indication of that, a signal, we could look at VAERS, and I'm going to 2019 pre-pandemic, and this is the number of reports of to VAERS of serious issues, deaths, permanent disability, hospitalizations, emergency office visits. And I will point out that back then, this was a federal government study conducted by Harvard. It found that fewer than 1% of adverse events were reported to VAERS. I think it's probably increased since COVID because people are more aware of VAERS now. But if this is terrible science, by the way, what I just did. Terrible science. I just say that right now. But if it's 1%, okay, so let's multiply that by 100. I'm not saying these numbers are that's right. I'm making clear this is terrible science. But this is kind of the best approximation I have. Somebody's got a better study, I'll take it. I'm happy to look at that data. Okay. So, going to now switch over to COVID vaccines. Okay. So there are two systems, that the CDC basically says they rely upon primarily to assess the safety of COVID-19 vaccines. Same systems, by the way, that they primarily will say, well, not the same, but one is VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, which is co-administered by the CDC and the FDA. And the other one is a new system that they rolled out just for COVID called vSafe. Okay. It's brand new. So, and if you look at the studies that the CDC publishes, they primarily focus on VAERS and vSafe to assert the safety of COVID-19 vaccines. And I, as we go through this, I've took the time to go through all the other vaccines so that you're not shocked at the way that the CDC handled COVID vaccines. You will see that this is a bit of business as usual. Now, starting with VAERS, the CDC, when truth was original to them, back in December 4th, 2020, so that's before 16 days before the first COVID vaccine rolled out into American arms on December 20th, they published a guide, right there's the link to the CDC website, on how they were going to analyze VAERS data. Oh, there we go. Science. We come up with a plan, we design a study plan, and then we implement it. And we look at the results and we take them for what they are, because that's science. We don't change midstream when we don't like what we're seeing. That's not science. That's the perversion of science. Okay. Or maybe, well, let's leave it at that. So here it is. Here is their report on how they were going to analyze VAERS data. Let's just take a look at it. Signal detection methods and data analysis. I'm going to read it. It's not the most exciting thing, but I'll go through it quick. The analysis for COVID-19 vaccines safety signals will focus on identifying deviations from preliminary safety data and possibly from other vaccines using disproportionately analysis and comparisons of reporting rates. Next paragraph. Two main approaches to data mining are, here it comes, proportional reporting ratios, PRR, okay, and empirical Bayesian geometric means. So those are two different ways to analyze the data in VAERS. Both have published literature suggesting criteria for detecting signals. PRR will be used at CDC for potential signal detection. Empirical Bayesian data mining, EB analysis, will be performed by FDA. Okay. After initial licensure approval, COVID-19 vaccines in the United States, initial reports may be too few to allow for data mining immediately. As the data matures, PRR and EB data mining can then be used. Well, the data matured very quickly. I think too quickly for their liking. Okay, so here it is. The CDC said they're going to use PRR to a signal detect in VAERS. Well, how are they going to do it? On this slide, on the left side, what they said is that they would consider something a safety signal if there were at least 3 cases, the chi-square was at least 4, and the PRR was at least 2. Okay, so if you look at column 1, 2, and 3, it needs to be in the first column above a 3, in the second column above a 4, and the third column above a 2 to be considered a signal by the CDC's standard for what is a signal in VAERS. Well, let's see what they found. Oh, and by the way, what you're seeing here on the right, this chart, CDC didn't just hand this over. This took a lot of demands, fighting, and CDC finally coughed this over long after it had this data and demands were being made for it. All kinds of, we were not the only ones going after. Lots of folks were going after this data. And they finally had to cough it. Senators, newspapers, and so forth. Well, let's just look at it. Cerebral thrombosis, 194. That's a little more than 3 cases. The chi-square is 69.78, a little more than 4. And the PRR was above 2. And the PRR is really the main thing they focus on. Anything above a 2 is a signal. They had a 73 for cerebral thrombosis. Look down this list. These are all serious conditions. Abnormal uterine bleeding, 30. In fact, it's so long that I had to make a second page, and then it keeps going. So this is the second page. You can go through this list, but these are serious issues. And the CDC, based on the way science should be done is you come up with a design, how you're going to approach it, and you live with the result. Well, the result did not fit the policy. CDC is a policy organization. These numbers do not fit. So what did the CDC do about this very, very troubling set of numbers and findings and signals? This is a letter from the U.S. Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs, which I think Senator Ron Johnson is the head of. And he wrote them. And he said, now he used the January 2021 criteria, which is identical to the one you just saw from December, by the way. Okay. I don't know why he used the January one, but whatever, it doesn't matter. SOP described the types of data mining analysis CDC and FDA conduct to identify potential safety concerns linked to COVID-19 vaccines. These analyses included PRR, we just looked at that, and EB data mining, which is what the FDA is supposed to do. In a September 2, 2022 response to my request, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky informed my office that. So here's the head of the CDC walking back the whole PRR thing because it doesn't look good. And what does she say? Quote, CDC and the FDA chose to rely on EB data mining. Oh, so we're not going to use PRR now. A more robust technique used to analyze disproportional reporting. Really? Did it say that in the initial report? No. Rather than PRR calculations to mitigate potential false signals. Given the strength of the EB data mining method, CDC and FDA plan to continue relying upon EB data mining moving forward. PRR gone, out the window. Now we're going to use EB analysis. Fine. Let's use EB analysis. You know what that looks like? Exactly. Don't know. You know why? The FDA won't give it to us. We have sued them now twice. We sued them once. Somebody else sued them as well. And this is a federal court order which says they can wait another year and a half to give it to us. The federal judge, federal court order, you can look at these yourselves. The FDA complained that they're too busy to produce it. Data that's to be clear, de-identified data that discloses no personally identifiable information that is in a spreadsheet that they could literally go disclosed. And here's the best part. CDC has the data already in their possession, the EB mining data. And the FDA has it too, I know. They already have it. They've admitted they have it to us in federal when we were litigating with the DOJ on this. But this court decided they don't have to produce it for now.
So let me understand something. Okay. The PRR data that you just showed us was from the CDC. Is that correct?
Yes. This is their findings.
Okay. And the numbers are off the charts based on their criteria.
Their criteria, yes.
Okay. But in the FDA, which is a separate branch of government that should be independent of the CDC, because one does one thing, the other one does another thing, they're now going to rely on they're going to collaborate, sounds like, because they're both going to come up with the same report based on what they're using. Is that correct?
They're no longer going to rely on PRR because apparently it's unreliable.
Oh.
And now they're only going to rely on empirical Bayesian analysis, according to the director of the CDC in her letter to the committee that I just read to you.
Okay. I'm sorry to keep asking these questions. Because I'm concerned, obviously, because here I keep hearing safe and effective. But as I look at this information, it really, there's concerns. And now we're trying to push it as part of the childhood vaccine schedule.
It is on the childhood vaccine schedule.
It is on the childhood vaccine schedule.
Yes. Starting at 6 months, 2 doses. 6 months and 7 months, first 2 doses. COVID-19 vaccine.
Representative Potenza.
Now I have a different question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now I have a different question, but just based upon this, I just want to be clear. So these numbers, let's just, all the yellows that are off the charts are really all based upon VAERS, which There's been a couple different things. I've kind of studied VAERS for a while. We're looking at probably still, maybe 1% of the reporting. So, or, some people say it's less than 1%, but in all actuality, and we've had more VAERS reporting than ever before for COVID-19 vaccines. I just want you to speak to that. And then, so if that's the case, just based upon we're missing, over 90% of the population as well.
Yeah, VAERS reporting pre-COVID, no doubt, was way, in my assessment, and Harvard study by the government found it was less than 1%. It was probably way less than 1%. Reporting to VAERS is no simple task. If you've ever tried to fill, the government does not make it easy to submit a VAERS report. You should go try it sometime. It is very complicated. They don't make it simple at all. Most folks who try to submit it will tell you they have to try numerous times. It takes them a tremendous amount of time to do it. And so really it takes a really motivated clinician. And most reports pre-COVID, certainly the 70% were from clinicians or the pharma company. So, this whole thing of like random people are submitting stuff, that's not what most reports are. You need a really motivated person to submit those reports. I will suspect, I have no empirical data to show this, I've not looked at it, but I suspect that the number that for COVID vaccines, because there was so much attention on this product, there was a greater proportion. I don't know what it is, but I think there's probably more reporting to VAERS than there was for other vaccines historically. I suspect it's, but even if it's 7 times as much, you might still be under 1%, by the way.
Follow up.
But I don't know. I'm speculating.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what you mentioned is just another piece too, and we've heard that, our committee's heard it, but I've heard it for the last several years in regards with nurses, doctors, practitioners are not trained. I mean, you've got what the CDC puts out, right? But nobody's ever been trained, and a lot of people are not even familiar that are in the medical field of what VAERS is.
Absolutely. Most medical professionals, in my experience, have no idea what VAERS is, never heard of it. And understand that under federal law, the only obligation to report to VAERS is typically the administrator of the vaccine, and only for certain conditions. So think about that. If you go through one of these drive-throughs, you're gone. So you go see another doctor, that doctor arguably does not have, and I say arguably because I'd like to report it, but they're not the administrator of the vaccine. So, issues that arise that are not literally immediate, like immediate anaphylaxis. You may have, the administrator's not there. Now, if you get the vaccine at a hospital and you go back to the same hospital, most people don't get vaccines at a hospital. Then might be, and you have a condition that's one of the mandatory reporting, then you might have a mandatory reporting situation. But for the most part, most adverse effects, you don't encounter a medical professional when you afterwards that has an obligation to report to VAERS. It's actually rare, in my opinion, in my experience.
Follow up.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what you just said is so important too, because and I know it was probably like this in most states, but in New Hampshire, that rollout was fast and furious. And of course it was, there were medical professionals that were first, but when it was kind of this, drive-through type of environment, you had our New Hampshire National Guard was activated in doing injections, and there were reports of where people got slumped over in their car afterwards. But that speaks to none of those things were. It's not like a computer. No, none of them were qualified. They weren't doctors or nurses or anything like that in administering these injections. So none of that stuff got reported. And we had, like I said, there was at malls and all of these other things. I mean, what is the percentage of people that went to really, like, whether it be a doctor or a hospital, to have gotten a vaccine during that time? I really recall 6 months of it being this kind of massive in these vaccination clinics where these people wouldn't have ever reported anything.
Well, I mean, it's bad news for those who had issues, but great news in terms of answering your question, which is I actually have the best and most reliable, robust data to answer precisely what percentage of Americans ended up in the hospital after COVID vaccine. And that's from the VSafe database. And I'm going to get to that right after the VAERS, and I'll show that to you. I will point out that these numbers from VAERS are considered signal detections. They're just supposed to be signals that's supposed to merit further investigation. But that'll be maybe too many things for them to investigate, which is why I don't think they want to do it. And if I can, I don't know, make a bold statement, is that VAERS really, for the most part, exists to help affirm vaccine safety, never really to find issues. They will publish studies saying they looked at VAERS and they didn't find anything, so it doesn't cause that issue. But they will never look at VAERS and say, based on VAERS, it does cause an issue. They tell you it's a signal detection system. It can never prove causation. But yet they will rely on it to say that a vaccine is safe. So it really, when you really step back from VAERS, you'll understand it only can prove one thing: safety. They will once in a while say, well, it gave us a signal that we then investigated and found, yes, it's a problem. But they'll never say VAERS showed us there was a problem. But it can be used to show safety. That's the way they use it.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as that data goes, simple question is, obviously we don't have the EB method, the other method that was FDA originally was using. We don't have those numbers. I don't like the fact or reason we don't have those numbers, but we do have these numbers, the PRR method. So my question on this is there a history behind the PRR method? Has it previously been validated and utilized in such a manner?
Yes, and actually we can look at the CDC's own words in that regard. It says here that it says both have published, speaking of PRR and EB, both have published literature suggesting criteria for detecting signals, peer use for blah, blah, and then it says they both have published literature and they also go on to more validate it, but I don't have that part of my slide. But yes, they both have existing literature and a history of being used. They're not just made up for the purposes of COVID.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So moving on to VSafe. So we've covered VAERS. So VAERS didn't look good based on the PRR, and we don't have the EB, and there's probably a reason we don't have it, because I'm going to assume it doesn't, again, align with the policy that they have regarding these products. Well, that brings us to the other safety system, and that's called VSafe. VSafe was a safety system rolled out specifically to assess the safety of COVID-19 vaccines. Okay. After decades of saying VAERS is their premier system, they kind of abandoned it. Interestingly, it was interesting to watch it happen. And with the December rollout, December 2020, they rolled out VSafe. VSafe is not like VAERS. It is not intended for you to just report when you have an issue. It's intended for everybody to use and to start using basically right before you get your first shot. So you sign up, you get your shot, and then you get a survey. So the idea is to get a baseline unconnected to, let's call it, user bias. Whereas VAERS is really just there to report issues. VSafe was there to just get a baseline of all users. And they have about 10 million Americans signed up for VSafe. About 9 million of them signed up in the first few months between December and May. And remember, this was the period of time in America. There were no mandates. This is when people were clamoring over each other. Dances were being done to vaccines. There was no, nobody who didn't want one was getting one. In fact, people were getting arrested because they were trying to cut ahead of the line to get them. And so these were the vaccine folks who were really excited about this product. They were running out, they were getting the vaccine. And in fact, this was part of that excitement, was signing up for VSafe. they felt this part of the civic duty. In fact, there's a survey that part of VSafe, why'd you sign up? A lot of them said it was part of my civic duty. I wanted to participate in this. So, so it's far better than VAERS because it has a denominator where they say, well, VAERS, we don't know. We have, yeah, sure. 30,000 people say reported death, but like, I don't know what's out of how many, and, you know, and this many reported this condition, but out of how many? Well, for this, we have a denominator. We have 10 million users. If 1 million report an issue, that's 10%. So way better than VAERS in that regard. And I would argue way better than clinical trial data. Why? How do you know there's an adverse event in a clinical trial? You ask the participant. They show up at the clinical trial site, like Maddie, and you say, hey, I was injured. And, you know, they do an excellent job of writing it down and transmitting it to the FDA. I mean, just perfect job. So you get, in a clinical trial, you're getting the data the same way. You're getting it from the clinical trial participant. But unlike a clinical trial where the data goes to the pharma company, the sponsor, filtered through them to the FDA, and then from there, maybe to the public if we sue them in federal court for a year, like we had to do to get the clinical trial data. Here, you have 10 million folks, not 30,000 in a clinical trial, doing the same thing to a standardized survey. And we got access to the data directly. It took 2 federal lawsuits in 2 years, but we got it. Okay, and I'm going to show you what this data is right now. I'm going to walk you through it in detail. Please.
Good. Representative Tenz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick. Yeah, I was going to ask about what the process was, because I remember the lawsuit, the first one, and about having to get this. Like, what was the, you know, kind of what was the brick wall that you had to go
The
through?
VSafe data, you mean?
Yes. Yeah. How did that? Just quickly, like.
What was the brick wall?
Yeah.
Oh, the Department of Justice said no, and then they said no, and then they said no like 600 more times. And eventually they said yes. That's kind of the way those litigations go. I mean, look, the federal government has just a little bit of our money and our resources, and unfortunately they forget that they serve the public and the people of this country, and they view themselves as their own independent entity to be defended. And so, you know, they are typically of the view that they'll just wait you out. They'll fight you, and you don't have the resources to do it. But we're very fortunate because ICANN, the Informed Consent Action Network, funds these lawsuits, and they fund them, and they make sure that we have the resources and the attorneys to fight these things for years. And we do. We don't let them go.
Follow up?
So,
yeah,
please.
do you guys, 2 years, and I can't imagine the amount of money to be able to get it. So do they end up having to pay back those legal fees because they stonewalled the whole time?
So in a Freedom of Information Act, yes, they do have to. If you're successful and you meet the criteria, they do have to pay attorneys' fees. But you can imagine, first of all, there are very high risk cases that most attorneys would not take on plaintiff's side purely on contingency. And 2, you obviously have to carry the costs of your entire team for that entire time, you know, until that comes at the end of the day. So I would love if every lawyer in the country decided to go after the CDC and FDA for transparency. I welcome it. Please do so. That would be wonderful. But it's not. It will not be a lucrative practice. So, you know, eyes wide open. And they know that. That's why most folks aren't going to do it. So, I'm going to play a short video from the CDC that describes VSafe. All right, there it is. That's VSafe. There's lots of these videos. You go to YouTube, CDC made a bunch of them. They have posters everywhere. I think they really regretted doing that because you will see very quickly why they think they regretted it. VSafe, like VAERS, I think was actually very much intended to be able to just prove safety. But since it was new, I think they kind of messed up. So, and I'll walk you through that right now. Let's start with, what did vSafe gather? Okay. It gathered two types of information: check the box data and then free text field data. All right. Sorry, this isn't more titillating, but so in the check the box data, there's two types of check the box data that it gathered. First thing were symptoms. It had a list of symptoms you could check if you had those symptoms. All right. That's the first category, check the box data. Here's the list of the symptoms: chills, headache, joint pains, body aches, fatigue, nausea. Okay. These are the very symptoms that the CDC tells you are totally normal to have for the first week after vaccination. In fact, they tell you it's good. It's called reactogenicity. It shows the vaccine's working. It shows you're having an immune reaction. So having these symptoms means the vaccine is creating immunity in your body, and it's expected to happen at a high rate. Now, you don't want to have like grade 3 or 4 at too many people, but they want, if it's fine, if it happens in grade 1 or 2 to most folks. Okay. And when you look at this list, you might notice there's a few things missing. How about chest pain from myocarditis, pericarditis? How about neuropathy, right? How about just tingling in your extremities, right? How about the symptoms, at least, of the things? How about transverse myelitis? How about GBS? Or at least the symptoms of those conditions. You might say, well, maybe they didn't know the vaccine could cause those issues. Well, let's take a look. And before I jump to do that, I just want to make sure you understand that what they did ask was totally useless. This data that they collected for symptoms and they only collected for the first week after each shot, that's it, was useless. Here is who was the head of the CDC's immunization office. He said, vSafe it's just not designed to directly monitor specific adverse events outside of reactogenic adverse events. And you can read that. There's a link there to this whole email exchange where basically they admit, like, this stuff's pointless to gather. And in fact, when you look at the studies they publish, most of these conditions, 40, 50, 60, 70% of people reported them. So what was the point of gathering them? There really was no point. Okay? Here is a CDC presentation to their vaccine committee from October of 2020. Take a look at what they suspected the vaccine can cause. This is the preliminary list of VAERS adverse events of special interest. This is the CDC in their own vaccine ACIP, Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, their own slide. And what did they say they suspected the COVID vaccines might do? Oh, Guillain-Barré syndrome, seizures, strokes, narcolepsy, anaphylaxis, acute heart attacks, myocarditis, pericarditis, thrombocytopenia. Go down the list. The very same issues we saw the vaccine end up causing. Did they put these conditions here? No. But they knew about them. Do you want to see something even more incredible? You ready? This is the vSafe protocol from November 19, 2020. Remember, the vaccine didn't roll out to December 2020. This is the last page of their protocol that they used to design vSafe. This is their adverse events of special interest, pre-specified medical conditions. This is in their own design documents for vSafe. Look at the conditions they listed. The same ones. Again, anaphylaxis, blood clotting, GBS. Go down the list. The very same issues that we saw Americans around this country suffering. But again, so here it is in the vSafe protocol. And you won't see my screen if I pull it up, will you? Okay, it doesn't matter. The link is right there and you can pull it up, the whole thing. But the important point is that they knew these conditions could be an issue and they called them adverse events of special interest, pre-specified medical conditions. But did they end up on this list? No. Did the symptoms of these conditions end up on this list? No. In fact, they just left that list with the things that, were pretty much pointless. It's really hard to prove like mens rea. It's hard to prove like a bad state of mind, like a premeditated bad conduct. To me, this list, they had this, they identified them, they said these were of concern, and they left them off, at least the symptoms of these, from their lists of symptoms in VSafe. To me, that's premeditated. That's proof of premeditated conduct, yes.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question about when people were filling that out, you had said that it was 1 week. So how
For
did
the
that work?
symptoms.
Okay, so let's say, for example, I signed up
Yes.
and I filled it out initially. If I wanted to go back and give other information, was I cut off from that?
Once you submitted, you would have to do it in the next reports. So it was every day for 7 days, including the symptoms, and then the other stuff I'm about to show you. And then once a week up to 6 weeks, and then at 3, 6, and 12 months. After each dose.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was the first category of check the box data. I don't know why they bothered collecting it. And all the studies that they publish show those rates were crazy high and they don't care. Second category data. So here it is. This is the only other check the box data that they gathered. It was 3 things at the top there. Were you unable to work? Were you unable to do your normal daily activity? Or did you go get care from a doctor or other healthcare professional? If you checked that you needed medical care, it then would open up that other list of options that you can see on your screen. Did you need telehealth, outpatient, urgent care, emergency room, or hospitalization? And then you could check those, okay? So remember, the system is called VSafe. It's here to assess safety. So presumably, this is where they were going to assess safety. Where else would they assess it, right? So I assume then, and the most concerning one of these is seeking medical care. So you would assume there was a number, there was a level at which they said, okay, if we hit that number, problem with the product, we'll pull it. So 1 of 1,000 people say medical care, 1 in 100, 1 in 50, I don't know what that number is, but you would assume there's a number. I don't think there was a number, and I'll show you why. Okay. The CDC, while I was fighting with them for 2 years to get this data, this check the box data from those 10 million users, they published over 40 studies. They said COVID-19 vaccines are safe. These are the body of literature that the scientific community says they rely upon. And when they did that, in every one of those studies, this is what they did. They only reported the number seeking seeking medical care for the first week after the shot. That's it. That's it, just for the first 7 days. Even though they had the data for 2 week, 3rd week, 4th week, 5th week, 6th week. Why collect the data if they're not going to report it? Obviously, they did it because they know COVID injuries, vaccine injuries can occur with weeks after vaccination. Just like we talked about earlier. For example, if you're going to have an immune system dysregulation to a vaccine, it often takes a while for your immune system to have that issue, just like it takes it a while for it to develop, immunity that's intended to be created by the vaccine. Okay. And if you look at Vaccine Court, they know that issues from vaccines arise well after a week all the time. Known issues, accepted issues. But yet they only reported the first week. Like in this study, 5 to 11-year-olds, they reported that 1.2% needed medical care after dose 1 and 1.1%. By the way, I don't know why that's comforting. That's 1 in 100 kids who needed medical care after the shot. But apparently they thought that was okay. Here's the list of all the 40 studies. Each of those are hyperlinked. You get these slides. You can go and look at every single one of them. They're all there. Here's the deal. These were the 2 lawsuits we had to bring to get that check the box data. And when we finally got the data, what it showed was that 7.7% of VSafe users needed medical care. 7.7%. And on average, 2 to 3 times each. Okay? And 3 out of 4 of those instances were urgent care, emergency room, or hospitalization. That's what it showed. That is what the CDC, no doubt, did not want to disclose from the public. In the first 6 weeks, it was 4.2%. Remember, these were the vaccine enthusiasts. These 10 million Americans, the last place these folks, I think, wanted to go was to a hospital. They didn't want to leave their home, I think, typically. They wanted to wear their mask, stay at home. They were worried about COVID. To get them to go to an urgent care emergency room or hospitalized, they probably had something real serious. And that they went on average 2 or 3 times, meaning there were about 700 something thousand in unique individuals sought medical care, but there were 2.1 or 2 million instances of seeking medical care, right? You don't go back to the doctor or hospital 2 to 3 times because you have something that's not very concerning. And separately, another 25% who did not report needing medical care reported missing school or work or being unable to perform normal daily activities. That brings us to 32% of folks who were adversely affected. Remember, they said the military has to get this, so we have readiness. COVID did not affect individuals at that rate and disable them from school or work performing normal daily activities, let alone send 7.7% of people to the hospital. Okay, 2 to 3 times on average. Right there is the link to this link you can use to go to look at this data yourself. ICANN has done an incredible job of taking all this data and putting it on their website. It's right here. We can just take a quick look at it. Anybody in the public can do this. You can go to icanndecide.org/v-safe-data. It's taking a minute to load because I guess I'm tethering from my phone. But on this, you can, is all of the data. It's got the raw data there too. And it also has a dashboard where you can manipulate the data. While that's loading, I'll just tell you 1 or 2 other things about this. So after we broke this, and ICANN broke this, and I had the opportunity to go on national news and discuss this data, actually, Reuters reached out to me and said the CDC had spoken to the CDC about it. And they said, well, the 7.7% is something or other. And I said, I'm going to put it in writing, the 7.7%, 100% is accurate. And here's the raw data. And the CDC had to back off. In fact, I have a whole Substack I wrote just about that. It was incredible because they were hoping Reuters would just say it's misinformation without actually verifying it. It was actually incredible to watch it in action. So here it is. You can see right here, health impacts. Here's the 10 million individuals. You could see it on your screen. And if we limit it just to required medical care, you could see, again, 782,000 unique individuals and 2.1 million total health impacts. And you could break it down by vaccine, by anything you want. Okay, so I'll leave folks to go through that. The important point is that, again, that not necessarily even that the vaccine caused harm, but the fact that the CDC, they try to hide it from the public. And when they finally got caught with it and had to admit it, the number is really concerning. Just told you about Reuters. There's the link to the article where you could look at that. So just to put a fine point on this, if you're looking for the data, back to your question earlier, what percentage of Americans who got a COVID vaccine ended up in the hospital? That is the best data you're ever going to get on that question. The best data. It's not 30,000 people like in a clinical trial. It's 10 million. They're all filling out a standardized form. They're a cross-section of Americans. They're folks who went out before mandates. They're folks who are enthusiasts to get the vaccine. Anything. That number is underreported based on those confounders. And so that's really your best indication of what impact this vaccine has. I'll point out one other interesting data point from this data. And I actually pointed this out to Reuters, and I think the CDC didn't know what to do with it. But this is, for example, when you do some data mining, and this is what the CDC should have been doing with vSafe. This is the number of adverse events that were reported. This is the number of, of individuals 3 and older from the first dose of the Pfizer vaccine that reported needing medical care. Okay, this is not cumulative, which you're looking at on your screen. Okay, and anybody can go and download the vSafe data from ICANN website and do exactly this. Between day 1 and 7, 0.32% of those who got the Pfizer vaccine reported going to the hospital or needing medical care or emergency or emergent care or telehealth. 0.32%. Then, in the second week after the first dose, 0.67% of vSafe users reported needing medical care. Again, not cumulative. It's not cumulative with the first week. Look at what happens in the third week. Look at the fourth week. Look at the fifth, and look at the sixth week. You have an increasing crescendo of individuals who reported needing medical care after the first dose of Pfizer's vaccine. Reporting only the first week is incredibly misleading, but that is what the CDC did. in over 40 studies. And that data point that you're looking on your screen, that should have been terribly concerning and investigated. But I don't think that was the point of vSafe. I think the point of vSafe was to just confirm safety, unfortunately, which shouldn't be surprising because the CDC is not a medical organization. They're a policy organization. They're an agency. They have a policy. They set their policy just like any agency, and then they make sure everything conforms to that policy. Okay. That's vSafe.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Representative Potenza.
I just had a question concerning the vSafe. And I don't know if I guess when you got all the data dump, you might have it. So you know how, like, let's say somebody signs up for something, they might have just reported within the first week, and then they drop off and they didn't, like, do you know, like, okay, so 10 million signed up, right?
Yes.
How many really went all the way through? Because that kind of speaks to this as well. So if 10 million signed up, and then they dropped off from day 36 to 42, right? Then what that percentage of people that were affected by things obviously goes a lot higher.
You mean like those who died?
Correct.
Right. Yeah, and that was one of the limitations the CDC figured out in this vSafe protocol documents. Obviously, yes. Yes. So in the data set, you can, I mean, if you crunch the numbers, you can see that obviously there was some trailing off, but if anything, that either those, it could be because they're not interested, or because they were too sick to report, or because they passed. But if anything, that can only reduce the percentage, not increase, because remember, we have a denominator. The denominator stays 10 million. Okay, I'll give you an example. We use the 7.7% figure, even though we know, for example, about 500 something thousand of those folks signed up for vSafe, never filled out a single survey. Okay? They never filled out one survey. So we could remove them and the 7.7 number would go up. But I don't want to include any, and it would be valid statistically to do that. But we chose the most conservative number that required virtually no explanation, including the one I just gave you on taking those folks out. Because we knew that Reuters, CNN, all of them would attack this data, attack the finding, even though it's right there in black and white in the data set. So that it would be super easy to explain. That is the number of unique users who were signed up, 700 something thousand divided by the total number of users without backing up. If we did what you said, if we backed out, for example, the 500,000 and we did it, yes, the number would go up.
So I'm just looking at this, and so to me, it's saying somewhere between 16 and 17% of the people within the first 42 days had to seek a medical care. Is that correct?
Remember, it could be the same person.
Okay.
So they right. So it could be the same person in week 1 and then week 5 and then 7, which is frankly more concerning. I would be more comforted if this was everybody sought medical care one time and that was it. The fact that there will be folks who potentially saw it 7, 8 times. You know, one of the folks that we know of, and I don't have her. It's too bad I don't have it here. But she gave me permission to disclose it. I wrote a Substack about it and I put it out. She shared her vSafe entries. She was a professor who went and got the COVID vaccine to teach a lesson to her students on civic duty to go to get a COVID vaccine. And after she got it, she had a cascade of horrifying medical conditions. And her email, her submissions on vSafe are, please help me, please help me. She does that over and over and over. Her 6-month submission, still nobody's reached out to me. Nobody's contacted me. Help me. She can't drive. She can't engage in normal functions. I mean, she was in she had really serious adverse events. So she's an example of somebody who saw medical care over and over again and would have potentially been in a number of these.
So I understand it could be a person doing it one or more times.
Well, it doesn't mean that they're reporting the same hospital incidents more than once. It means, right.
So that I understand. But I guess, and I know you probably can't answer this question. And I guess I'm looking at the childhood vaccines and everything else. At what point do we say this is affecting public health. And if we're supposed to be looking out for public health, how can we even say that these are safe and effective?
I don't know if this is the answer you're looking for, but to me, what this screams is exactly why civil liberties, individual rights should never be contingent on the opinions, policies, deductions, pronouncements of any public health authority. Ever. They should persuade on the merits, and if they can't, that should be the end of the discussion. That's the idea of informed consent.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, of course, most of this was anecdotal, but being very involved when kind of the whole COVID thing was going on and the vaccine rollouts, there was so many people that that I talked to that missed work, and I'm talking about people in the medical profession as well as folks that were being pressured into it, whether it be from family members. And just in your time in research, the whole point was to get back, right? And I think that was so striking to me. And they asked that question. So I just thought that was, I can go on there and pull like specific data about like people, how they missed work. There were some friends of ours that were very sick, like people that had COVID and still ended up getting an injection, and they missed work for a long time. Some probably that have not gone back. So, just in your research, did you see that as well?
Oh yeah. Again, the V-Safe data is going to be the absolute best data to show what that number is. 25, putting aside, remember it had those 3 categories where you could check, right? I'm going to go back to it. So you could check you're unable to work or school, unable to do your normal activities, or you saw medical care. 25% of people, there were 25% of the V-Safe participants checked being unable to work or perform normal activities who didn't check needing medical care. So that's 25%. Add in, obviously, if you need medical care, you're also not able to do that. Add in the 7.7, 32% of individuals were needed medical care or unable to perform normal activities or would miss school or work. 32%. That is what the V-Safe data shows. And again, nobody needs to take my word for it. It's all right there on that webpage, all the raw data, as well as this incredible dashboard where you can run it. 32% schoolwork, unable to perform normal activities. So yeah, that is going to be your best indication. And yes, you're exactly right. The idea was, to get everybody back to work or to slow the spread, but this product had a lot of what they would call reactogenicity and potential issues. Of course, part of the thing that the federal health authorities would do is they would often look at a lot of things, if I can use that term, with regards to COVID vaccine, only after the 2 weeks after the second dose. So all that stuff, again, if I can use that term, between the first dose, the second dose, and 2 weeks after the second dose, just kind of fell into this like netherland. You could see it in the V-Safe data very clearly that they did not want the public to see and fought vigorously to hide.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been some difficult testimony. Learning about all of this, I didn't even really know anything about V-Safe until today. As some of the people here have known, as I've divulged at least in part before, I received a single dose of Pfizer in April of 21. Within about 48 hours, I was unwell enough to seek urgent care. Within a week, I'd followed up with my primary. Within another week after that, roughly, neurology. It took almost 4 weeks before I was finally hospitalized. So obviously, I have that experience that you're seeing right here on this slide. But my question is actually, I'm not even sure you have this information, but it would be interesting to know. Do we have any indication on what date did the federal government, through CDC, FDA, or anyone else, know that the data exceeded a safety signal for the very first time for anything?
I don't know the precise date, but I would suspect it was very early for PRR. I mean, that's given the pace and the number of VAERS reports, that signal, I wouldn't be surprised if they knew it within weeks of the rollout. In terms of vSafe, again, I don't think you had 10 million users, you had by, let's just call it 2 to 3 months. It's hard for me to imagine they didn't have this data in hand and analyzed.
I'd like to just follow up on something we had touched on earlier, based on what Representative Belcher just spoke about. When we're talking about this data and when did they know, it would seem to me that they knew pretty early on based on their November 2020 list of things that they omitted from the vSafe form of potential side effects, that these could be possible issues, or there would have been no reason to remove them. I'm just speculating here, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, the whole reason that this list exists is because that's the title: adverse events of special interest, pre-specified medical conditions. I mean, this is their list. This is the CDC's own protocol for designing vSafe. I mean, I don't know if it could get any clearer in terms of then identifying what the COVID vaccine what harms it could cause. It's right there on this list in their own design document for vSafe. And it follows on to this October list that they had, and there are other. Maybe you guys want me here for days. I don't know, but there are numerous studies that preceded this presentation and that support why the CDC listed these that you can look at. They were, well, there it is right in front of you, clearly aware these were conditions of special interest that the vaccines could cause, but yet, the only place in vSafe that you could record those specific harms was in a free text field that they limited to 250 characters. And they fought like heck to not disclose that. And I can tell you that we actually just prevailed in a lawsuit 3 months ago. We finally got a judge, separate lawsuit than the check the box data. They really fought for the free text field data. And federal judges ordered them to produce it, all 6-point-something million free text entries over the course of 12 months. We've gotten the first 2 to 3. We got the first, essentially, they've done the first 2 that when we've taken a look at those tranches, about 300-something thousand entries. It's an increasing number. We'll have all around 7 million entries by the end of about another 10 months from now. And there's a reason that the CDC really, really didn't want the public to see that. For example, what I told you earlier of that professor who's saying, help me, disclosing a crescendo of really, really concerning issues. And also they tell real stories of real people with real harm who all went out and thought they were engaging in their civic duty by going to get this product. And then when they went back to the same health authorities who told them it's safe and effective, you should go do this, pleading, begging for help, disclosing these harms, they were just ignored.
Representative Polozov.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you testified that some of those symptoms are blamed on normal immune response expected and desired reactogenicity. So what is the expected period for normal reactogenicity? I would think it was supposed to be limited to just a couple first days, or is it normal? Is it expected for it to last weeks?
No, it's supposed to completely resolve within the first week. And they're supposed to generally be mild. Obviously it's going to hurt for most folks when they get a needle put in the arm. There's going to be some swelling in the arm for a large percentage of folks. Those are the type of things that they expect, and they expect them to subside. They don't expect things to continue after the first week. But they didn't track any symptoms after the first week, did they? So
Representative Potenza.
So I have two questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions. One was and you answered it, which was the free form. And what did you say was the character limit?
It was generally 250 character limit for individuals, and there were a number of spots you could put in information. What we have seen is that some folks, they'll just use any of the free forms to try and put in and tell their story to the health authorities. A lot of these folks didn't know where to go or what to do. They go to their doctor, they say, I got an injury from a COVID vaccine. And as, the typical medical professional does, they say, no, can't be. Vaccines are safe and effective. So then they're left, looking for help. So they often will turn back to the very health authority who told them to get it. They're signed up for VSafe. They try to report it to there.
Okay. So my other question was, if let's say I was a VSafe user and I did the app or the program throughout, can I go back in and see what I submitted?
Good question. I'm not certain. But if you know your user ID, you can go to ICANN's site and you can actually pull up your reports and see all the check the box data you submitted. And by the end of about a year from now, you'll be able to also go in and see all the free text forms that you submitted.
Follow up. Yeah, because I'm just thinking, right? When you're in the middle of something, these people were gung ho. They wanted to do the right thing, and then stuff is not happening. Yeah. You're not going to think to screen capture or whatever, and
right.
And you wouldn't, if you're not able to go back in to see. Yeah, that would be.
Yeah, you know what? And I think about it. The professor who sent me hers, it's a good question. I'm not sure. I could get back to you on that for sure.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so there we've got the two premier safety systems and what it is we've uncovered regarding them. And, and if you look at other vaccines, I don't think it should be surprising, frankly, about how they've dealt with post-licensure safety review of these products. In many ways, religion comes in all forms, and I really do have religious beliefs with regards to these products. I find a lot of the folks who engage in promoting them on the federal level in particular. This is just one group called React 19, started by Brianne Dressen, who was injured as a participant in the AstraZeneca clinical trial, as well as Joel Waskog, who was an orthopedic surgeon who got the Moderna vaccine and could no longer perform surgeries because of his injury from the Moderna COVID vaccine. That group, that one group in America, says it has over 36,000 Americans who are seriously injured from COVID-19 vaccine. They're an amazing organization. Their focus is to help people injured with COVID-19 vaccines. And I know that they have regular calls and been trying to interact with the federal health agencies and trying to get help. So I use that as an example of, again, just one group that is out there, and to show this, the scope of the potential issues. Our firm as well, we don't bring claims for COVID-19 vaccine injuries because it's not really any place to file a claim that's worthwhile. But we get calls all day long, email submissions and forms from folks injured by COVID-19 vaccines. And then ICANN as well gets, folks injured with COVID vaccine contacting them all day long. I mean, we're just, two nonprofits and one law firm. And between us, the number of seriously injured individuals with COVID-19 vaccine is, equates to a cascade of pain and suffering crossing the entire country. That brings us then to the issue of transmission. And obviously the whole reason that they said the underpinning argument for why they had to mandate COVID vaccines was to stop transmission. That's typically the argument for why they have to require any vaccine. And so, because if you think about it, heart medicine, for example, heart disease is the #1 killer of Americans every year, 700,000 folks. Does that mean we mandate statins? Does that mean we mandate exercise? You name it. No, because we all intuitively get it that would just be incredibly destructive to individual and civil rights. Like, we have intuitive understanding, but the moment for some reason you slap the word vaccine on something, it's like, oh yeah, well, you could throw all of your rights away now. I don't, there's and that's an ethos that has developed over time, in part from what I discussed earlier, decades of pharma having its way with no opposition with regards to these products. What's incredible to me, frankly, is that regulators acted surprised that COVID-19 vaccines do not stop transmission. And we'll go through that in a minute. And the question is, should they have been? Should they have been? Right? I want to be clear that even if COVID vaccines stop transmission, I want to be very clear. I don't take an ideological position about these products in terms of you want to get them, don't get them, don't get them. They're a product. But they should never be mandated, even if they stop transmission. That said, these products don't. And what's really interesting to me was that somehow the CDC director and all these folks seemed surprised when that information came out. And so, should they have been? Do all other vaccines stop transmission? What is it that they should have already been aware of with regards to other vaccines? And I think, again, we'll take a quick look at other vaccines as a backdrop on that question. So this is the New Hampshire school vaccine requirements. These are the vaccines required for school in New Hampshire. Basically, you have 5 vaccines here that are required: DTaP, Tdap, polio, Hep B, MMR, and chickenpox. Okay, so I'll use those as the baseline, if I may. Let's start with polio. Okay, now, oral polio vaccine they used to be giving can stop transmission to a degree because polio proliferates in the intestinal linings. It's fecal to oral contamination. That's how it's transmitted. Okay. If a vaccine only creates immunity in the blood, IgG antibodies, and creates no immunity in your intestinal lining, IgA antibodies, not going to stop transmission. In America, the exclusive vaccine for the last 24 years given to children is the inactivated polio vaccine. It's injected. It does not create immunity in intestinal linings. It does not stop transmission. That might sound incredible, but I'm not going to say it. Let's see the CDC say it. Right here on your screen with the link to the CDC webpage, it says IPV protects people against all 3 types of poliovirus. IPV does not contain live virus and cannot cause disease. It protects people from polio disease, but does not stop transmission of the virus. If you have only been injected with an activated polio vaccine, it is at best personal protection. That's all. It's like asthma inhaler. Maybe we want you to do it, but should we crush your rights if you won't do it? So, and there it is right on the CDC website. That's because it only creates immunity in the blood. It maybe will stop the poliovirus from going from your intestines into your blood and then getting to your spinal column and causing myelitis, damage to your spinal column, potentially.
Can I just
Yes.
ask? I just want to make sure I understand this.
Sure.
So, if you get the polio,
If you're infected with poliovirus,
right? If you're infected with the polio virus and you've had the
inactivated polio vaccine.
thank you, you necessarily won't get the polio, but you can actually transmit that to somebody who hasn't been vaccinated.
100%. It does nothing to prevent transmission. It's right there on the CDC website. Does not stop transmission of the virus, which is why the WHO and CDC guidelines that if poliovirus were to return, everybody needs to get OPV vaccine. Everybody in America today who's 24 and younger, or longer than that because you're giving it older, has never received a vaccine for polio that prevents transmission. That's decades of kids in this country with no, they maybe will reduce symptoms. Now understand, 95% of people who are infected with poliovirus are asymptomatic. They never show any symptoms whatsoever, CDC. Another 4% are paucisymptomatic, a little bit of symptoms. 1% might have symptoms that are actually of concern, and a tiny percent or even more, can end up with an issue. With that said, yes, for, the vaccine is potentially can reduce the symptoms, the disease, as you would call it, but it doesn't stop transmission. I'm not making any judgment on get the product, don't get the product, but the point is one of civil liberties about individual rights. Should you crush people's rights for refusing a product that doesn't prevent transmission? And obviously, the reality is, and then separately, should Rochelle Walensky, the CDC director, been on CNN going, oh, nobody told me it couldn't stop transmission, maybe, right? Should she have been doing that? Or should she have maybe known, wait a second, we got a lot of vaccines that don't stop transmission, including ones with, so here is the Global Eradication Initiative, WHO, CDC, and they explain it in their own words. Again, there's the link down there. IPV induces very low levels of immunity in the intestine. As a result, when a person immunized with IPV is infected with wild poliovirus, the virus can still multiply inside the intestines and be shed in the feces, risking continued circulation. IPV does not stop transmission of the virus. The reason we don't use OPV anymore in this country is because it can cause paralysis, actually, the live attenuated version. So, okay, let's move on to the next vaccine on the schedule is diphtheria vaccine. Now, diphtheria is a bacteria. The bacteria itself doesn't harm you. Sometimes the bacteria can release a toxin that can harm you. The vaccine just creates immunity to that toxin. There is nothing in the vial of a diphtheria vaccine that creates immunity to the diphtheria bacteria. Nothing. It's a toxoid vaccine. It only creates immunity to a toxin sometimes released by the diphtheria bacteria. Okay? So here's a CDC study explaining diphtheria toxoid helps prevent symptomatic disease, but does not prevent the carrier state nor stop the spread of infection. The bacteria will still multiply and proliferate in your body. The known importance of carriers in the spread of diphtheria and the demonstrated failure of toxoid to prevent the carrier state lead us to conclude that the concept of herd immunity is not applicable to the prevention of diphtheria. Here's tetanus. Tetanus is just like diphtheria vaccine. It is a toxoid vaccine. It will only create immunity to a toxin sometimes released by that bacteria. Okay. Interestingly, it has to be lyophilized, meaning it has to actually, the bacteria has to be infected by a virus to then release a toxin. It's a different story. Separately, tetanus is not transmissible from person to person anyway, by the way, so it doesn't even matter. So the vaccine doesn't create any immunity to the bacteria, and the bacteria can't go from person to person in any event, so it doesn't matter. So we've now done polio, diphtheria, tetanus. Now we're going to do pertussis, okay? Here's pertussis vaccine. Now, I think pertussis vaccine is the most instructive one, frankly, because it's kind of similar like COVID in the vaccine in the following way. Pertussis vaccine can reduce symptoms, for sure. Just like COVID vaccine can reduce symptoms for a period of time, just like tetanus vaccine, they all can. They reduce symptoms for some duration. I mean, tetanus and diphtheria wane so rapidly, you have to get 6 shots as a kid and then 1 every 10 years for the rest of your life. That's how quickly that immunity wanes. So again, I don't know why Rochelle Walensky and we're surprised when COVID vaccine immunity waned, but that's a separate story. Before pertussis vaccine was introduced in the United States, all the studies reflected that they thought pertussis immunity was lifelong once you had pertussis once. That's because you were naturally continued to be infected afterwards. The thing is that when they started vaccinating people with pertussis, they realized something really strange. The level of circulating pertussis bacteria did not go down. They didn't know why. Well, FDA did a study. And in this study, they started with baboons because they couldn't purposely infect humans. And if you look at this chart on the right, this is an FDA study. They found that naive, which means that's the blue line, those are the baboons that never had pertussis. They would stick a swab up their nose and they would culture to see if they can culture pertussis. They were culturing pertussis from their nasopharynx for about 30 days. Okay. AP, that's acellular pertussis. That's the only pertussis vaccine used in the United States since 2000. Remember the DTP one that kills more kids than it saves? That they don't use that here. They were culturing pertussis from the nose of the baboons for almost 35 days. They were more infectious for a longer period of time because acellular pertussis vaccine actually will reduce symptoms, but it does not prevent the pertussis bacteria from being able to proliferate and multiply in your nasopharynx and for you to spread it. The FDA was shocked by this finding. And what's the most amazing part is that for decades, they claimed otherwise. That was followed on by an entire international convention of all the world leading vaccinologists and pertussis experts. And here's their conclusion in peer-reviewed study. They say acellular pertussis vaccine cannot avoid infection transmission. Pertussis vaccines do not prevent colonization. Consequently, they do not reduce the circulation of Bordetella pertussis and do not exert any herd immunity effect. If you take issue with that, talk to them, not me. That is what the data show. Yes.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm just naive.
Yes.
But if it doesn't reduce the circulation,
yes,
and it doesn't exert any herd immunity, what is the point of it?
It reduces symptoms. It reduces symptoms for a limited duration of time. So like I said, after you get a 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, 18 months, 4 years, and then you get one at 11 years of age. That's 6 doses. And within 2 years of that, your antibody levels are basically down to like 10%. Basically, only 10% of people are still considered protected from symptoms. But pertussis is really only of concern to little babies. Pertussis is not really of an issue for adults. I mean, you can get pertussis, you might have a bit of a cough or whatever, but it's really only dangerous for little babies, and there's a whole discussion around that. But yeah, I mean, it's a great question. They tell you to get pertussis vaccine to protect, for example, they'll tell you, oh, get it before you see a baby. But actually, if you get it, you're more likely to transmit to the baby because you have less likely to have symptoms, but still as likely to transmit it. They did all these studies, what they called cocooning, where they were like, okay, let's give pertussis vaccine to the grandma, the mom, the cousins, everybody around the baby. And did that have any effect on pertussis in babies? And they found no. Cocooning doesn't work. If anything, cocooning made it more likely you give it to the baby because it reduces symptoms. Wonderful. But then you don't know you have it. You're not staying home. You're not stopping holding the baby because you don't know you're infected and you're transmitting it in your nasopharynx. Anyway.
Representative Potenza.
Oh, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just, you kind of just answered that. I was just going to say, wouldn't that be more likely that the baby would be infected
Yes.
then?
Okay. Yes, it would. Yes. So, we actually, we FOIA'd the CDC again, asking them, come on, do you have any documents show it doesn't prevent transmission? And they sent us the 2 studies I just showed you guys. We also, this was my favorite one, we petitioned formally the FDA to change the labeling on the pertussis products to add the warning that you could be more likely to transmit. It doesn't prevent transmission. And they wrote us back, and it's right there's the link. You can read this FDA's response. And they said, oh, we don't need to change the labeling. There's no confusion in the marketplace. Everybody knows it doesn't stop transmission. Read it yourself. It's incredible, actually. Okay. Just like what we said, reducing symptoms while remaining able to transmit makes one more likely to transmit. And, in this article, it explains that, the way that you know how much circulating bacteria there is you look at the interepidemic intervals, okay? The interepidemic intervals, meaning how many cohorts you have that are not folks who've never had it, basically, has either stayed the same or has gotten shorter. Now, there are less cases of disease because the vaccine can reduce symptoms, but there's actually apparently more circulating pertussis bacteria out there. And the problem is that the pertussis bacteria has about 3,000 antigens on its surface. The vaccine has only about 5 of those antigens in the vial. Okay, so it creates this defective form of immunity called linked epitope suppression. So the next time you're infected with pertussis, your body has a robust immune response to those 5 epitopes, but not to the other 2,995 approximately. So your defective immunity results in you actually being able to become infected over and over and over and over. And studies like this one have discussed this issue. And in fact, one of the premier vaccinologists on this issue, according to the medical community at UCLA, has proposed that the only solution, I think, apparently, is to make a vaccine that vaccinates you for the other 2,995 antigens. You don't have to fix your immunity that they've created, which renders you susceptible. If you've got pertussis, if you actually had pertussis once, now you have immunity and you do not transmit it. And we saw that in the baboon study. Done. One and done, except, the studies show that, like vaccine immunity, natural immunity, apparently, at least some of the studies reflect it too can wane, but if you're continued exposed to it, then it stays robust. Now, do we exclude those vaccinated for pertussis from the work school military? After all, aren't they more likely to spread it? I mean, the kid with symptoms knows to stay home from school. The kid without symptoms doesn't. Does that mean we exclude vaccinated children from school who have pertussis because they're more likely to spread it? Of course not. Of course we don't. Because we shouldn't exclude anybody from making a personal medical decision. Okay. Those give us, we did polio and we did DTaP, Tdap. those are just some. There are other examples. We could look at meningococcal vaccine and other ones, but let's just stop there. The point is that they really shouldn't have been surprised that the COVID vaccine couldn't stop transmission, because that's true of many vaccines. Now, measles vaccine can stop transmission. Chickenpox vaccine can stop transmission. But most of the vaccines required for school in New Hampshire, for example, do not stop transmission. As we noted earlier, they could have easily tested in the clinical trial whether or not COVID vaccines stop transmission. They just had to basically test everybody every week in the trial. That's just 30, 40,000 people. They were testing millions of Americans every week, every 5 days, every 3 seconds. But yet they couldn't do it in the trial? Come on. I think they knew there would be a problem, most likely. Here is the FDA itself saying the FDA's authorization and licensing standards for vaccines do not require demonstration of prevention, infection, and transmission. This is what they told us when we wanted to add indications in the labels showing that various vaccines don't stop transmission. They said, well, we don't license on that basis. And in fact, vaccines are not licensed on the basis that they stop transmission. They're just licensed on the basis of reducing symptoms for some period of time. And so they knew they did not have the support to say that COVID vaccines did not stop transmission, but that didn't stop them from saying it, did they? Because as I said earlier, there's religious beliefs around these products. Despite the evidence, despite what they even say themselves, they will often argue, well, we have to stop the spread. We got to stop. We got to kick kids out. We got to do all these things. We got to, fire everybody from work who don't get a COVID vaccine. It's not really about trend. It's about an ideology to some degree. Okay. Here's Rochelle Walensky, August 5th, 2021. And she gets on CNN and she says, quote, "Our vaccines are working exceptionally well. They continue to work well for Delta with regard to severe disease, illness, and death." Let's put that portion aside. They prevent it. But what they can't do anymore is prevent transmission. Oh, she was apparently surprised. Why did she say that? She said that because this is a study from the CDC the next day. Amazed they published this, in which they went out and they carefully studied this outbreak of COVID. And what they found was in a place that had a 69% COVID vaccine coverage, 74% of people who were infected had COVID vaccine. So it was disproportionately within the vaccinated. And then they did the swabs like they did with the baboons. And they found that the vaccinated had on average more virus in their nasal cavities than the unvaccinated that were infected. That's the CDC's own publication. Amazing they actually published this. And then here's another study, just August 24, 2021, not long afterwards. They reviewed swab specimens from 24 counties, and they found a high viral load in 158, meaning of 232 unvaccinated. 68% of the unvaccinated had a high viral load in their nose. But 69% of the vaccinated had a high viral load in their nasopharynx. And they similarly, there was a high viral load of 7 to 24 unvaccinated, 29, and 11 of the fully vaccinated asymptomatic individuals. So the first black bullet point is for symptomatic individuals. The second one was for asymptomatic. And frankly, it's the second bullet point that should be the most concerning. Among the asymptomatic, they had no symptoms. So vaccine was doing great. It was reducing symptoms. But 82%, 9 of 11, 9, had a high viral load, unknowingly spreading COVID in the vaccinated. Whereas only 7 of the unvaccinated, 29% amongst the unvaccinated had that asymptomatic spread. This study was, I think, just a watershed. And in fact, it's a great study because we FOIA'd for all there was a CDC author, so we FOIA'd for all the internal communications. The internal communications on this study are incredible. The journals that didn't want to publish it, like they went round and round. And because, they were like, why wouldn't it publish it? This is an important finding, because it didn't fit the policy. But they knew before they went out, and they went and crushed the rights of 100 million Americans with the OSHA requirements, kicking people out of the military, going down that road. They knew this product did not stop transmission. There was no public health imperative to do it. Yes, I'm sorry.
Representative Vekis.
Recall very early on, Fauci saying, no, you have to still wear masks because the vaccine won't stop transmission.
Yes.
Do you recall when that was compared to all of this?
I think it was when Rochelle Walensky said this in August, I presume, because that's when the CDC, she said, "Oh, you can all take your masks off. We're all free." And then she went, then they had this study in Massachusetts, and then they all went and they went did a 180 on that. So I think it was very early. And actually, I have a little video. I happened to just find it on online last night on Twitter. It came in my feed, and I put it in here. And I think that's where, I don't know if it has a date. We'll see in a second where Fauci says that. This, by the way, those are just two early canary in the coal mine studies. There were large, giant studies that followed, all showing the same thing. We had a huge exchange with CDC on this point. It was clear as day this product would not stop infection. And what also made it super clear was just look at the rates of infections in highly vaccinated developing countries and other highly vaccinated countries versus the rate of infection in countries that did not participate in these products. It's incredible. Okay. So again,
Representative Belcher.
please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've got a couple of questions that I think will help with our investigation. I'll of course ask you between to make sure I'm good to continue. But the first one, it was a position of the government and pharmaceutical companies that the EUA vaccines prevented contracting the SARS-CoV-2 virus. It was their position that the EUA vaccines prevented transmission of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. It was the position of them that they were safe and effective. It is still the position of the government and pharmaceutical industry that these products reduce mortality and that they are safe and effective. My question then is, given the totality of all the circumstances that you are aware of and have evidence for, do you believe there is a reasonable possibility that the legal immunity of either the government and or the pharmaceutical companies should not stand due to fraud, censorship, disinformation on efficacy or risks, or any other reason?
Politically, absolutely it should not stand. It shouldn't have been there to begin with because it just creates an incredible moral hazard. Hey, you know what? Well, let's go into business and we're going to create a product and the government's going to mandate it. Really? What is the product? Oh, you inject it. Oh, what if it causes harm? Don't worry. You'll have immunity. Oh, who the heck would take that? Don't worry. They'll mandate it. Well, what if people cry out? Don't worry. They'll censor and they'll promote it with billions of dollars. Yeah, absolutely. That is essentially what we entered into. Politically speaking, it should never have been there, even absent fraud, if you're asking me. With what we know now, it absolutely should all be rescinded to the extent the government can. They contractually agree to the immunity. And these products should just be treated like any others. I mean, you could sue people, you could sue the maker of this pen for issues, but I can't sue companies that inject a product into babies over and over and over again that they swear to you are safe and effective? Really? How does that make any sense? They're so safe that they had to take away the ability to sue them for harm? I mean, if that doesn't create like cognitive dissonance, I don't know what does. It's like, your head's got to spin from it. So yes, politically, absolutely. Legally, that's a more complicated question, whether that is, it would need to most likely happen from an act of federal legislation. But there are things I think on the state level that can be done, and I'm happy to talk about those afterwards.
Thank you. And if I may,
Follow up.
Please.
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
That's all right. So the next related question is, the state of New Hampshire has a little bit of ambiguity with our current COVID childhood recommendations for injection. Currently, we hear there is no official recommendation. That is the position taken by the Department of Health and Human Services. However, the official website has a section on childhood COVID vaccination that directs the user to the CDC guidelines. They do so without explicitly stating those are CDC and not New Hampshire guidelines. And they do officially, the CDC guidelines that it directs you to, take a recommendation on childhood vaccination. So based on your legal expertise, would you agree that DHHS in New Hampshire, by linking directly to the CDC website, which recommends vaccines, under the New Hampshire website where it talks about childhood vaccination for COVID. Would you agree that they're taking no position, or do you believe that they are taking a position?
Based on what you just said, they are, in my opinion, based on what you just said, taking a position that would promote the COVID-19 vaccine, because that's apparently, if a parent goes to their site and it leads them to the CDC's recommendation, most folks would assume that is the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services position with regards to that product. I don't see how it could be otherwise.
Thank you. And if I may,
Yes.
Thank you. We've learned from previous testimony, and I'm going to ask if you're familiar with this and if you have anything to add to it. Let me preface it with this. Back when I was a paramedic years and years ago, I was trained to administer intramuscular injections, and part of that training process was to locate the injection site, spread the skin out, plunge the needle, syringe, aspirate to make sure I wasn't in a blood vessel before administering the shot. Now, this information changed at some point shortly before the COVID pandemic. And to my knowledge, the COVID-19 vaccine was the first that was issued official guidelines to not aspirate before plunging the syringe to administer the shot. Looking at the recommendations from the guidelines on this, I believe it was the CDC website, correct me if I'm wrong, the rationale given for suspending the long process of aspirating to make sure you weren't in a blood vessel was done based on no evidence, but the argument that there had been no previous data suggesting that you needed to, and further that it may cause additional pain that could put people off from vaccinations. So you should not do this practice. Is that something you're aware of or having comment on?
I'm not aware of that, actually. That's interesting, but it does fit with the normal rubric when it comes to these products in terms of how safety is approached, which is in the absence of evidence that it causes harm, you say it doesn't.
And if I may, one last. And you may be coming to talk about this, I don't know. But I want to ask you, is this something you're aware of? Because I've heard this. I don't think we've received testimony. I may be wrong again on that. But I believe that when these COVID vaccines became officially licensed as an approved by the FDA, the manufacturers continued to provide only the emergency use versions of them up until the point that they were adopted by the childhood vaccine schedule, which conferred a different legal immunity to them. So there was no period in which the FDA version was given where they might not had immunity. Is that something you're aware of?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of confusion out there in terms of the applicable legal protections. The PrEP Act immunity applies whether the product is emergency use authorized or licensed. So it didn't matter whether it was on the childhood schedule or not, and whether the 86 Act applied or not. As it stands right now, you can't go into vaccine court for a COVID vaccine injury. You can't go into the VICP, the program created by the 86 Act. You need to go into the program created by the PrEP Act, the CICP. So the PrEP Act immunity applies whether it's authorized or whether it's licensed. In terms of after it was licensed, what was available, I can tell you that one of the regulations that's crystal clear is that the military is not allowed to mandate a product on its soldiers that are not licensed. And so there were lawsuits that were brought after the COVID-19 vaccine was authorized because there still wasn't actually vials that were authorized vials. There were still emergency use, licensed vials. There were still only EUA vials in circulation. There was so much of it. That's pretty much what was available. And when the military was sued by a soldier saying, hey, you offered me an EUA product, the government responded by saying either one, you were offered a bioequivalent, there was a list that when the COVID vaccine was licensed, the FDA put out and said, these batches of EUA, not all of them, just these, are the same as the licensed and can be treated as licensed. And where the soldier was offered something not on that list, the military somehow magically produced an actual licensed vial. There were some that they had available, and they would then offer that to the soldier. And we encountered exactly that scenario. So, yeah, for the most part, for a long time, there was only, I actually don't know the state of affairs right now, because I know for a long time there was no only EUA product available in the United States. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay. So reducing symptoms while remaining able to transmit makes one more likely to transmit. We've covered that, and that was true of COVID vaccines. Should states have crushed the rights of those that refuse this medical procedure? I think that's self-explanatory. Should never do that. As I pointed out earlier, they could have easily tested for whether it prevents transmission. They didn't do it. I think that this is the video I told you I had found, and I included it, though I should disclaim I didn't put this together. I just found this, but it looks authentic to me, so I'll play it.
Okay, you're not gonna get COVID if you have these vaccinations. These vaccines are highly effective.
Vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick.
They're really good against variants.
Everyone who takes the vaccine is not just protecting themselves, but reducing their transmission to other people and allowing society to get back to normal.
Get your first shot, and when you're due for your second, get your second shot.
Our key goal is to stop the transmission, to get the immunity levels up so that you get almost no infection going on whatsoever.
When people are vaccinated, they can feel safe that they are not going to get infected. If you're vaccinated, you're not going to be hospitalized, you're not going to be in an ICU unit, and you're not going to die. If you are fully vaccinated, you no longer need to wear a mask.
Anyone who is fully vaccinated can participate in indoor and outdoor activities, large or small, without wearing a mask or physical distancing. But what they can't do anymore is prevent transmission.
We didn't have vaccines to block transmission. We got vaccines that have their help, but they only slightly reduce transmission. We need a new way of giving the vaccine.
The level of virus in the nasopharynx of a person who's vaccinated and infected is the same level as the level of virus in the nasopharynx of an unvaccinated person.
Sorry for the dramatic music, like I said. But I think that says it well. And in fact, you saw Rochelle Walensky in the middle there say what we had showed earlier. She said, well, we know they can't stop transmission. And there it is, Fauci confirming what we saw in the study, same amount of virus in the nasopharynx. So what's incredible to me, if there's a lesson to be learned from this, is that all these claims about, public health, we have to do it to protect the public transmission. They should have known early on it was unlikely to. There's never been a respiratory virus I can think of that prevented transmission. Think about flu shot, think about pertussis vaccine, respiratory infections. If typically they do not stop transmission. And then they could have done a trial that would have shown it stopped transmission. They didn't. All the studies early on showed it didn't. All the big studies showed it didn't stop transmission. But yet with all that data in hand, and even with them admitting it, they went ahead with, on the federal level, the OSHA mandates, the military mandates, in the face of all of that. It just shows you that, we can't make civil rights, individual rights, the ability to participate in civil society contingent on what public health authorities say. That leads me to the final few slides, and the other argument, and I'm going to go real quick because it's a little bit later, I think. But the other argument that they made about COVID-19 vaccines is that if you don't get it, everybody will die, right? We saw what the clinical trial data showed regarding deaths already, and we've looked at the all-cause mortality. So that already undercuts that entire argument. But I think it's also instructive to look at, again, some of the other vaccines on this point, because they make the same claim about other vaccines. For example, they say everybody's got to get a Hep B vaccine to go to school. Well, we FOIA'd the CDC because we said, hey, can you give us one documented case of hepatitis B being transmitted in a school setting? Hepatitis B is typically transmitted by promiscuous sex workers and intravenous drug addicts who use dirty needles. Not the kind of thing I assume. I don't know what goes on in New Hampshire schools, but I'm assuming that's not common. And so we asked them for documents sufficient to reflect any cases of transmission of Hep B in elementary, middle, or high school setting. You know what the CDC told us? A search of our records failed to reveal any documents pertaining to your request. But that doesn't stop them from the hysterics of that everybody must get a Hep B vaccine to go to school. Or how about chickenpox virus? Here's what the package insert says for chickenpox virus. It says that the transmission of varicella vaccine virus, meaning the vaccine strain in the vial, resulting in varicella infection, including disseminated disease, may occur. Meaning after you get the vaccine virus that you've just gotten in your arm, okay, it can be transmitted between vaccine recipients who develop or do not develop a varicella-like rash, meaning symptomatically or asymptomatically, and contacts susceptible to varicella, including healthy as well as high-risk individuals. Due to the concern for transmission of vaccine virus, vaccine recipients should attempt to avoid, whenever possible, close association with susceptible high-risk individuals for up to 6 weeks following vaccination with Varivax. Now, chickenpox vaccine is one of the few vaccines that actually can stop transmission. To be sure, it's not endemic anymore. The chickenpox virus has receded from society. Now, a lot of people can argue whether that's a good or bad thing, and I'll show you some studies that show maybe that wasn't a good thing. There might have been an evolutionary biological reason why we had chickenpox. But the important thing here is that people who get the chickenpox vaccine can actually give it to high susceptible individuals according to the package insert, but yet do we exclude children from school for 6 weeks after they get chickenpox vaccine? Of course not. We don't do that. You know why we don't do that? Because any child who could really be injured by chickenpox or measles or mumps or rubella or whatever, they're not in school. If they're really that immunocompromised, there's over 1,400 other recognized human pathogens. That means the fact that if they can be injured by chickenpox, they can be injured by any one of those. Yes.
May I? Talking about the chickenpox vaccine. So wouldn't you think that a school teacher who may be pregnant would be very concerned about the children as they may have just been vaccinated with the chickenpox vaccine?
I think typically no, because in the pre-vaccine era, everybody would have had chickenpox by the time they're pregnant. So they would have robust, complete immunity. And today they have to rely on either having had chickenpox or having had the chickenpox vaccine.
I guess my question is that if they're shedding the virus, it could affect the...
Not if they're immune already.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. If they're immune, then they shouldn't, which is typically not a concern. In fact, all pregnant women are typically tested for immunity to those various... So if they're not immune, they would typically know it. That brings us to we've covered now every vaccine required in New Hampshire. We did polio, we did DTaP, we did Hep B, and we did chickenpox. That leaves us with just MMR. And I'm sure you've heard this, everyone's going to die without MMR vaccine. Well, let's take a look at the veracity of that claim and see. And I think it's instructive to how COVID vaccines are treated. Based on the CDC data, the first chickenpox vaccine, measles vaccine was in 1963. And only around 1 in 500,000 Americans died of measles when there was no vaccine. 400 Americans on average a year died. And the death rate between 1900 and 1962 had declined by 98% without any vaccine. You know how I know that? There was no vaccine. So it couldn't have done that reduction. Then you've got mumps and rubella. So you got a grand total And to be sure, every death is a tragedy, absolutely. But 440 deaths total for measles, mumps, and rubella in the years before there was a vaccine, back when they were still doing lobotomies, okay, back when medical care was still in its infancy, acute care was still being developed. I mean, it's amazing because, modern medicine, it takes a lot of pride in the advances they've had since the 60s. When it comes to vaccines, they don't seem to want to recognize that. Not sure why. Many of these folks probably would be fine today if they had these conditions. With that said, it's far from the idea of everybody would die, right? They're saying hundreds of thousands died from COVID. 440 died. They say a year. 440, according to CDC data, died of a year. Again, not to minimize any deaths, but I'm just trying to put it in context, because that's not what they tell you. That is not the impression they leave you with. They don't leave the public with the impression that only 400 people here died of measles before there was a measles vaccine. They leave you with the impression that millions would die from measles. And to be sure, in third world countries, developing countries where there's poor nutrition, there's poor sanitation, there's poor issues, kids die far more frequently of measles, as well as lots of other things. Absolutely. And they still do, even with vaccines. In the United States, this is an official CDC chart, by the way, published in 1960. There is no way this would get published in the post-vaccine measles era, okay? But, 1960, they weren't expecting the vaccine yet. This is their own. This is a CDC, at least the predecessor of CDC's chart. And you could see this is the standardized per 100,000 people, the rate of measles mortality from 1900 until 1960. It went down over 98% without any vaccine again. I've had so many discussions with medical professionals, and it's hard for them to accept that reality, but it just is. And there's no reason to think the same factors that cause a reduction and decline in mortality of measles between 1900 and 1960 would not have continued. I'm not saying that maybe vaccines haven't saved some of those folks, but some of the 400 folks probably would also not die based on the natural progression of where that disease was going as well. But that seems to be a hard thing to accept. Well, what if we traded that off for? Okay, things to consider. This I think is also reflective of COVID vaccines. They only look at one side of the picture. They don't want to look at the rest of it. So, for example, here is a study, a prospective study of 100,000 people in Japan. Only study of its kind I'm aware of. And they track them forward-looking, super reliable. And what they looked at, and this is incredible finding, actually. I don't even know why they did this. But they looked at those who had measles and mumps versus those that did not have measles and mumps. People who had measles and mumps died far less frequently from cardiovascular issues, statistically significant. Just take a look at all the yellow statistically significant findings. Total cardiovascular disease and total stroke. You are far less likely to have stroke and cardiovascular disease and die of it if you had measles and mumps than if you didn't. And you can't say, well, that's because people that had measles and mumps died. No, only a tiny number of them died. Cardiovascular disease kills 700,000 Americans a year. If having measles and mumps, if eliminating that, increased the number of deaths of cardiovascular disease by 2%, well, you just went upside down in terms of the benefits of this product. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm not saying that's good science, what I just did. I am saying, though, that if you look at this study by mainstream researchers in Japan looking at a huge cohort found an incredible reduction. I mean, when you look at measles and mumps, and you can look at if you look at those two line curves, and you could see the percentage of folks, of the men, for example, after 22 years, you could see that about 5% of those that had measles and mumps died of cardiovascular disease, but something like 15% of them died from cardiovascular disease that didn't have it. Incredible finding. But it doesn't fit the policy. Never seen a study that contradicts this. Never seen this study debunked, so to speak, because it's nothing to do with vaccines, really. They just happens to be out there in the world. Really troubling, though, for those the proponents is, and this is a huge body of science. Back when all of these childhood infectious diseases, and maybe God put them on the planet for a reason, were being eliminated. Like I said, measles, mumps, rubella, and chickenpox vaccine, they can stop transmission. So they do end up reducing the amount of circulating virus for those 4 viruses. As those viruses receded and children didn't have those infections, these studies looked at the rates of childhood cancers. For example, 66% increased rate in non-Hodgkin lymphoma and 233% increased rate of Hodgkin's lymphoma amongst children that did not have measles, according to the International Agency for Research and Cancer. And then you can look through it. Into ovarian cancer, double the rate of those who didn't have measles, and so forth. It's true of and what they find, these studies they're consistent. And they were all done often back in the 80s and then they stopped doing them. And they're sitting there in PubMed, but they don't fit the narrative. And what they show is that febrile childhood infections, meaning childhood infections like of those that have fever, for whatever reason, afford protection later based on these studies from various cancers and other cardiovascular disease and other issues. I'm not saying this, just to be clear. That's what these studies all reflect. There might be a reason that while, for example, certain viruses and bacteria come and go throughout history, when you look back on human history, lots of virus and bacteria, they come and they're gone. These particular ones have been with us for forever, and might be an evolutionary biological reason that they've been here, because they might actually help increase life expectancy potentially. There's no reason I think that somebody shouldn't be able to look at this data and make a health decision and have a reasonable discussion about this. I mean, I think it would be wonderful to have one side of folks come and present the studies that debunk these, and the one side that looks at these studies, because the body of literature, I've not seen a body of literature that contradicts these findings. And so, when you talk about saving 400 something folks by getting rid of these diseases, you might have ended up causing far more death through cancer, heart disease, and so forth. Is the balance worth it? The problem is that I'm just a lawyer. I shouldn't be doing that analysis, yeah? But public health authorities should, but they're not going to do that. I can assure you. There are things that is a speculation I'm willing to walk on a ledge on and say the FDA is not going to do that, and the CDC is not going to do that analysis. And if you can get your state department to help do it, that'd be wonderful. And you might say, well, the MMR has been carefully reviewed and studied. Has it? Really? I mean, we've already looked at this issue. Well, I'll just take a super quick peek. Here's the clinical trial relied upon to license the MMR vaccine. 834 children, not properly powered. No control. 42 days of safety review. And by the way, a third had gastrointestinal issues and a third had respiratory issues in the trial. I don't know what the point of doing that trial was. Similar trial for the 1971 original version, when they licensed the 71 version, which is basically the same as the 78 version, except they changed out the rubella component. Okay. This is what I was telling you earlier. Here's by the way, the vaccine information sheet for measles, mumps, and rubella. It includes a disclosure such as seizures, deafness, long-term seizures, coma, lower consciousness, and brain damage. But they got rid of that now because, so anyway, and these are all, remember we looked at this, these are all of the conditions that are disclosed that the manufacturers say can be caused very serious conditions, separate from the cancer stuff, separate from the heart disease stuff. These are the ones they have a causal basis to include. And this is my favorite slide on MMR, and then we'll move on to another topic, is that there was only one MMR vaccine for forever by Merck with that clinical trial I just showed you, which was underpowered, no control, and not enough safety review. Well, GlaxoSmithKline finally, they went and they licensed an MMR vaccine. Well, what did they use as a control in the study? They used the Merck vaccine. So we finally could see what is the adverse event rate amongst the healthy childhood population of getting these products. Buried in a supplemental table, not in the primary study. It's right here, okay? So you could see that serious adverse events amongst those getting MMR-RIT and MMR2. So MMR-RIT is the GSK version, 2 is the Merck version. Around 2% had a serious adverse event. But here's an interesting thing, by the way. I've never seen this before. They took adverse events prompting an ER visit and NOCDs. This is a new thing, new onset chronic disease. They remove those from serious adverse events. I don't know why. So you got to look at all three of them and add them up cumulatively, okay? So you've got 2% with a serious adverse event. We looked at what those are earlier. Those are serious. You have another 10% that needed an ER visit prompted from the vaccine. And you had another about 3.4% that had a new onset chronic disease during the review period for the vaccine, which was unsolicited 42 days, and then AEs were done for 180 days. So, I mean, to me, that should be really concerning. If every few months, every child, 3.4% of children in America had a chronic disease that arose, every person in America would have a chronic disease over a longer enough period of time. So, anyways, I'm not looking to, cast aspersions on the MMR vaccine. I'm really just pointing out that in the same way that the federal health authorities do not have any issue, in my opinion, giving an impression of what these products can do, how harmful they were before there was vaccine, and misleading the public with regards to MMR vaccine, I don't think they have an issue misleading the public with regards to COVID-19 vaccine. I think it's kind of the same type of approach. I should say, for what it's worth, I think most public health authorities and medical professionals are well-meaning. I think that they really they believe that they are they don't know, they have assumptions about these products. They're well-meaning. They think that they are they really need to, no matter what, get you to take it because that's going to save everybody. But when you step back and you're not emotional or religious about these products and you just look at the data, they paint a very different picture. And it's unfortunate that we can't have those kind of objective discussions. And so, as I point out, same hysterics apply to COVID-19 vaccine. I say, I'll say it again, everyone should be free to get one. Government should be free to persuade the public, but when they can't, that's where it ends. And think about it, after all, did our government tell us the truth about the deaths in the clinical trial of COVID-19 vaccines? No. I don't think they went and publicized that at all. Remember, here it is again. This. Yeah. Conflicted regulators. I feel like we've really covered this pretty well, so I'll just go super quick. Who's responsible for vaccine safety? Not pharmaceutical companies. They're immune. So all of that responsibility was transferred over to the Secretary of HHS. It's actually included in one section of the United States Code. This was part of the 1986 Act. It's called literally Mandate for Safer Childhood Vaccines. That's what it's called. It's got 3 simple sections. Section 1, make them safer. Section 2, form a task force, the head of the FDA, CDC, NIH, and make recommendations to the head of HHS on how to make them safer. And Section 3, every 2 years, submit a report to Congress describing how you made them safer. Okay? Well, guess what? Let's work backwards. Did they submit that biannual report to Congress as required by Section C? Never once. We sued them because they wouldn't give us any of the reports. Never once have they submitted this biannual report to Congress as required by the Mandate for Safer Childhood Vaccine, Section C. How about Section Department Search did not look at any records. How about the task force? Well, again, we sued them. The task force was disbanded in 1998. So they had it for a while, but it doesn't exist. So they're not doing the easy stuff. If they're not submitting the biannual report to Congress and they don't have a task force on how to make it safer, you think they're doing the hard part of actually making it safer under Section A? I think the presentation up to this point probably answers that question. Why did they abandon safety? I would argue to you because they are conflicted. They're utterly conflicted. They're responsible for promoting vaccines as well as safety. So, when the Department of Transportation was responsible for promoting transportation, they said, oh, wait, you can't also be responsible for investigating disasters because you can't be glab handing with industry, go make more planes, go fly more routes, and then say, oh, you're very bad in what you do, right? So they created the National Transportation Safety Board. They separate the promotion from the safety function. Same thing with energy. Department of Energy promotes nuclear energy power plants to be created. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission regulates their safety. I can't walk into a nuclear power plant and say, build more power plants. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Slap them on the back, give them incentives, and then slap them around when they're not safe. But with vaccines, we keep them in the very same, they're both within HHS. Okay. So one of them is going to win out, and the promotions function wins out. But if that weren't bad enough, as I mentioned earlier, the 1986 Act created a vaccine injury compensation program where you sue. There it is, the quote from the law. In all proceedings brought by the filing of a petition in vaccine court, the secretary shall be named as the respondent, the secretary of HHS. You're literally suing federal health authorities for vaccine injury. They're statutorily required to defend against any claim that a vaccine causes injury. If they create any studies that show a vaccine causes injury, is an admission against interest. Is the most incredible conflict you can imagine. It's bad enough you get rid of market forces. You have utterly conflicted the regulators. And if that weren't bad enough, there's a revolving door between regulators and pharma. It's all over the internet. You can look at it, all the former heads of the CDC and FDA and regulators and where they work now and where they're getting paid. And obviously we have that government report. In terms of COVID vaccine, one more thing I would point out in that regard is that I mentioned the vaccine injury compensation program. That at least offers some modicum of compensation for those injured by vaccines, even though you have to fight the DOJ. You don't get an Article 3 judge. You get a special master. You don't get any discovery as of right. I can't depose any of the pharma companies. I can't get discovery. So, you fight with your hands behind your back against the Department of Justice that gets full discovery, gets everything that they want in terms of experts. Nonetheless, they paid out over $4 billion in damages with a $250,000 cap in pain and suffering and for death claims. But when it comes to COVID vaccine injury, basically the only remedy right now is the counter injury compensation program. Who is the trier of fact that's really deciding your claim? You do not know. What is exactly the standard? Not sure. Who's the expert they're going to rely upon? You don't know. Can you confront them? No. Is there a hearing? No. Is there any due process? No. It is the equivalent of fill out a piece of paper, go to your backyard, dig a hole, put it in the ground, cover it up, water it, and wait for money to grow. I mean, that's essentially what the CICP is. We've already sued. We've sued in federal court. We're right now in Louisiana and in Texas to declare it unconstitutional because, when you afford a remedy of some kind, right, a process, it's got to meet basic constitutional due process. If you don't know who the trier of fact, you don't get a hearing, you can't confront who's making the decision. You can't rebut their evidence. I mean, it's the most, I cannot think of something more offensive to due process. You basically submit something and you just wait. How long? Indefinite. You have no idea. Oh, you only have 1 year to file, but they can take 5 years to decide your claim. And to date, since they only have a few $1 million, by the way, you have no chance of getting any real compensation. They've adjudicated only a tiny fraction of the claims, and they've only agreed to compensate even, I forgot, some tiny percent, and each of them got about an average of a few $1,000s for devastating lifelong injuries. That's what the CICP program is. It's designed. It's basically a policy organization. Our hope is to strike it down, and I think that I'm hopeful that we'll be able to do that as unconstitutional. Okay, so this brings us to the last part, which is the idea of informed consent, and I think this really, to me, wraps everything we've talked about today, which is what is informed consent, and to me, it's the lack of respect for this basic principle that led to so many of the issues. If they didn't mandate masks and stay at home and vaccines and this stuff, I don't think you'd be having this hearing. Persuade folks, tell them if they do it, if they want to do it, great. If you're 90 years old and you have a million comorbidities and you want to still go to the coffee shop, it's America. You should be able to do it. You're 16 and you're 18 and you're totally healthy and you want to live in your basement and wear 7 masks and vaccinate every day, you should be able to do that too, because that's freedom. It's America. Informed consent is where you get informed to whatever degree the doctor is going to give you, then you decide whether to consent. And that's it. That's what it should be. Saying, I don't consent, but now you can't get a job and you can't go to school, you can't go in the military, you can't go on public transport. What the heck is that? That's not informed consent. That's, I'm going to inform you and you better consent or else. That's what that is. That's not informed consent. That's not freedom. 7 basic questions that you would ask, I think, in my opinion, before you decide whether you should do a medical intervention and that the government should respect your right to do. One is, will the manufacturer stand behind its product? Does the manufacturer stand behind its product? And on this, thing. There are links where you can see which vaccines are covered by the 86 Act, which are covered by the PrEP Act, and a letter you can send to your pharmaceutical company asking them to waive that immunity. Because if they won't stand behind their product, do you think it's wise to inject it in your body? I don't know. Some people don't. And they should be free to make that determination in this country and say, you know what? If the makers of this product won't stand behind it and compensate me if I'm injured, why should I take that risk? 2, did his clinical trial prove it was safe? We've looked at that pretty closely. I should be able to say, that's not good enough to inject that product into me or my child with that kind of data. I want a better trial. And until you do it, no. Did the post-licensure studies prove it's safe? We reviewed that. Same principle. Should be able to look at that. I'm educated enough to look at PubMed and read the studies. You know, I shouldn't even say educated enough. They're in English. Anybody can read them. Anybody can figure this stuff out. I should be able to say no without penalty. Are the benefits? What are the benefits? Probably be able to look at them and decide it's not for me, for whatever reason. Can you determine if the risks outweigh the benefits? Well, if you don't know the safety profile, how do you do that? And a lot of these products, you don't know the safety profile. And I should be able to say I don't want it on that basis alone, whatever the benefits are. Until I know the real risk profile, I should be able to say no without penalty. Can you trust the people recommending the product? Can you trust Dr. Peter Marks at the FDA, who's going out making just a minute? Everybody get the shot before it's even authorized. Don't worry. I won't have cognitive dissonance if I not tell you, oopsie, I just told you to take a shot that hurts you. Or how about Dr. Edwards, who's on the vaccinologist in the DSMB, who was a Pfizer consultant advisor right before she was on the DSMB. Or the members of the advisory committee that, numerous reports, Congress and other reports have found are conflicted. I should be able to say, you know what? I'm not sure I trust those recommendations without penalty. And maybe you have a moral objection to the product. I'll show you one more video and I'm pretty much done. So you might say, listen, I don't want to participate. I believe abortion is murder. Some people think that. Some people don't. It's America, but it's free to their opinion. And for those who think that, maybe they don't want to participate in products that involve abortion. So let's take a look at one video. It's a few minutes on exactly that topic. Your work related to vaccines. How many fetuses have been part of that work?
My own personal work, 2.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 41. Okay. Are you familiar with this article, Dr. Plotkin?
Yes.
Okay. Are you listed as an author on this article?
Yes.
This study took place at the Wistar Institute, correct?
Yes.
You were at the Wistar Institute, correct?
Yes.
How many fetuses were used in the study described in this article?
Quite a few.
So this study involved 74 fetuses, correct?
I don't remember exactly how many.
Turn to page 12 of the study.
No, 76.
76.
Mm-hmm.
And these fetuses were all 3 months or older when aborted, correct?
Yes.
And these were all normally developed fetuses, correct?
Yes.
What organs did you harvest from these fetuses?
Well, I didn't personally harvest any, but a whole range of tissues were harvested by co-workers.
Okay. And these pieces were then cut up into little pieces, right?
Yes.
And they were cultured?
Yes.
Okay. Some of the pieces of the fetuses were pituitary gland that were chopped up into pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Included the lung of the fetuses?
Yes.
Okay. Included skin?
Yes.
Kidney?
Yes.
Spleen?
Yes.
Heart?
Yes.
And tongue?
I don't recall, but it probably yes.
So I just want to make sure I understand. In your entire career,
and this was just one study. So I'm gonna ask you again. In your entire career, how many fetuses have you worked with?
Well, I don't remember the exact number, but quite a few when we were studying them originally before we decided to use them to make vaccines.
Have any sense? I mean, this one study had 76. How many other studies did you have that you used aborted fetuses?
Oh, I don't remember how many.
You're aware? Are you aware that one of the objections to vaccination by the plaintiff in this case is the inclusion of aborted fetal tissue in the development of vaccines, and the fact that it's actually part of the ingredients of vaccines?
Yeah, I'm aware of those objections. The Catholic Church has actually issued a document on that, which says that individuals who need the vaccine should receive the vaccines regardless of the fact, and that I think it implies that
The MMR vaccine and the chickenpox vaccine each have in each vial administered have millions of pieces, millions of cellular debris and DNA from the cultured cell line of aborted fetus. Every single dose. Some people have moral objection to that. They don't want to inject a vaccine into their child where the injection will result in the cultural cell line of aborted fetus, millions of pieces of cells and DNA from that baby being injected into their child. And they should be able to say no again without coercion. Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is listed in, is it always listed in the ingredients? Sometimes you don't see it, but it's usually listed as MRC, correct?
MRC-5,
Okay.
and then also WI-38 would be what it would be listed as. But sometimes actually, for example, in the CDC's excipient list, it's explicitly stated as MRC-5. I believe it says DNA and cellular debris. I think it's actually something. I could pull it up if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. Okay.
Follow up?
Sure.
Follow up.
I just had a question about, in regards with, I know in development and stuff that they can be used, but what about specifically do you know, for COVID, for the COVID injections?
Yes. So for the COVID vaccines, the J&J vaccine had, I believe it was the J&J vaccine had the, in the vial itself, it had aborted fetal cell line cultured material. For the Moderna and the and Pfizer COVID-19 vaccines, there's nothing in the vial from the aborted fetal cell line, and it's not part of the manufacturing process. But when they were developing those two vaccines, they did use aborted fetal cells in the testing and development of the product. So they would use, so if they wanted to see how the vaccine would work within human cells, they used aborted fetal cell line cells, including in humanized mice. So they're, so they'll take aborted fetal cell lines and they will essentially inject them into mice. And so they quote unquote humanize them, and then they infect the mice and they see how it works. So like, for example, and this is a huge industry. I mean, I'm aware of, just $100 million contract from HHS, NIH to create humanized mice, for example. So there's, there's a whole industry around it, and it's a big part of the testing that occurs. There's also a lot of testing create new aborted fetal cell lines. You need to grow a virus in something. Okay. So viruses replicate in cells. You can't grow a virus in a petri, you can't just grow a virus. It needs to grow in a cell. It takes over the cell and machinery. So if you're going to grow a virus, the rubella vaccine, for example, that Dr. Stanley Plotkin created, which is why he used so many aborted babies, he was trying to find a cellular medium to grow the rubella virus. So they tried like the heart, they try the eye, they try the tongue, they take and they use lots and lots and lots of babies to try to figure out what to use. And so a lot of times they'll use cells, human cells, to grow them in. So either cells that have senescence or don't. So they'll take either cell lines that, meaning they'll replicate for a certain number. They have a seed stock, and eventually they'll run out, and then they got to make more. Or in some instances, they actually modify the cells and render them immortal. So they make basically like they're like cancerous. So like there's a canine, there's a dog kidney, a dog cell line that they use that they've rendered immortal, that basically will replicate for forever, and they use that to create a certain flu shots, for example.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to just delve a little bit more into this, I want to be very specific and clear to cure any confusion that I might have on this issue. Because when I was deciding back in late 2020 and early 21 whether I would move forward with receiving any vaccination, I did have to tackle this idea. I am a Baptist. And I'm looking here at a fact check from the Washington Post, subheadline, Democracy Dies in Darkness. It says the vaccines were developed using aborted fetal cells is false. This information I also heard from the government to assuage people of any concerns before they took this, particularly with the mRNA vaccines. So just to be clear, were there any aborted tissues utilized in developing the mRNA vaccines?
Yeah, it's exactly in the manner I just described. And it's categorically, I mean, I've litigated around this issue. We got an injunction against the Air Force, as I mentioned at the beginning, on behalf of over 10,000 service members who refused COVID-19 vaccine on religious grounds, preventing the Air Force from expelling them. And one of the primary objections they had was the involvement of the then existing COVID-19 vaccines, which were J&J and Moderna and Pfizer's mRNA vaccines. And I can tell you categorically that the mRNA vaccines have, as I said earlier, in the development and the testing, they involved aborted fetal cell lines. They're not in the ingredients. They're not in the formulation. So if that article is fact-checking the point that they're not in the ingredients and in the formulation, then it's correct. But they're wrong that it did not involve the aborted fetal cells. It categorically 100% did in the testing of those products.
Thank you. And just to clarify, the article, the claim that they are saying is false is the vaccines were developed using aborted fetal cells, which is apparently patently untrue. The same claim I do recall being made by government officials at the time, because again, I was tackling the same issue. And I would just have to go back to the testimony from the deposition we heard earlier, where it was suggested that it was okay to tell a noble lie in order to get the population to take up this vaccine. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Polizov.
Yeah, I actually can provide you with the support. Let me make a note to show that they were the involvement of aborted fetal cells with mRNA. I'm happy to do that. And in fact, I will tell you that the one vaccine that they claimed had no involvement, let's put it this way, the Department of Justice did not contest that there was aborted fetal cell line involvement with the mRNA vaccines when we were litigating this issue. So this was the Washington what?
December 8th, 2020, Washington Post.
Yeah. So, so the
Yes.
Washington Post, the purveyors of all truth, they're just wrong. So I can assure you of that. And I will tell you the one that they did contest was Novavax. The only vaccine the Department of Justice in our lawsuit they claimed was not involved with aborted fetal cells was Novavax. They did not contest that the mRNAs weren't, by the way. And they said, because one of the arguments they made is, well, they should take the Novavax vaccine. But the Novavax vaccine actually does involve aborted fetal cells in development as well. I need to look at what is subject to a confidentiality agreement in that lawsuit and what is not, and I can provide you with what isn't. But I am certain that in our publicly filed papers, I know we argued and explained that it does involve aborted fetal cell lines in its development, and that argument went away. So some of the soldiers were willing to actually fly overseas because there were certain vaccines that were not involved in aborted fetal cell lines, but they did none in the U.S. And so some soldiers did do that actually to make sure that they conform with their beliefs. You asked me to show you the excipient list. So here's the MMRV. It says MRC5 cells, including DNA and protein. They've sanitized it a bit, by the way. And then let's see with the varicella vaccine. Same thing. It says MRC5 human diploid cells, including DNA and protein. So that's the cultures. That's the sanitized version. I mean, if you just go simply online and you just search for MRC5, you can find basically, here you can buy some of it, apparent from this place, and they'll just usually describe what it is. Let's see if I happen to get lucky and pick the right one right out of the box. And so it's fibroblasts and characterization. It says right here, MRC cell line was derived from a normal lung tissue of a 14-week-old male embryo by J.P. Jacobs in September of 1966. So there it is right there on the internet for you, everybody to read. All right.
Representative Polozov.
I have a question about scientific paper about trials for Pfizer vaccine. Are you aware of whistleblower who came out from Pfizer and was sharing that there was unblinding made too early and the process of double-blind study was not followed? Do you have any information on Pfizer whistleblower?
Yeah, I believe I know the case you're talking about, and there was a review of that evidence, also published actually in the British Medical Journal in an article. I am aware of that, but here's the thing. I mean, I would argue you don't even need to go and look at claims that are contested about these products. You just go look at the FDA's own source material that we went through today. That's not contested. Nobody can argue against, because that is their own documentation. I mean, those claims they dispute, obviously, and they're disputing it in that whistleblower action. But some of the other stuff we've looked at is uncontestable. But yes, and obviously they're trying to get their product license as best and as easily and as quickly as they can.
Follow up.
Another question, if I may. You mentioned early data from England and Scotland that they were sharing some weekly data comparing different populations. Could you expand what it was and what the data was showing before they removed it?
Yeah, absolutely. So they the data was typically from some of these countries was standardized. So meaning 1 in 5 in 100,000 wasn't just raw numbers. It was standardized on a population basis, and they were comparing the rates often of death, hospitalizations, and cases between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, or the 1 dose or 2 dose and unvaccinated. And over time, for example, I believe it was in Ontario, Canada, initially they were just comparing those with no vaccines to those with who were vaccinated. Well, the case numbers for the vaccinated started exceeding the case numbers for the unvaccinated on a population, meaning on a standardized per 100,000 individuals. So that did not look good. So then they changed the definition. I have screen grabs of all this actually. I know this is not such a great source to use, but on my Twitter feed, I have I screen grabbed this as they were doing it, and so they're there. Then they changed the definition to make unvaccinated meant up until the second week after the second dose. So unvaccinated eventually became at least one dose, or maybe even 2 doses, compared to those who had 2 weeks after the second dose. And then eventually the data, even that didn't work after a while, and then they just got rid of the whole thing. England had similar data as well, and they were reporting it weekly until the numbers, again, inverted, did not show what they wanted it to show. Scotland, too. Those are the two I have a distinct memory of. They were not favorable to the policy pronouncements of those agencies. The data stopped being published. You could speculate, but there it is.
Follow up.
So following up on data and good data from observation. So on population level, there was Israeli data released by Israeli government that was showing on a country level that there's a spike in mortality about 4 months after COVID vaccine injection. And also there were some data, again, it could be disputable, but in New Zealand, there was a whistleblower who released their countrywide data. So could you comment if you know of it, and how reliable that data, if we can on country level de-identify that data, but basically follow every person injected, not injected, and see if they were injected, like some anaphylactic shock could happen quickly, but some effects, as you showed, they could take weeks or even months to kill a person. So if we could see it on a state level or on a country level, does it prove anything?
Yeah. I think it contributes to the data from the biggest whistleblower out there, which is the WHO and Our World in Data. Because if you go to those sites, just take a look at the COVID number of deaths from COVID in the countries that were highly vaccinated versus the ones that weren't. Look at the hospitalizations. Look at the cases. I mean, there were studies that have been done on exactly that. I've heard the argument that, developing countries don't have as good health tracking data. That's not true. They can tell you down to the 0.0001% the DTaP vaccination rate in their country, because unlike the United States, they have centralized healthcare. They have all healthcare is provided by one source. It's a single source healthcare system. Everybody in their country is all in one database. Actually, our healthcare system is fractured. The American data is probably the worst data in the world in terms of tracking this stuff. But look at a lot of these developing countries. They have centralized. They get money from international organizations. They have pretty robust, especially when it comes to actually vaccination tracking, because a ton of money gets poured into doing that. And so, to your point, New Zealand and these other places, yes, you do have these whistleblowers who put data out, and I think that data confirms what we already see vis-a-vis the death rates overall in these countries that are highly vaccinated versus countries that did not, that are not highly vaccinated. And you would expect to have the worst outcomes because they have they don't have as good nutrition, they don't have as good acute health care, they don't have ventilators, they didn't have all the medical and acute care we have here, the standard of the nutritions that we have, the sanitation, but yet they had better outcomes. I'm not saying that. I'm not just saying I'm just saying that from a statistical perspective, that raises a lot of questions, just like the data put forth by these whistleblowers.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to kind of follow up on what the representative just asked you, I'm sure you're familiar with in Israel specific, because I believe, I mean, they were in an uptick of over 90% of vaccine compliance, and their prime minister brokered a deal, and they had an exclusive with Pfizer. So, and I don't know where their data is or not, but isn't that like because we had multiple, Moderna and Pfizer, and then even J&J early on and stuff. So we had, it's mixed, but they had like a perfect one vaccine. And so I don't know what their data looks like, but that's a wealth of information, correct?
Yeah, I mean, they are one of the most highly vaccinated countries in the world, and also have one of the highest case rates in the whole world. And like you said, they were one of the first to vaccinate almost everybody in their population.
Representative Polizov.
Thank you for taking another question. So you mentioned that there are several different technologies behind different vaccines, and even different technologies for COVID vaccines. So as a state, New Hampshire is looking to expand authority of our government and add new biological product, for example, to New Hampshire Vaccine Association. Next week, this body will probably approve adding RSV vaccine, which is not a vaccine, but more like monoclonal antibodies. So do you have any thoughts about like expanding definition of vaccine, and also about this new technologies when we keep adding like, so it looks like we changed definition to add mRNA vaccine, mRNA technology to definition to vaccine. Now New Hampshire will be adding RSV vaccine. Maybe they wanted to change definitions. They won't change definition. Anyway, what are your thoughts on new technologies?
So the RSV monoclonal antibodies, which is, you're right, it's interesting. It's on the CDC vaccine schedule, even though it's a monoclonal antibody. It's if you open the Plotkin vaccine textbook, the medical textbook, they do consider monoclonal antibodies a form of immunization, not vaccination, but immunization, because it does provide immunity for a certain period of time. There is also, they added an RSV vaccine for pregnant women to the schedule, so they actually have both on there. I would urge strongly anybody considering pushing that vaccine, I can't imagine mandating it in any place, to just look at the summaries of the clinical trials and that for those products, and look at the rates of issues and complications amongst the pregnant women that got it, who didn't, and amongst the babies that got the monoclonal antibodies and who didn't. And I mean, it speaks for itself. I don't like to say what those, because people, like 5 days. If I say that, it just sounds ridiculous unless I show it. I don't have the art. We could pull it up, but I'm assuming we could do. You now all know where to do that on FDA's website, and you could pull that up and take a look at those. On your question about what is a vaccine, what is the definition of a vaccine? In my opinion, a vaccine, what makes something a vaccine is really whether or not it falls within the framework of the what are the traditional features of a vaccine. And in my opinion, those are: one, you claim, either truthfully or not, it stops transmission. 2, you give it immunity to liability. And 3, you say you need to get it to protect yourself. to me, that's what makes something a vaccine, because it falls within the rubric of what's what I consider to be the problem, so to speak, with these products, which is the lack of market forces protecting them and the regulatory one-sidedness. And COVID vaccines, whether they're J&J, whether they're Novavax, whether the mRNAs, fall into directly that rubric. If they would have put the mRNA product and they said it's not a vaccine, and they would have said, no, this is a gene therapy, and they wouldn't have given it immunity, and they wouldn't have mandated it, and they wouldn't have given, then yeah, I think it would have been, you wouldn't think of it as a vaccine, but that's not what they did. And, you know, and I can make an argument for why tetanus vaccine shouldn't be a vaccine. Why it's for something that's not even transmissible. How about pertussis vaccine? It's like the opposite of a vaccine. It actually makes, I mean, you know, it has the opposite effect, right? So a lot of these vaccines are only personal protection. Well, does that mean they're not vaccines? What makes them common? It's the features I just said. So to me, as long as we gave them immunity liability and they create that regulatory structure, that is what makes it a vaccine, whether you like it or not, whether you want to call it something else or not. I mean, that's the box of the problem in my mind.
Follow up?
I also wanted to ask about insurances. So we talked today about how CDC and FDA pushes this message and certain doctors, and we know that there's some federal funding that comes with it. But we heard some testimonies that insurance industry also involved in promotion of certain shots, and my understanding is ideally it's what you said, like market should regulate it. So if they see a better health outcome and less spending, they should be promoting it. But in this situation, it looks like counterintuitive. So they should see that health outcome in their statistics is getting worse, but they still incentivize doctors to keep high rates of keeping vaccination rates high. So I wonder if there are some additional funding, if you are aware, that comes to insurance companies to do that, or if there's some disconnect that doesn't allow them to see like what product is helping population and what product is not.
Yeah, I mean, if reducing injuries from vaccines would help improve the profitability of insurance companies, then yeah, I think they might have an interest in what you just said, in looking at that issue. But it wouldn't, as far as I understand the insurance industry. First of all, the federal government Vaccine for Children's program basically guarantees payment for anybody who can't pay for a vaccine. So these insurance companies are guaranteed to get paid, and they're guaranteed to get reimbursed with federal dollars. There's also some state programs. About 50%, I think, between federal and state programs of vaccines are paid for with public money, something like that. So the insurance company, that's guaranteed payment, right? They know they're going to get paid. They don't have to worry about that, period. Separately, my understanding, and you really should talk to insurance experts about this, but they have, depending on the state, because insurance law is obviously state dependent, it varies by states, but they make a profit margin, basically, certain kind of often regulated profit margin. So in some ways, the more that you have to pay for insurance, the more that medical care needs to be provided, the greater the premiums. And as long as the market will bear it, it actually ends up resulting in a greater increase in the percentage that they can make. But I'm no insurance expert. That's what I've been told. But you should verify that with somebody who actually was looked at this directly. I'm giving you secondhand information that you shouldn't rely upon for that point. But yeah, I'll add this too. You said one other thing I forgot to address. Absolutely, that the insurance companies are sitting on the on data that could help elucidate the injuries caused by these products. They are sitting on, we talked about earlier, the ICD-9 and now 10 codes, and so within for each person that they insure, especially if it's a captive payer environment, meaning if the insurer is also providing the medical care like a Kaiser, right? Then they have presumably really good data for every person in their network. They can really do good comparisons between those who have gotten the product and those who haven't and seen the health outcomes. But I'm not really sure they're in the business of doing that.
So we had an infectious disease doctor in here testifying before us, and he made a statement, and I don't know if the committee remembers, but when we were talking about the COVID vaccine, et cetera, and he said within the next 5 years, he believes the cancer rates will rise exponentially. And based on some of the information you showed in your previous slide, I think that your data may support some of that.
Well, let's hope he's wrong.
I hope so. Representative Potenza.
Just thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question about the insurance piece that was brought up. Is there a do you think there's any pathway for that, getting that data? Because I never really thought of that. That would be that would be everything that we would need to know, because of course, especially the largest insurers in the country, you know, whether it be Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, or whatever the largest are.
I mean, and you know, this is something obviously you would need to talk to Ledge Council about, but I mean, could you pass a law that says that they have to publicly disclose de-identified copies of all their ICD-9, 10, and 9 data of at least all New Hampshire residents?
I like that. Yeah.
Just make it publicly available and let scientists do studies. So, you know, we were going through informed consent, and you know, I said 8 questions. The 7th was maybe you have a religious objection. We did, you know, the good news is that right now there were 6 states where there were only medical exemptions, but now there's 5 because Mississippi has a federal judge has ordered in a lawsuit that we were grateful to be able to bring, has ordered that Mississippi restore a religious exemption in the same way that, you know, if you can keep Walmart open during the pandemic, you should let churches stay open. If you can have a secular exemption to vaccines to attend school, then you should be able to have a religious one. And the judge agreed with that. That's the Tandon, Fulton, and so forth, Supreme Court precedent. COVID has brought certainly some good precedent in that regard, and we're thankful for that. So, you know, Mississippi has affirmed that, and we're bringing that same case in West Virginia right now. And we've got cases in other states as well. So our hope is to, you know, restore the right to informed consent, even if it's just on the religious basis. At least everybody should have the ability to make that choice. You know, they shouldn't have to adopt what I would consider to be often the beliefs, and they are beliefs, no different than any religious beliefs that you will often hear about these products. You'll hear this lot. I believe in vaccines. They'll say vaccines are the only thing that can save us from the pandemic. I thought that was the kind of language usually reserved for, you know, for God and so forth. The only person that can save us. Apparently, it was only the vaccines, and you heard that all the time. Some people found that to be even an offense to their core beliefs. Again, nobody should be coerced to abandon their beliefs for the beliefs of health authorities. And the last question is, can your doctor exercise true independent medical judgment when it comes to these products? And I think we've seen a lot today about why that potentially may not be the case. And in particular, when it comes to medical exemptions, and this is a true problem nationally, which that medical exemptions should be like all other medicine. It's based on clinical judgment. You let the doctor decide. Most of medicine involves clinical judgment. You go into your doctor, he reviews your symptoms, and he makes a judgment, or she makes a judgment call. What medicine to prescribe you, whether you should get a medicine, not get a medicine. Medicine, to be sure, involves a lot of science, but it also involves a lot of art. And that involves making a judgment call that we let doctors do every single day for virtually every single medical procedure that you get. But when it comes to vaccines, that's pretty much the only arena that I'm aware of where we tell the doctor, states literally tell the doctor, no, you don't get to exercise medical judgment. If you want to grant a medical exemption, it must meet the CDC's contraindication precaution list, a narrow policy-based list of what is or is not a contraindication and precaution. It should not be that way. And I urge all states to address that issue. So, wrapping it up, what's informed consent? Again, you get informed, then you decide whether to consent. And at the end of the day, you should, if the state should not compel above that. And this is my last slide. It's my own tweet. How about that? It's my pin tweet because it's my favorite one. And I'll read it to you. It says, mandates are the tool of bullies, criminals, and dictators. If a patient refuses a medical product after being conveyed its benefits and risks, then that is called informed consent. They were informed and did not consent. Mandating over this objection is immoral and illiberal. And let me really drive this point home because I mean this, and I think of all the issues that we confront in society, this is probably one of the most important civil rights issue that we're going to face going into the next few decades, okay? Because your body is the commodity of pharmaceutical sales. Literally, your body is, right? Your body, your children's bodies are. And throughout history, to be sure, freedoms, we talked about this earlier, they come with their own risk. Freedom of speech comes with risk, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, right? They can be risky. People can say things that are wrong. You looked at the website earlier that gave wrong information. Yeah, sure. It can lead people astray. But throughout history, when we look at what has caused the most harm in humanity, in my opinion, the greatest harm to humanity has always been governments that believe that they know better than you how to live your life, and that it was a dictator, it was a king, it was a central authority that was going to decide for you what you can or cannot do. That has wrought more destruction and harm throughout history on the world more than any pestilence or disease. And when you look back through the course of history, and one of the wonderful things, especially as the principles of this country have developed over the last 200 something years, is we've come to understand that principle here. And I think up until recently, it was a basic part of the ethos in this country, which is that we protect the rights of even the most vile speech in order to protect the rights of everybody to have free speech, right? We let the neo-Nazis walk through Skokie, Illinois, Jewish community, because protecting their speech, protect all of our speech, is as reprehensible as we found that speech, right? As long as no violence is involved, we protect it. And how quickly that ethos was lost over the last few years, how quickly we abandoned the basic principle for a little bit of safety. And it was very scary for me personally to see happen. It was very heartened when it went the other way as well. But dictators and those throughout history, the resort to mandates, to censorship, to bullies always happens when what? When you can't convince on the merits. You think dictators immediately just start beating you? No. They first tell you what to do. It's only when you don't listen that they beat you. They mandate. They censor you. Put you in the gulag or whatever. Throw you out of your job. Throw you out of school. They shun you. That is what dictators, that's what bullies do. We, in a free democracy, old school, liberal ideas, right? Versus being illiberal. Government should try to persuade on the merits. That's what you should do. Health authorities, take this vaccine. You should take it. It's great. It's safe, effective. Here's the data. Da, da, da. But if they can't, and you say, no, that should be the end of the story. It should be true for masks. It should be true for everything. Because people are smart on a population level. You know why you need to resort to mandates? Because when there's real questions about safety and efficacy, that's why you need to resort to mandates. Because there's real issues. If there were no issues, you wouldn't need mandates. So that's my, that's my ideological bend and my bias in terms of these products, which is that, if we let if we let the pharmaceutical industry continue the lobbying efforts, I know they do in all 50 states, to get rid of exemptions, to get rid of to vaccines, to add more vaccines to the schedule. To first it was preschoolers, then it was elementary school, then it was high school, then it was college, then it was healthcare workers, then it's preschool teachers, right? Then during the pandemic, now it's going into a store. If that system could have, if that's stuck during COVID, and thank God it didn't, there's no doubt that you would load more products onto it. Why not? Right? Think about it. It's a mandated, guaranteed market, liability free. Why wouldn't you add more products to it? It'd be silly from a business perspective not to. And, and for all those out there who say, well, I love vaccines and I love masks and I love all those products, great. You should free to get them. But if everybody doesn't stand up and say the line is you can't mandate it, the day will come when maybe there's a product that person doesn't want. And now they can't get a job or go out of their home. So what rights do they have left? Right? So now they're home. They can't get a job. They can't go to school. They can't participate in civil society. So they got a right to freedom of speech by themselves, assembly by themselves, religion to the wall. That's why I really believe that this is such a critical civil rights issue, this idea that the government can tell you what you must inject or put on your body to participate in civil society. Whatever dangers it might present, not wearing a mask, the greater danger is letting the government have that authority, because I don't think that it will stop. And if you're going to do it, at least remove the liability protection. It's incredible that the products that have the most protections in terms of being able to sue the pharmaceutical companies are the ones that you would mandate. So in any event, that's in terms of New Hampshire's approach to COVID vaccine, which is far better than most states, and to be commended for that, for sure. That would be my what I would testify to in terms of thoughts going forward, in terms of reflecting back on what did happen during COVID, and in the future in terms of what should be thought of as the primary issue to avoid, which is really don't mandate, just let people choose.
Representative Polozov.
Thank you. So I agree with your assessment on proper role of government and civil liberties, but we hear from the opposite side that we need to consider benefit to society, and if too many people experience symptoms and get sick, it put too much pressure, for example, on medical industry. And similarly, one example is smoking and indoor smoking. People used to smoke inside New Hampshire State House, but now government stops it, so you don't get secondhand smoking here. So the same argument that sometimes some government intervention and some mandate is needed to prevent pressure, for example, on medical industry.
Oh, I appreciate those two comments, actually. I think they're great points, and let me address both of them. In terms of the first one, the idea that, well, we have to reduce the burden on the medical care system. First of all, if you accept that argument, I want to remind you that the number one killer during the entire pandemic was not COVID in America. Number one killer was heart disease. It's heart disease. That was the greatest burden on our medical system. So is the argument that in order to reduce the burden on the medical system, we're now allowed to mandate statins? Should we be allowed to mandate exercise? Should we be allowed to mandate folks from eating too much saturated fat? I mean, if you're going to argue that we could take away civil liberties in order to reduce the burden on the medical system, then then there's nothing that the government really can't mandate. Again, I'll say it again. Absolutely. There might be some harms in giving people freedoms, right? Maybe it's true. Maybe it would have been a bit more of a burden on the medical system if we let people choose the COVID vaccine. Remember, it doesn't mean you can't get it. It just means for those that don't want it, you can't coerce them. That's what it means. Persuade them. If it's so great, if the product is so good, then why can't you persuade people to take it? Do I need to persuade you to eat, to drink water, to go to sleep? No. Why? Because there's really no question about safety and efficacy. You don't need to mandate me to, to engage in basic functions. And if the medical intervention is going to be one that really will have a cost benefit that's far better, then wonderful, persuade on the merits. This idea that you have to crush civil liberties in order to protect the medical system is a very dangerous, slippery slope. And I don't think it holds up to scrutiny, because what it does is it means that they can mandate anything. Second, I do not view prohibiting smoking the same as mandating a product. That is saying you can't do something. That's totally different. You can't equate saying you can't smoke in the State House building with you must get an injection of this product into your body to come into the State House building. Or you must wear a mask on your face to come into the State House building. They're not the same at all, in my opinion, at all. One does not require me to do anything. Sure, it prohibits me from doing something in a certain environment, but you can't equate the infringement on civil individual rights between those two actions.
Representative Potenza.
I know it's getting so late. Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple questions. I know you must be familiar, and I'm on the CDC website right now in regards with the COVID-19 vaccines. So you have the 2023-2024 formula for ages 6 months to 11 years. But that formula, even though it's weird because all the documents that go with it, and I've been reading them since I've been here, are all say that they still have EUA on it, even though then they say authorized. So they're still using, of course, the EUA formula. So it's not approved, correct? For that group, 6 months to 11 years.
Yeah, it depends. Yes. So depending on the age and the product, and whether you're talking about the initial version, the bivalent version, the new updated version, some are EUA authorized, and then some are licensed, and some are now being basically treated like a flu shot. I'm sure you're aware of that, where they're going to update it now annually and release it. I mean, I essentially, if you look at the guidance, we're going to have a new COVID vaccine every year at this point. It's going to be treated like a flu shot, and they're now developing a single dose flu plus COVID vaccine that they're intending to give to everybody.
Follow up. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm familiar with that dual shot. And so when we were going through some stuff here in New Hampshire in regards with, mandates that were coming down really from, what we consider private business, even though, hospitals, they're open to the public, they're taking in tons of government money. I know that argument. There's not really any such thing as a private business anymore. But one of the largest hospital in the state sent out a memo to all of their employees because a lot of the arguments were this is not it's EUA, so it is, of course, it's hasn't been approved yet, and the CEO of the hospital sent this out to the employees, and it stated, "Hey, you don't have to worry about it anymore." This was when, and I can't pronounce it, Comirnaty or
I call it Comirnaty. Everybody pronounces it differently.
Okay, Comirnaty had been approved, but lo and behold, that got approved. But there weren't any of them. And there weren't any of them that were going to be out and be ready to be injected in anybody's arms for months. And that wasn't talked about at all. So it was kind of like, oh, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Everybody that's concerned, it has been authorized. Go get it. But when they were going to go get it to be able to keep their jobs, they were actually still getting the same exact thing. So, I just, that misinformation lies in a sense to encourage people to have that uptick was really for all of these healthcare workers was huge. Did you see that type of things happening? Because you're in Arizona, that happened a lot in New Hampshire, especially in our medical field.
It happened across the entire country because the CMS mandate, the federal CMS mandate on healthcare workers was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court. If you remember, there were two cases that went up. The oath one, which we also we filed it on behalf of a car dealership that had more than 100 employees, where all the other cars were less than 100 employees. We were one of the cases up in the Supreme Court on the oath, but I didn't. And then there was the CMS case, which we weren't involved with. And then the CMS case, the Supreme Court upheld that mandate on healthcare workers. When you think about what I was saying earlier about religious beliefs with regards to these products, here is the medical profession for a product they knew did not stop transmission nonetheless, and was saying we can't overburden the healthcare system, was willing to throw out doctors, nurses, and healthcare professionals over a product that was at best personal protection. I mean, it requires a leap of faith to do that because it makes no logical sense. It's not logical. It only makes sense if you're making emotional, belief-based decisions that don't comport with, just reason, logic, or evidence. So, yes, we did see that all over the country. Now, the CMS mandate did not annul the potential to get a Title VII religious exemption under federal law. So Title VII requires employers nationally to give accommodations for religious beliefs, and different states and different employers were more or less accommodating during the pandemic. Our firm helped hundreds, thousands, I don't know the exact number, thousands overall. I don't know how many of our healthcare workers can get exemptions to the COVID-19 vaccine mandates on Title VII grounds, on religious objection grounds, often because of interaction with the aborted cells, despite the Washington Post's claim from December of a number of years ago. So yeah, that we did see that, and I would suggest to you that a potential solution could be that if you wanted to, if there were a New Hampshire law that said that upon the receipt of an exemption for a religious accommodation, it cannot be questioned, that it just must be accepted, then that would create the exceptions in that scenario for those medical healthcare workers. Actually, in Arizona, a bill went all the way went through on that, and I believe it ended up getting unfortunately vetoed by the governor, but it did pass to create what I just said, to protect those healthcare workers who wanted to make evidence-based decisions.
Representative Lekis.
Are you familiar with any cases, and do any people have standing who actually tried to get medical exemptions and were denied when they could show that they were actually verifiable? Religious exemptions, such as for the aborted fetal cells, etc.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we have lots of cases. So obviously our case against the Air Force and the Army, we didn't do the Navy or the Marines. We did the Air Force and the Army, and we got injunctions in both those cases for individuals in both branches of the military who, on religious grounds, did not want a vaccine. We represent, we also have an employment practice at the firm, and our employment practice is heavily focused on representing individuals who have been fired for refusing a COVID-19 vaccine on religious grounds. Actually, that's almost all our cases. We have numerous class actions against employers around the country. They're all Title VII cases. So we have lots of those. And obviously we brought the case in Mississippi to restore religious exemption. So we do a lot of work in that area. I mean, listen, the first freedom under the Constitution in the Bill of Rights, in the First Amendment, and the first freedom in the First Amendment is the freedom of religion, right? I mean, that is what this country was founded on, was the idea that you can come here and you can live out your convictions. And, back when that amendment was written, religion was something far broader. I think the most Americans think of it today. People think of religion today as like Sunday, but really back then it was how you lived your life, right? It was, you'd be able to come to this country and be able to live your convictions, right? And that's not just going to church on Sunday. That's being able to live my convictions and as a free person, not have the government crush them. And so, if I'm, somebody should be able to say, look, you guys are treating this product like it's, like it's a deity. I mean, if I'm going to attribute properties to something that it doesn't have, I could say, well, look at this product stops transmission when it doesn't. I mean, I'm not saying that's idol worship, but I'm saying that it's akin to taking something that's just an inanimate object and giving it properties it doesn't have and saying this is the only thing that will save us. Some people say, that's not where my convictions lie. I believe in something else. And they should be able to do that without, penalty or and punishment.
Follow up.
So I know there are people in this state, I know there are people in other states who were fired and had asked for religious exemption. What should they do? Okay,
so without giving legal advice to anybody individually, okay, just speaking generally, if somebody has, for example, sought a religious exemption, they have a limited period of time to file with the EEOC, which is or the state equivalent of the EEOC in whatever state they're in, a claim for religious discrimination. If they don't do that, unfortunately, they could be barred from then bringing a claim. The EEOC or the state equivalent typically has 6 months to then investigate, and they will then issue a decision on whether they believe there has or has not been discrimination. At that point, there's often a potential discussion with the employer and the counsel for the employee, and if they can't resolve it, the employee gets a right to sue letter, and a case is brought in federal court. And like I mentioned, we have cases like that around the country. We even have it against pharmaceutical companies who fired employees for refusing religious exemptions, which are some interesting cases. So absolutely, I mean, employees should be well aware that Title VII protects their right to have a religious, to live their faith, to live their beliefs. And if they have a religious objection to vaccination, Title VII requires their employer to provide them a reasonable accommodation, which was thankfully recently clarified by the U.S. Supreme Court to be, they really have to try and accommodate those individuals. I mean, some of the folks that got fired are so ridiculous that we represent. Like, they work from home. They work from home and they were fired because they wouldn't get COVID vaccine. I mean, you want to talk about religious beliefs? Wow, that requires an amazing level of belief, ideology. I don't know what you want to call it. It's unfortunate these products can't just be treated as products, because that's what they are. I can assure you they were not given to Moses at Sinai. They are just products. And, and unfortunately, I think for some folks, they have taken the place of something to believe in. They maybe don't have a lot of things that, and so, they believe in these products in a way that people have religion in other areas of life. And I see it all the time. People get very upset and worked up when they talk about these products very quickly, even though they're just products. I'd love to see people get that excited about, some other products. Anyway, please, sorry.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, I would truly like to thank you for being here today. I have learned so much about vaccines and clinical trials. And it's been a wealth of information, and I think it will go a long way in assisting us with our report for the state.
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for holding these hearings. I mean, it's so important, really. I mean, what happened during the pandemic could have easily just been forgotten. Everybody could have just moved on, but you're not doing that. You're looking back, because if we don't learn from history, as we all know, we're bound to repeat it. So thank you, all of you, very much. And thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right. Call this meeting adjourned, and I will see you all here back at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All right. 5:30. Wow.